on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the
Hello heroes, villains, and time stream entanglers. Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA returns to you once more, this time with the playoffs. We've got 4 best of 5s to bring you in. All of them are going to be packed with action. I'm Legday, joined by the wonderful Got Moxie.
Yes, and it's meant that we've had a little bit of downtime, you know, between the group stages and the playoffs, so meta has been able to somewhat stabilize, and I'm sure that we're going to be seeing a very big change come on through in terms of those ban structures, as well as at the beginning of the group stages, Harry, everyone was still trying to figure out exactly what was best. Is it 2-2-2 compositions? Is it triple strategist compositions? How do you break the spawn hold? How do you hold a spawn? Now that these teams have been able to actually get some practice in on officials, which means that they're not going to have to worry about teams holding back strategies the way they would in scrims, we've got to see a little bit more information.
Yeah, no more hiding strats anymore. It's for all the marbles, because here in playoffs we are playing for the biggest prize of all, attendance at Worlds. Mox, yet another LAN looms on the horizon for Marvel Rivals Esports over at DreamHack Atlanta, and everybody wants to stamp their ticket, and there are only 3 to go around here in EMEA.
Yes, and that means that it is time now for all of these teams who made it into those playoffs to play to their utmost. You do not want to find yourself going down to the lower bracket, especially because some of these games today, I think Chopped versus FaZe is going to be one that a lot of people have their eye upon to see how well that one goes.
Yeah, Chop vs. FaZe definitely looks to be the most contentious of today's games. As, of course, with our seeding, we're going to have first seed from one group against 4th seed from another. We're going to have our strongest versus our weakest, weakest, allegedly, as we consolidate our bracket and get hopefully towards the closest games at the end of the playoffs and have some absolute gigabangers. But there is going to be a lot of contention when it comes to those LAN spots. But how did we set this one up? Here's a quick look. It's a double elimination mock, so whoever falls today is not gone forever.
Yes, and that's good news as well, because you're going to get the opportunity to see all of these teams in play before you match against them in the lower bracket. So if any team has now come up with new strategies, you're going to be able to see them in officials before you play them. Though, you're not going to have all that much time to be able to adapt, given the fact that it's going to be playing today, tomorrow, day after, and then the day after that too. There is very little downtime for these teams to be able to change their strategies entirely.
Yeah, we have squished this entire double elimination bracket down into just 4 days of action. So for the next, consider yourself booked for the weekend, unfortunately. Tell your mum you can't make dinner, cancel the commitments, because it's going to be like 24/7 Marvel Rivals Esports action. We've got OC in Asia going on at the same time as this on our other Marvel Rivals channels. We've got Americas coming later as well. And EMEA, this one could go for hours and hours with 4 best of 5s.
Yeah, and then a best of 7 grand finals as well. So playing for that first place and the $70,000 that comes with it is potentially going to be very, very close, and a lot of maps of Marvel Rivals. But like you said, Harry, it's not just playing for money, it's also playing for spots at Atlanta for the DreamHack LAN, and we get free spots. So now we get to see which of these teams are going to be taking those free spots, because after we saw the group stages, that was a question mark, you know, coming in. A lot of people, I think, had high expectations for Na'Vi. Citadel, being the team that won the previous EMEA Stage 1, also had a lot of expectations coming through from them. But I think the most amount of questions was pointed Vertus Pro's way. And we've seen Vertus Pro be dominant, and we've seen Vertus Pro have a little bit of a stumble in terms of their fights. So we're going to have to wait and see when they go head-to-head against OG Exceed as the last game of the day, whether or not they've been able to properly acclimatize into this new meta and stable out their whole reliability issues.
Yeah, Vertus Pro definitely had questions in Ignite, particularly for the non-mirrored bans. It does seem like they had a really good matchup against Na'Vi. That one was kind of like, okay, Vertus Pro probably don't win against Na'Vi here. Who also, I believe, managed to knock they were the first team as Rads to take a series and an official off of Vertus Pro, and I believe also knocked them down to the lower bracket in our first Ignite playoffs as well, which meant they had to fight against Citadel to go to Guangzhou, which obviously didn't end up doing. But now Vertus Pro are kind of back with a vengeance. Let's zoom in on our first matchup, though, because we're having a look at some would say the comeback kids here of EMEA, but Citadel Gaming are technically our reigning champions for EMEA. They have been able to augment their roster by adding Melio to it, but I want to think about Polly right now, because Polly has had such a resurgence, being able to add the Venom to their hero pool, and also they're just such a good caller, and no longer can you like try and kneecap Citadel Gaming by banning Captain America.
Yeah, and we've already seen as well Citadel having a lot of flexibility to their roster. They can play the 2-2-2 compositions in terms of like Torch and Phoenix with Melio and Tanuki, but they can also play 2-2-2 compositions of full dive, where we've seen them run things like the Jeff Ultron, the Rocket Jeff as well. If it does fall to Hell's Heaven with our randomly decided map of domination, Tanuki's got the Black Panther in the back pocket, so they have a lot of diversity when it comes to compositions that they want to run, which gives them a really good chance of, even if they do start getting targeted somewhat in the ban draft, still being able to land on their feet and come in with a composition that benefits them.
Yeah, like, there's just so much versatility in this team, and adding Melio has only helped with that. On the other side, let's dive into Vice, who are coming out, I believe, as our 4th seed from the other group. And this is a team that has a lot of familiar faces on it in a slightly new configuration.
Yes, so even though Oleg is pictured here, I believe he's not actually going to be playing with the team. Instead, they're going to be running one of their substitutes, Among, in that duelist role, and Among was actually previously playing as a substitute for All Business, all the way back in stage 1 of Ignite. So like you said, new configurations coming on through from Vice, which means potentially new compositions that haven't been shown in official matches either. So I think it's going to give them a really good shouting chance, especially when you come into domination. If you don't know the kind of composition that the team you're running against is going to be coming in with for that first fight, you're going into it underprepared and potentially at a disadvantage because you don't know what you're getting into.
Yeah, when we think about those kind of late stage bans in our pick and ban back and forth in Ignite, like sometimes you pivot into a duelist. Maybe you get rid of a Human Torch, maybe you get rid of a Phoenix. In some cases, maybe you get rid of a Psylocke because you're really scared of something, like a Tuzi. But in this case, with Among coming in and not really knowing as much about the hero pool, not having seen them playing too many officials, there's a real confusion factor that can come in towards the end of a ban phase that Citadel's going to have to work past.
Yes, and I mean, we're going to be looking as well at the type of domination map that it's going to be, because certain sub-maps on dominations suit different compositions. I think if you're Vice, you're already coming into this a little bit afraid of the 2-2-2 dive composition that we've seen Citadel go for, because they've had that played against them in the past and it hasn't gone the greatest. It's a very aggressive composition. Citadel are known for taking a lot of space as well, and if they win that first fight with that composition, they're going to be able to keep up that pressure every single time you rotate. Shop tried to actually bypass it. We saw them go with a Captain America where they literally just ignored the dive, sent one of their vanguards onto point, forced everyone to have to turn around and contest it, and then we got to see 2C swap onto that Psylocke, so potentially maybe that's something that we see Vice pull out as well.
Yeah, like the ephemeral composition that Citadel kind of uniquely play. I can think Na'Vi have tried a little bit of it as well with the Rocket Raccoon and the Ultron. We're just like, okay, so no one on this roster is diveable. Like, you can't target anyone. You got to try and poke them down or draw them to point and try and outdo the relay race of contest that comes through between the various vanguards. Rocket Raccoon just running around on the wall and being generally impossible to hit. They really are innovating when it comes to using Rocket, who hasn't really seen that much popularity since the beta, really. I remember that Rocket Raccoon, the Battle Recall Beacon, used to be kind of the best utility in the game. Has been a little bit outstripped now when it comes to a lot of the characters coming in who have a lot of buttons to press and are very effective. I think that it's definitely going to be something that's going to be a bit of a targeting check, a calling check for the side of Vice. And Among being a player that hasn't had as much time with this roster, we're going to see how they react to that.
Yeah, and like you said, it is going to be a comm check coming on through from Vice, and they do sort of spread their calls coming on through. Missouri tends to be their rotation caller. Lugia, the main IGL, and then Baby Bat as well does alt tracking for the team. So as we can see, yeah, Among is going to be in instead of Oleg as we start off our first round of domination. It's not going to be Hell's Heaven, which means that Vice don't have to worry about the Black Panther. They don't have to worry about the Jeff either, as Jeff is going to be banned out for both sides, leaving now a potential of Mantis to come on through for Vice if they so choose, which is likely going to result in Citadel trying to remove something like the Venom instead.
Yeah, but getting rid of a Venom just to remove symbiotic shenanigans definitely going to be a big priority here. But with Jeff gone from either side, maybe you just want to instead look at the ways that Citadel like to play that ephemeral composition. There's a world where you could ban Rocket. Doubt it's one that you want to really engage in. Mantis coming in here for Citadel Gaming, which does mean that you're more likely to see a triple strategist setup, but Melio's been able to play a lot of Mantis when it has been available and has been putting it to good use.
Yeah, I expect to see a Venom ban definitely coming through at some point now against Citadel. Having Venom getting that constant damage boost from that Mantis, especially with the Feast of the Abyss, being able to break past some of the heal numbers Strategist ultimates can output is just too dangerous to leave on the table. As FaZe have been able to secure themselves one-sided Ultron, which is going to mean that Citadel Gaming with a 2-2-2 dive composition is going to get weakened. Plus, if Tanuki tries to go into something like the Star-Lord with that Venom dive, then they're going to be relying on maybe something like the Mantis with the Pocket, and then also an Invisible Woman, or potentially that Lunar Snow as well. As FaZe might have targeted Strategists so far, but they haven't actually gone after Luna just yet, which means that the idle aura for the Star-Lord to receive is still up on the table. But no, there we go. They prioritize the Luna ban over the Venom, which means that, yeah, Citadel Gaming are going to be incredibly happy with all of the dive compositions that they have.
Yep, both Venom and the Captain America going to be on the table if they're going to be needed. Invisible Woman is protected here. Could be a mirror ban on the Luna as well to make sure there is no uneven duels between Idle Aura and Star-Lords, because we know that Tanuki might be going up against either Knuten or Among in that role. We're still unsure of where Among's going to be fitting in terms of their hero pool. Last ban to come out is going to be the uneven Emma. So we might see
Pick your hero.
Emma Venom coming through from the side of Citadel.
Yeah, and also removing that Emma too for Vice to be able to play around now means that they're going to likely have a Vanguard lineup of either Magneto or Hulk coming on through, which means that Hulk is going to have to bounce in between Citadel Gaming's backline and peeling for his own backline with the bubbles coming on through for both his Luna and his Invis, since if the Venom does manage to find that dive, there's no Emma to go into Diamond form and try and grab him, setting up for the CC chain of things like the freeze from the Luna, the grab from the Invis, and then the grab from the Emma too.
All right, Celestial Husk is going to be where we kick off our EMEA playoffs. Tickets for DreamHack Atlanta on the line. In the upper brackets, it all comes down to what you can bring on the weekend, Mox.
There's gonna be Hulk shenanigans already. I feel this is going to be not on the removed team up, so we're still going to be having those Gamma Monstros, but as we've already seen from the past, that is a composition that works when you have the space set up, and it takes a very long time to develop the angle for that Namor so that you have control of a lane and not main angles coming on through, which means that they're going to have to worry about Citadel getting aggressive before that Namor is set up. It has to be properly peeled coming on through onto both the Invis or the Luna, otherwise this domination is going to be very uneven.
All right, rolling out already. Going to be Lugia already taking quite a bit of damage. Tanuki's been taken down by Missouri. Wow, the Iron Volley already catching pay dirt there against the sole duelist of Citadel. So they're going to be a little bit toothless in terms of trying to survive on this objective. And while they will be able to have a bit of staying power between their vanguards and a trio of healing strategists, they still aren't going to be able to remove Vice too easily. So I think we're in for the long haul here.
Well, Citadel do have a triple strategist lineup though coming up through. They got the Manta, so that means that Ken is going to be on the Loki with the regeneration domain, having resources advantage before this ultimate scatboard. As we can see, Knuten trying to do everything he possibly can to kill Polly, although Enzo has taken the opportunity and taken the Namor down, which means all of that spam pressure going out into Tanuki has now been significantly weakened, and Citadel will be able to hold on to the point.
Tanuki have a tiara on. Pretty Princess up in the sky. Citadel getting their first cap. It means Knuten's ready for a counter strike, trying to take down Ken. Regeneration domains are also offering up a little bit of additional damage boost onto the remainder of the team as well. And with that wider area of effect, they were more spread out, less consolidated, more difficult for the Ultron to try and take down with the AoE of the Rage of Ultron. This is just going to be a stagger here onto Knuten. You can see that Tanuki kind of called that one already, being so close to ult, did not want to re-engage, seeing as Citadel already have control of the point. And oh, this is going to be another nasty stagger.
Oh, yeah. They might actually just leave him as well so that he gets actual Hulk form back, or look for the block so he doesn't get to go off the map and reset. And now Vice, they couldn't really get to do anything with him on this Namor because they had no Hulk to develop the angle, and Citadel are just going to keep pushing that pressure before the angles get anywhere near possession for Vice, and they don't get to use a single ultimate. So all of that fight, Citadel Gaming have now been able to take an additional 10% of point percentage off of the back of just picking Lugia late.
Okay, yes, Citadel just have so much in the back pocket as well. 5 ultimates ready to go.
Oh, and that's going to be bad news for Vice because they have to worry about damage boost on every single one of them. Polly's going to be able to have that pick potential with the Feast of the Abyss. Tanuki with the Galactic Legend's going to be able to shut down Canute, and it does mean at least that Missouri with the Meteor M can avoid having to force the Strategist into using one of their ultimates against the Starlord, but you have to be able to land your donk.
Tanuki was feeling pretty independent on this flank. Papa Enzo is going to roll on up to make sure that he doesn't feel too alone over here. It's going to be easy to carve through these squids with Star-Lord around the back. Knutson looking for some targets right now, tracking Alex through the concealed leap. And now Tanuki around the back. Knutson has no means of defending themselves, so it's going to come down to someone else to do it. Meteor M is gathered and slammed down on top of Alex. No invisible boundary will be found here. In comes the large Giganto as well from among, picking up 2. The entirety of the strategist line has been decimated here from the side of Citadel, so now Vice have a significant advantage when it comes to their sustainability. Still, the dregs of Citadel are going to try and return to the point, including a teleport from Melio. An invisible boundary has been brought up, but I'm not entirely sure where it is. I can't actually see it on the point. I think that one may well have been a prank onto me. Ken's rolled forth once again. Oh, it was on Cloak and Dagger? Okay, I don't know what happened on the UI right there for Ken.
Citadel were just trying to do anything that they could to be able to get that point back. Like, potentially when you go for the portal, you open up with a blind so that you can try and find a pick onto one of the players from Vice through the invisible boundary if it does go down to an invisible mirror. Now, however, that was unfortunately not able to go through in time, so it is going to be back to the traditional composition as Lugia goes back to the traditional World Breaker Hulk and absolutely rolls Citadel. No invis woman, no invis boundary.
Went too far though. Was collapsed upon by 5 members of Citadel Gaming, and now they sense the opening. Down on that Vanguard to really put a bit more meat in the path of Citadel. They try to take the high ground away, force Missouri off of it, and now it's time for Enzo to try and get aggressive. Use a quick dash of momentum to get an angle onto this. Already grabs 1 with the mind control, but won't be able to find a second. And inside of the invisible boundary, the follow-up is too hard to achieve. Enzo looks towards the skies. He's the Rage of Ultron raining down on top of them, but once more, a combination of ultimates is shut down by a singular regeneration domain. Unbelievable value from Ken here, and now Tanuki up in the sky, taking flight all above. Knutson down inside of a subterranean cave. What a grab coming through from Lugia. That's why he's the GOAT, baby. Enzo gets his soul pulled from his body by the invisible woman, and this is going to force out a response here in the form of Baby Bat's Fate of Both Worlds. Lugia is still chasing after his Starlord. Can't allow that singular duelist to have free reign. He's been caught again. Lugia's going crazy.
Oh, Citadel, Ken was able to get the copy onto the Invis for a boundary, but Vice is still going to be in control of this point right now. Citadel trying to find anything that they can to turn the situation around. Enzo wanting to build up to that next Ionic Seduction, even getting to move forward and play aggressively off of the back of the regeneration domain, and it's enough. Alex picks Ken. Canute's Rage of Ultron has to come up absolutely huge here when Citadel don't have a regeneration domain to live it.
Duplicities change. Make sure the Canutin can't quite find the target among, waiting to lay down Giganto at the feet of their foes. But Polly's still cooking on the outside. In comes Giganto. Movement shut down, but it doesn't seem to have grabbed anything on the other side. So much safety for Tanuki inside of the invisible boundary, and Canutin bit off more than they could chew over here. Baby Bat now under assault. A blast of barrage to try and take her down. Quite the T-pose there from Tanuki, but it's not for dominance, as it's going to be Baby Bat continuing to survive, rolling around on the point. She's 25% away from the Fate of Both Worlds. If it could come up, it would be huge. An attempt to try and shut this one down from Polly. Works out the blast of barrage as well. Up on top of it, the backline of Vice scattered to the 4 winds. Tanuki still going to be riding on them here. An airbender who manages to bend all of this to his will, but not the Dark Maelstrom. Manages to get destroyed by the dark energies of Doctor Strange. Still, Vice don't have the players, they don't have the time, and they don't have the forgiveness. 1 round goes to Citadel.
Yeah, Loki might have fallen a little bit out of the meta in terms of overall, but he still finds niche value in things like the regeneration domain, just being able to fill the gaps when you don't have an ultimate and you're looking for that opportunity to build one up while still keeping your presence on the objective. It comes on through absolutely clutch, especially because they've got that Mantis team up too. So when we actually get to see, you know, Enzo move into the regeneration domain on the EMEA, he's getting damage boost off of the back of it, which lets him build up that stone extraction so much faster. And that's the thing that finally allows Citadel Gaming to come back into that fight without having to fully reset it and allow Vice to pick apart the pieces and potentially stop them getting the objective control.
Enzo and Captain America, I mean, may stick on it here, does have the kind of pseudo-strategist ultimate of a freedom charge ready to go, which could allow for a very aggressive play from Citadel at the beginning of the next fight.
Yeah, a lot of Captain Americas as well have used Freedom Charge against the Horned Proteus coming on through from the Namor. So that even when you're lying prone, you can at least still be getting a little bit of healing coming on back through, as we can actually see Knutson has moved off of the Iron Man now onto that Winter Soldier. So more CC, more potential of taking on Citadel Gaming's dive compositions with both the Venom and the Cap and now the Star-Lord.
The Tanuki cam is beautiful. And there's Enzo straight away moving forward with the freedom charge. Meant to reflect the tainted voltage, I believe. Tanuki has to dodge away as quick as possible, and Missouri can't catch them. A quick backflip here gives Citadel a momentary reprieve when it comes to the space. Vice might have to make a mad dash forward to try and keep this one contested. Lugia's already used their unbreakable barrier, and so they're gone. Reduced to atoms. No time for staggers this time around. Multiple squids will be carved on through by element guns. They're weak to lightning, don't you know? And grass damage too. Knutson rains down from above again and again and again. It's finally the old Winter Soldier we've been looking for returning. The invisible boundary stays aloft and Knutson's under massive pressure. The Vanguards can't allow for the survival of the Winter Soldier, and so Winter has come, and it has come quite destructively this time around. Tanuki perfectly waits out the invisible boundary, raining down on Baby Bat. Element guns continue to blast away. A dodge away from Lugia, refusing to be grabbed once again despite the aspirations of the Hulk. And Citadel have the cap.
Oh, in Citadel Gaming, they were able to actually find the point control at the beginning of that fight too. So Vice invested so many ultimates in and just let the fight go longer. And now Citadel Gaming, they don't really care about the fact that they're lacking ultimates because they've got dive and damage boost in the neutral. They're always going to be able to find a pick first when it comes to sheer brunt damage, which means that Vice have turned to Phoenix. Potentially the animation cancels, punishing how stacked Citadel Gaming's players have been in these dives. Might be able to find a stun setup into Gamma Monstro pick from among.
Holly's used their symbiotic resilience already. And so the soft dive may be the only option on the table, already trying to shut them down. I believe they're punched away there by a quick force physics coming through from the Invisible Woman. It's a long rotation for Vice.
Yeah, I was going to say, look at the amount of point percentage they're losing. They're not even getting all that much poke damage in either, which means they're not really accruing the ultimate charge that they're looking for. Big freeze comes out onto Polly, but Enzo's immediately in his position, absorbing that space, forcing out the Invis boundary. Citadel Gaming, that job is done. Now they get a free Galactic Legend.
Yeah, Invis boundary out around the outside can't be used to contest point at all. And guess who's arrived? Polly's here with a symbiotic resilience. Needs some peel for Baby Bat, but it's not going to be available. Missouri can't absorb the incoming fire. The Phoenix takes to the skies as 99% in favor of Citadel Gaming. But even the cosmic wrath of a Phoenix itself cannot break through this Citadel. Brick by brick, they were built up on this point, and brick by brick, they shall stay. A raid is a defensive wall. Citadel refused to buckle under the pressure.
Yeah, Citadel Gaming were just in the driver's seat from that first fight. Because when you're running dive compositions, you can rotate so quickly to not just meet your opponents, but also get into a better position for that first fight. They already had the point and objective behind them, which meant that everyone from Vice, if they wanted to go and contest that control, had to go through the team. Then when we saw Vice trying to take the high ground so that they had better angles for things like that Winter Soldier and that Namor, Citadel Gaming were able to live all of that pressure coming their way because they had a triple strategist lineup, one of which being Loki, which means regeneration domain, instantly covering the point and forcing Vice to have to drop down directly when Citadel Gaming have all of the ultimates to be able to see the fight through.
Yeah, think about the invisible boundary being a static emplacement. This is if it gets put down off the point and you can't really use it to build up any pressure when it comes to that objective flipping, it's so easy to just disengage away, especially with such a fast complex Citadel we're holding.
Yeah, and I mean, here as well, you can see Citadel just not giving Vice any opportunity of space. They know that they've got all of the ultimate combos. If it goes down to a brawl fight and it's 6 versus 6, potentially Vice have the damage to be able to burst through the triple strategist line, as they have things like the Horn Proteus to be able to pair up with the Luna's Fate of both worlds for that damage boost. Something that Citadel do not want to allow coming because they have a lot of mobility, a lot of fast rotation potential, but not a lot of great potential when it comes to sustaining an out-and-out brawl fight. They have to weave their positions in and out, one person picking up an absence of presence when everyone else has to try and rotate and disengage away. Something that we saw them doing not just on the objective, but also to be able to keep up pressure onto Vice's players with the Vanguard lines, swapping and trading their positions. When the Venom is going in, the Captain America's looking to trade his place the second that the Venom gets low and has to get out.
Yeah, the Star-Lord has enough evasiveness to take some emergency triage duties on that contesting point if need be as well, especially using the Stellar Shifts, those quick iframes when everyone starts to turn their attention towards the Star-Lord. And Star-Lord really has become kind of a new vogue for our Season 4 here. Being able to get the damage boost means they can be kind of pluripotent as both a Vanguard Buster and a backline assassin. We'll see if Vice have an answer for it after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up with this and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
The action's only just begun, gamers. One map out of 4 best of 5s has been played, but Citadel are already showing us just why they are one of the favorites.
I mean, that first round was actually very, very close. It could have gone either ways. The second round, though, Not so much. I think if Vice had been able to build that invisible boundary just a little bit faster to have it to be able to catch that Winter Soldier when he goes for Kraken impacts, when we see all of those ultimates being dumped, maybe they're able to win the long term, especially if they drop it onto point itself too, so that you force everyone from the Citadel onto either going into the slow and getting absolutely rolled by the Winter Soldier, or being zoned off of the objective and finally allowing Vice to go for the cap. Because the problem for them afterwards was that they just were never able to out-rotate Citadel. Their entire team wrapped all the way around the point rather than splitting and one person going into it. So even though when they rotated, they weren't in a position where Citadel would easily be able to access them for a dive, the second that they actually showed up in one of those chokes, there was nothing preventing Citadel from just having 6 players all looking at them. As we head into a map that we don't really get to see all that much of. Whenever we've gone to Convoy, it tends to actually be either Yggdrasil, or if you're worried about Jeff strategies, Midtown. Spider Islands is one of the best maps when it comes to things like that, Jeff. And Mantis being the insta-ban leads me to feel like we're probably going to be seeing a Landchuck show up in either a ban or a save real soon.
I mean, Citadel Gaming, they certainly would be looking for a save here. I don't know if they're going to prioritize maybe matching Adam. Might see a Jeff ban straight away into a one-sided Jeff, potentially. While it's Jeff does have a huge amount of value here from the amount of environmental hazards that are around on Spider Islands, it can be a little bit less linear in terms of where fights take place, so you can get a little bit less value out of a Joyful Splash compared to a map like, say, Symbiotic Surface, where they tend to be quite linear fights where you can get a lot of cleave. Going to be EMEA who's prioritized here.
Yeah, Citadel Gaming really setting themselves up to have a very strong defense, but a really strong attack too. If Vice try and go for a triple Vanguard, hold on the objective itself, having the EMEA being able to just shut the Vanguards down, as well as kick them deeper into the enemy team so that the other strategists can't receive LOS to heal them, would be a very big problem, as Jeff is still going to be receiving those bans, as Vice prioritized going for the Adam to have a triple strategist line, as well as the comic revival fights. Citadel going for the priority on the EMEA to have a better Vanguard line, means that the Landshark is left vulnerable for both.
Definitely a world where we see Doctor Strange bands come out here as well to try and shut down the Pentagram of Ferala. This was the map where we first saw like the Pep style hold, the 3 fights on the defensive first to try and drain the time back as much as possible off the back of holding it spawn with Vanguards, TPing back with Vanguards, and then walking back shamefully with some Vanguards. Invisible Woman is going to be the last to go here, struck from the ledger of Citadel Gaming as Vice are going to get their last protect.
Citadel Gaming got Ultron though. They saved it. Vice don't have the opportunity to ban it, so they're going to be removing the Invis Woman, which means their dives are going to be stronger because they don't have to worry about CC, but you can't dive an Ultron. And you also have to worry about Citadel Gaming having Ultron advantage when it comes to being able to give their flyers what they want. If it's going to be a Star-Lord, if it's going to be a Human Torch, even if it's going to be a Phoenix, they're going to be able to have so much better pocket, especially because they've been able to guarantee that it's one-sided.
Okay, going to be Citadel Gaming defending first as we head over to the Spider Islands, but the sky is going to be difficult to contest here. We know that Knudsen likes to play a little bit of the Iron Man, but I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing it too often here at the beginning of Spider Islands. Instead, like to see the Storm alongside the Moon Knight for a damage boost and the quick hands of Khonshu, and Knudsen certainly knows how to throw hands on the Moon Knight.
Yeah, we saw a Groot as well, but Wolverine has not been targeted, which means that we're likely going to be seeing that one come through from Citadel's side, as Groot is still one of the most vulnerable Vanguards into that duelist. Groot's going to be strong, though, because you're going to have Strangling Prison having really good synergy with things like the Hunt of Khonshu coming through from that Moon Knight, as well as being able to use those walls to block LOS and try and find some isolations on targets, given the fact that they've got one-sided invisible.
Yeah, the one-sided Invis Woman does mean that we do have that uneven kind of Wolverine counter from the Force Physics, which really could change the calculus of how something like Groot gets played, or even Magneto in some cases. Straight away, oh, we have the Rocket Raccoon here as well, so there's going to be a Battle Recall Beacon available for Ken should one member of Citadel Gaming fall early.
Yeah, it's going to be full triple strategist, triple Vanguard. So Citadel Gaming not even going to be putting one duelist onto the table to try and pocket it. As we can see Tanuki up in that sky, getting the full pocket coming in through from that Luna. Going to be putting a lot of pressure onto both Among, but also scouting Lugia to make his Vanguards have an easier time.
Oh, Melio taking a bunch of damage here, has to raise up the Iron Curtain to try and draw away some of this. A quick isolation onto Enzo, usage of the Ironwood Wall from Missouri. And you can see that Force Physics now coming in to try and pull Polly into a more dangerous position. But Symbiotic Resilience is just in time, and the Hand of Khonshu gets dropped. More hands thrown. Citadel Gaming are ceding away space here, so they are going to have to come back in, using the Rage of Ultron, laying down the damage. Mid-air strikes here onto the Storm are not really going to be too viable, and so instead prioritizes the backline. Ken is down, and Baby Bat's going to have to flee away on the ice skates. I think that one might be over for Venom. There he goes.
I mean, he'll be back really quickly, though. Venom does roll back into this fight very fast. Knuten's now going to actually go over to that Punisher, so he's going to be getting full damage boost from the Storm, as well as being able to melt through things like the Vanguards and provide hit scan opportunity against the Ultron. Out comes Triangling Prison. Citadel Gaming going to try and live the consequences off of it, coming in through with the Rocket Seer, as Among goes for the Hurricane to catch onto the back line just in time. Fade of both towards Prox Malix, though.
It's a big commit coming through from the side of Citadel Gaming. They're throwing everything into this fight, knowing that they may well swap their entire composition in the aftermath. And so Enzo's going to pull the trigger as well. Is that 6 mind controls I see on my screen right now? Oh my goodness. Vice are all caught looking at the pretty lady. And that means that a follow-up's easy for Tanuki around the outside. Enzo coming up close and personal. Ironwood Wall keeps them in a tight position. But Missouri's too far gone. Tanuki's dropping emotes up in the sky. The swagger's off the charts. The Citadel rebuffed the assault.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be dropping Rage of Ultron soon into this next fight. Either try and survive the consequences of Strangling Prison, or potentially catch where Lugia is going to be using this last stand. You're CC immune against that Wolverine ultimate when you're in your Ultron state, and you can use it in case some of your Vanguards get caught. Melio's got the Meteor Ram too to try and absorb Knuten when he builds up this Galactic Legend to try and finally take out the Ultron.
Knuten already falling low, having to return to the loving arms of the strategist. Polly barely even managed to survive a second. Well,
back though. BRB.
Oh, the BRB. Yep. The sins are forgiven, and the walls have been raised. Disengagement here from Melio needs to be rather too sweet as Tanuki forces out the invisible boundary using just the Rage of Ultron. Melio taken out in midair by Lugia with the final stand. That's one way to shut down a Meteor M I have never seen before. Among just, he's ulting his ghosts. The voices told him to ult, and the voices were a bit duplicitous as Among has been taken into the back rooms and beamed down by Emma. Enzo gonna reset.
Yeah, here comes the portal. Citadel, though, not going to be teleporting onto the objective, going to be teleporting onto that high ground, as they don't want to go directly into the Strangling Prison combined with that blind. As you can see, Baby Bat was already in cloak form looking in case Citadel did try and go for that play. Out comes Psionic Seduction, which is how they were able to go for the high ground, because they've got the Emerald ultimate to get all the space back. Baby Bat dodges it and provides healing with the CC immunity of Eternal Bond, but Ken gets the damage boost, the Feast of the Abyss, which means that Vice have to worry about a pit coming through from that Venom.
Cosmic Yarn Amplifier didn't stay up for long. Mid-air duel here with Knuten. Tanuki doing their best to dodge around. Has the Lunar Flake, of course, for additional healing coming in, as they can't really heal themselves too easily. Quick flick up here from Polly, and slams back on down. Focused fire onto Missouri as the Lumberjacks chop down the tree. A Feral Leap goes astray from the Wolverine, and their rage will be abated for a second longer as the back line now feels the ire of Polly, getting in closer into invisibility. Still, they can smell Ken no matter where they are, tracking down the Invisible Woman. A last-second recontest coming through from Baby Bat. This means that Missouri has to make the swap over onto the Loki. A quick usage of a regeneration domain, and it seems like Enzo was stunned somehow out of the ultimate they were channeling. A BRB brings them back. Lugia was responsible for that one. There's still a couple of ultimates in the back pocket here for Vice if they want to try and use that Feral Leap. Oh, the last stand can't get to the point, though. It's Polly popping off on the Venom.
Yeah, Vice tried the same magic coming through with the Midtown third hold. Strange portal with Loki regeneration domain, so you don't have to worry about the ultimate economy. Can cheese overall sustainability up against Citadel Gaming's pick potential abilities with the regen domain. It's not to be, though. It gets burnt out. Both the Rage of Ultron being able to deal with that one as well. Keep up Citadel Gaming's health buzz when it comes to that brawl. Now we got to see another full hold on Convoy. Is it going to be a fuller hold, though? Because Vice prioritized the Adams save for this specific reason. They are going to be incredibly hard for Citadel Gaming to ice from a position within the first fight with things like the Loki regeneration domain and the Soulbind to give them first fight advantage.
The Ken's living his best life right now. Has anybody casualty one time, taking just over 1,000 damage? Just on cloud 9, having the easiest game of his life.
To be fair, they didn't really get the opportunity to go for the backline. When Vice tried to go for hits on the backline, it was normally off of opportunity brought on from Storm ultimate so that you don't have to get past the bouncer check. That was Citadel Gaming's entire Vanguard line plus Ultron up in the air.
All right, going to be action right at the doors here, no doubt. It's going to be a close hold from Vice. 3-3, including a Karmic Revival from Knuten, which is really going to change the calculus of how these things work. Already trying to hunt down the Adam Warlock and force out the Cocoon as early as possible.
Not just that, but Adam is the hit scan. So Adam is actually the main thing that deals with Tanuki on that torch, which means that if the Adam doesn't get the opportunity to look at the torch absolutely melts the Adam Warlock that's already self-Cocoon forced.
Oh, now Melo's just going to be untouchable in the back. No hit scan, no levitation for the Doctor Strange. Tanuki getting up close and personal, dropping some hot spots on the floor. And, well, the elements, we know how that works. Fire versus the grass type, it never works out well. Tanuki rips them through. And there's no disengagement on the point either, as you see that Enzo has just barricaded the door.
Oh, it was the last pick on Strange too. Harry, that's awful. Vice aren't going to be able to go for a fast Strange teleport back into this fight. They have to wait for their Strange to come back through, which means that they're not getting to build up ultimate charge into this next fight either. Citadel Gaming going to have such an advantage. Vice teleport onto the high ground, trying to put more pressure onto Tanuki and Melio's angles. But Polly with that Feast of the Abyss can have so much aggression with the sustainability it provides.
Oh, with the Pyro Prison though, this is such inhospitable terrain, and the Supernova's already good to go. What can you try and force out already? You don't even need to force anything. Just going in raw. No means of trying to stop the damage. The Rage of Ultron and the Supernova in quick succession. Another pair of emotes from Tanuki. Is that a Soul Bond?
And copied Knuten.
A spin to win. The 360 mind control. Citadel Gaming knew it was uncontestable, and so dropped a little bit of swagger, put some sauce on it for those of us in the audience.
Yeah, that is the worry when you get one-sided Ultron for the draft. That means that you can play Torch. And then you just have to look at the one thing on the enemy team that's going to be hit scan and potentially stopping that Torch if we're sitting in a poke versus poke fight, given the fact that the attackers have to walk out of spawn into space that the defenders already hold. So they should always be able to pre-fire into the flyers, which is why Polly on that Venom when an absolutely unseated Knuten on the angle that the Adam was holding, so that when he's trying to run away and disengage to live the Venom's aggression, he doesn't get the opportunity to look up, and Citadel were able to unleash the Pocket Flyers.
Yeah, when the Pocket Flyers come out, that's when you're really missing Oligato Orthamo, who's such a talented hit scan player on that Hela as well as on the Phoenix as well. But for Citadel, it's just so scary for other teams to see that Polly has this Venom available now, because Polly was a menace on the Captain America, but Envy kind of solved it at Guangzhou, right? They started banning the Captain America, and then Citadel ended up floundering when Polly's hero pool was reduced. But having learned this Venom, maybe taking a couple of lessons from Enzo, who used to be their Venom player, it really has made this roster incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, and then Citadel there in that last fight also identifying, because that was the Strange Portal fight, if they literally just found every single ultimate connection onto every player from Vice, they wouldn't have to worry about another fight, because they didn't even go all the way through on first when they pushed on their attacking round. You can just clear the board and win. There's no way that they're going to be able to come back into that fight, which is why we saw things like Ken use the God of Mischief as a celebratory Karmic Revival cast on the objective as it hits that finish line, and Citadel hit match point.
Another kingdom added to the domains of Loki. And you know what? Like, sometimes you just identify those win conditions and you act on them. However, there needs to be some action coming through from Vice. They want to stay alive in the upper bracket. We'll see if they can do it after this break. It's time to lock in or be locked out for Vice here, down 2-0 up against Citadel, who have made a substitution, Marks.
Yes, Citadel are going to be taking Tanuki out and putting Pokey in, so we're going to actually be getting the Pokey Melio duelist lineup coming on through, which I really want to see what compositions they want to run alongside this. This could be a triple strategist, one duelist pocket angle, or potentially a 2-2-2 composition, where we get to see things like double hit scan.
Yeah, and it is going to be. I don't know if they pick substitution before they know what the map is. I assume they substitute after they know what the map chosen is going to be coming through. I believe Convergence it has to be now, given that we've already played Convoy, we've already played Domination. Maybe we're going to something like I don't think we go to Central Park. Because unless Melio was going to play Human Torch, I don't think you'd sub out Tanuki for Central Park.
No. Maybe Hall of Dejalia coming on for if you want to go for a single duelist lineup coming out, as we've seen them play a lot of Hulk Namor when it comes to Citadel, just being able to really quickly take out that first place point control with just brute forcing the defenders all the way into Garage, so that you get 2 free ticks and then can just control the fight for the third.
Yeah, just being able to control that fight is so important when it comes to like being able to set the terms of engagement. And that's exactly what we saw on like Celestial Husk, right? Being able to always have control as this fast-paced dive team of where the fight was going to happen and when it was going to happen. Vice really had trouble seizing the initiative.
I'm pretty sure I just hit Central Park.
Could be. The music quickly dissipated. It was just a quick preview. How much can you get from 1 second of audio?
I mean, I heard Gothic and I heard Choir. I was right. It is Central Park ramping on up. And now I'm very intrigued to see what Citadel Gaming are wanting to play. Because like you said, going to Central Park and taking Tanuki out, who is your go-to Human Torch player, there's gonna be some interesting compositions. That or Citadel Gaming might be just wanting to see how the communication goes between Melio and Pokey, as Vice are going to be managing to guarantee themselves Ultron this time around, so that if they do want to go for a flyer pocket, they're going to be able to match up against Citadel.
All right, Bance is taken away from both sides. Citadel can go for the one-sided Jeff if they so desire, and we have seen a lot of Jeff come out in pro play on this map in particular. However, they're going to opt out. The danger still remains that it's going to need to be banned here by Vice, but Luna has been prioritized to allow for potentially a 2-2-2.
Yeah, Jeff becomes a little bit weaker into the Ultron, being able to come and through the CC immunity of Rage of Ultron, plus being able to scout out where that dive is going to be coming on through. You do have to worry, though, about Jeff's primary if you're an Ultron, though Central Park, with the amount of terrain that's available for flyers to just be able to cover their hitboxes from, does provide a little bit of respite from all of that continuous spam coming your way, as Vice are going to be managing to ban out the Ultron from Citadel Gaming. As Citadel remove the Atom, something that Vice has long prioritized. Traditionally, when we see them on places like Convoy, they go for the immediate save on the Atom. So they've moved away from that for the Ultron, and Citadel see an opportunity and take it.
All right, next Protect coming through. Once again, we're prioritizing the EMEA. This is definitely something that's going to be noted by the backrooms of teams that may go up against Citadel Gaming. This priority of EMEA at the moment really allowing for Enzo to win out in some of these Vanguard duels, because Carbon Crush is just so powerful. Yeah,
not just that, but Psionic Seduction. Every single time Citadel Gaming have tried to play into a retake, or they were able to find an early pick or a late pick onto Vice, they wanted to continue applying that pressure. They did it off of the back of Psionic Seduction. We saw it on Spider Islands. We saw it on Celestial Husk. So you can see it's one of their comfort ways of opening up a lot of these fights, and Vice are actually going to make sure that it's not one-sided EMEA, as they save the EMEA Frost themselves.
Yep, EMEA duel this time around. Not willing to let it be potentially unmirrored. So last ban comes through from the side of Citadel. They're going to remove the Human Torch. So Vice not going to have any options up in the air. Although it is a necessary ban, given that Ultron was available for Vice and it couldn't be mirrored.
Okay, how do we want to take this approach of Melio currently teasing the blade?
Could be real.
Do you know what? They're on defense. We'll wait and see whether or not it sticks around when they actually come out of spawn to see whether or not they're going to be running it. As Pokey over towards that Hella, so hit scan. Citadel Gaming might actually be trying to deal with flyer comps off of just pressure from the Hella alone. Although, as we've already seen, there is going to be an Ultron up into that sky. So the Hella is going to be taking a little bit of poke if she's on rotation as opposed to already established in that space.
Yeah, the poke you take, like, you expend your health resources, right, to try and claim that space as a Vanguard. You've got to be careful not to give over too much, or you have to seed away that space all over again and go for another cycle with your strategist. And, well, you have to be healed up if you take too much of that poke while you're making your rotation. Sometimes the duelists are going to fall through the cracks. Knudsen currently hovering around on the Iron Man. Could be
I mean, it is a comfort coming on through from Vice if they want to go for it, and they also were able to get that Ultron through. Hey, there we go. Melio is not on the blade. He's going to be on the Phoenix instead. So we're likely, even though there's no damage boost from the Mantis, going to get to see Unsung Inferno matched up with the Feast of the Abyss coming on through from Polly. The Citadel are going to go for a close hold, made that a literal hold, as that is a big carbon crush from Enzo into Soul Drainer from Pokey to guarantee that they get those earlier limbs onto Vice.
Actual attempted mugging on the streets of New York. And Pokey and Melee are playing this double hit scan. It's going to be an absolute shooting gallery. Looking like my ranked games over here.
They have such a good crossfire as well, which is really unfortunate for Vice to have to deal with, because to give this Iron Man an Ultron space, ideally they could have gone all the way around the backside of the point. Though with how close Citadel Gaming are actually holding, they're going to be able to prevent Knudsen from taking that rotation.
Yeah, Knudsen's getting thoroughly taxed no matter where they go, but having that consistent drone pressure coming through from Among is really going to be a changer. The piercing knight in towards the back, a couple of explosions, backed up by Polly, but now Knudsen can be rounded upon. And Pokey already having to disengage here. This actually makes sense as to why they subbed out Tanuki. Pokey's definitely the premier hit scan player, in my opinion, on this squad. Knudsen catches a headshot and has to flee away.
Yeah, but Ken on this Invis woman is getting worked on with the Guardian Shields, given the fact that you can't do headshot damage into them. So there's a little bit of a cushion there for Knudsen, although if it's there for Knudsen, it's not there for the rest of the team. So many resources are going into this Iron Man. Citadel Gaming just see a weakness in an absence of protection for the backline and walk forward.
My goodness. Seeing a little bit of Hella rising up once again makes me worried for the future of, you know, potential team-ups that might come on through with the Namor. As we know, Tanuki is a pretty good Namor player in their own right, so too is Melia.
Well, speaking of the Namor, you've summoned it from the depths. Vice are going to be moving on over to the Hulk, to that Namor. A little bit more sustainability as well as mobility on that Vanguard to be able to try and jump into those angles and clear out all of Citadel Gaming's presence before the rest of the team walk forward.
Yeah, rocking up on Pokey and Melio here, though, as a Hulk is going to be a difficult task. In comes for Soul Drain around the back. Oh, the best melee DPS in the game has arrived. Here comes my duelist, blowing up the back line as Enzo tries to grab players in. Great Unbreakable Guard coming through from the Hulk. Lugia going to make their best off the back of the space made by their own. Oh, hello. Up close and personal, Melio. 2 sparks are detonated, and Baby Bat and Knudsen are sent back to the drawing board off the back of the end song Inferno, the last song that they heard. Ken has nowhere to go. Already the invisible leap has been used, the corrosion has set in, and the flesh begins to deteriorate under the pressure laid down by Venom. Anger sustains Lugia, but unfortunately Anger's just going to be fueling the ultimate banks of the Citadel.
Oh no, I don't know if he's even going to be able to escape. Polly just continues going in, takes a little bit too much damage this time around though, and will fall. Citadel Gaming now without that Venom to be able to prevent Vice from having to turn around, deal with it, and give an opening for Pokey and Melio, having to play a little bit further back, more safely towards that objective while they wait for all of their full regroup, and that means that Knudsen can finally free fire. Kraken Impact finds the reset onto the Loki's doppelganger, which means he gets another extension of that window, but Polly comes back on proof the corrosive tether and is going to be able to slow everybody from Vice down.
Oh, there's the culling aura triggered once again. Another reset for the GOAT. Knudsen drags on in a couple of players. Looking for a target here. Is going to have to settle. Oh, I think they may well have missed Enzo. So there's no reset opportunity. Vice had their opening, but the door is being shut rather quickly. And Enzo wants to be the one who shuts it. Rolls in onto Baby Bat. The Guardian Shield is good. And Ken manages to avoid all of the incoming damage as they leap across the doorway. In comes the Monstro. Giganto strikes the ground as Melio comes in from above and really really lowers the health pool of Vice. Still, Baby Bat has an option to move on forward. Ken with a double. How does he get it done? The magic missiles out of a scepter of deception. It's a duplicitous angle coming through from a Loki, but sometimes all you need is a good lie and a smile to get in the back door. And Vice, they certainly have found their back door kicked in by Citadel.
How does he do it? Well, he capitalizes on the opening of a damage boosted Feast of the Abyss, getting everybody from Vice low enough. Citadel Gaming showing the combination so many times. We got to see Ensong Inferno, Feast of the Abyss, and Fate of Both Worlds all put into Vice because they had so much pick potential off of the crossfire and the neutral of both the Hela and that Phoenix, with probably getting so much work done. Going in, distracting Vice, forcing them to have to look at the Venom, in turn freeing up the Phoenix and the Hela to free fire in without a single care in the world, meant that Vice barely got 2 fights on the objective their entire attacking round.
Yeah, it really felt like they just could not find a fight. Always was losing someone to those long-range hit scans, double hit scan. Like, it hasn't been the most popular meta throughout. Feels like maybe we saw a touch of it in very early Marvel Rivals in the Alpha tournaments when Hela was giga busted.
Yeah. It's because it's vulnerable to being dove upon.
Yeah.
But the thing is that Citadel Gaming, they saw that the Ultron was left up, so they knew that Vice were likely going to be using that Ultron to pocket something. And Knuten has gone on paper multiple times to play that Iron Man as a comfort pick, which means that for Citadel, they know that they're not going to get dove upon by something like a Psylocke, which could have been able to pressure the hell out of that place before Vice wanted to walk up into that spacing. Now, though, we're seeing something entirely different, as it is going to be the Penny, but Citadel Gaming, well, they're going to be able to portal directly past it, and they're already fully behind the mines.
Okay, Ken and Enzo on the Black Panther and the Magic. Citadel are having a little bit of fun with it right now. We're like, oh, wait, that's a Penny. What do, actually?
I think Tanuki's having, like, a Ratatouille moment in the PC.
Why does he get to play Black Panther?
Ken's going in, taking as much pressure as he possibly can, trying to force the attention to have to turn around and peel him at the moment that Pokey tries to move on forward with the Wolverine's passive kicking in. And they are slowly starting to bleed the numbers from Vice's team. They've already found 1 perma elimination without having to worry about the POP, but Ken, well, he's got to worry about Knuten and the Winter Soldier.
Okay, probably a little bit too far gone there. Baby Bat shows them who the superior invisible woman is, and Knuten has to get out of dodge real quick because Millie was still very scary on the Punisher.
Enzo's still on the Magic. Everyone else from Citadel have swapped over to their normal heroes, but Enzo is so far behind them that he still hasn't had that opportunity. He's just going to mug the backline if someone goes low enough.
Everybody gangster till the controller Magic player shows up. Magic on the sticks. Pokey sends in a piercing knight. That should do good damage towards the Penny mines, and here we go. Pokey finally finding the angle to try and remove some of this territory control, but so easily given over. Melio at range does disengage into a couple of mines, but the healing's going to be good. Pokey takes down Ken. Oh, the most valuable pick you could have found here as a Hela. Nice bird away, goes up the spiral staircase the wrong way, and Knuten once more. It's Ken in mid-air. Bro, Loki may have got a nerf, but no one told Ken about it. Still the GOAT on the God of Duplicity. Into the invisible boundary goes Melio. Maybe a poorly designed engage if ever I've seen one. And Citadel once more are going to have a quick reset.
Still, they only need 1 tick. They are just going to be able to bank up these ultimates. They have to worry about the Penny mines, though, before they can try and move in to make a play off of the back of it. Enzo trying to do everything he can. Takes a little bit of damage, keeps up the charge on that Emma, waiting for his opportunity, buys the space for his Venom to move in, and now we get to see the final judgment, pocketing with the Punisher and moving on forward to destroy the nests.
Real danger given over here. A critical strike, an alpha strike potentially as Melio takes Elo. A turnaround maybe from the Wolverine. Pokey says absolutely not. From on high, rains down the mortars. Among is taken down. Pokey disengages over to the regeneration domains of the Loki. Help, brother. I need some aid in the back. And it's going to be a Feast of the Abyss, not really getting too much. Polly didn't have too good a setup here. Among opening up the portal. This might be in front of a turret of the Punisher. Indeed, it is. It blocked off the sight line, but it didn't block off the cap. Vice can't get it done as the first tick falls the way of Citadel.
Citadel being able to find that 33.33% that they need, just one singular tick to be able to build up those ultimates and fully brute force their way through. Is Ken, like you said, Loki might have been nerfed, but Ken is more than enough to be able to come on through with that MVP, going to show that Loki still has a place, even if it is not quite as high as we used to see him in stage 1. 13,000 healing, but look at the damage that he was able to do. 6,951 going down a single one time.
I will be rolling into the replays later in the Marvel Rivals client to grab the Enzo Magic stats. That's going to be very important to show off later on in the winners bracket in case it comes out again. We're all very
Look at that
afraid
combo.
of the Enzo.
Nothing is living that. I mean, Ken's able to dodge it off of the double jump coming on through from the invis, but Song Inferno, Fate of the Abyss, Feast of the Abyss, and Fate of Both Worlds all coming on through stacked to make sure that Citadel were able to stop Vice from picking up any sort of presence with that invis boundary.
Yeah, that was just too brutal to try and survive. It was great seeing Pokey back on the Hela as well. Despite seeing most of their competitive success on the Psylocke, I remember the Royal Beamers years for Pokey and Polly on the, I believe they were playing Group Hela at the time. It was a different meta, it was a different time. It was a more innocent time. But Pokey's always been nasty on the Hela and really showing off the hit scan prowess with depth of this roster that Citadel have.
Yeah, I mean, for Citadel, they knew, since it was literally just one ticker point percentage, there was like Vice had to hold on the objective, which is why we saw just the fortification. It was a siege. Central Park had an entire siege go out on that objective, and instead of a moat, you relied on the penny mines. However, Strange Portal lets you just dodge away all of that. They survived the first test as there was a little bit of tomfoolery, shall we say, with the hero picks coming on through from Citadel's side when that portal came through. But from there, it was just a matter of building up those ultimates. Final Judgment, the fact that no one from Vice was able to fully disengage off of the point in the face of it because they would lose off of tick percentage alone, meant that they had to hold their ground and hope that they had enough sustainability to live it. But that's just never going to happen when you have that much of a pocket coming on through for the Luna.
Yeah, it was a bit of a ticking time bomb, as you said. Like, they identified, okay, maybe our silliness is going to get a little bit counted out here, but if we can have the countdown to Doomsday with a damage-boosted Final Judgment, like, what are they going to do? Come and fight us? We have guns, lol. What are they going to do? Shoot me? And turns out they did. The Penny does struggle against the gun havers in this game, although it was a great prediction for going up against the Magic Black Panther and managed to shut down Ken and Enzo quite succinctly.
Yeah, but Pokey on that Hela with the long range, being able to pick up both the Rocket 2 to stop the BRB from coming through at the times that Vice needed it, while also being able to build up the Goddess of Death and play it above the point to put pressure onto things like the Penny Nest without your Punisher having to run directly over it.
Okay, as usual, we're bringing in the roller man himself. We've got Enzo on the line for a quick interview. Congratulations on the win, buddy, and tell me, what's the deal with the Magic?
I don't know. We tried something. I wasn't really safe on the character. I mean, recently I've been playing a few new characters. I just like first time them kinda. I played Cap because basically I died really early and I had to retouch, so I went Cap, and suddenly I got my ultimate, so I was stuck on Cap, and I didn't die, and I got another ultimate, so I was still stuck on the character. Same thing for Wolverine. I played a lot of Wolverine recently. And today I say, okay, let's try some magic, but I did some practice on this one. I'm not really good at it right now.
So what was the comms like when you on your first attacking composition came out with both a Black Panther and a Magic, and then they had Penny and Rocket?
I heard the mine from Penny, I'm like, I might need to swap really soon, guys. It's not looking good. And I wasted like 5 minutes trying to break the mines, like the res beacon, because there was the mines, like because of the team up. I don't know. There's not much to explain. It was kind of embarrassing, can't lie.
Yeah, like, that was a lot of countering for Enzo. Everyone's scared of the Enzo Magic, of course. Do you think you'll bring out the Enzo Magic against a team like Na'Vi, who you might face in the upper bracket?
They might not see my Magic, but I think they're gonna see my Wolverine probably pretty soon. It's coming.
We've been seeing a lot of dive compositions coming on through, and you guys have actually been running 2-2-2 dive compositions. Do you think the meta is at a point where we can actually see full dive compositions, or do you feel like if you went up against a team like VP or Na'Vi and you tried to run the 2-2-2, it wouldn't find as much success?
I think we can play this game against anyone. It's I think it's hard, but it's just us. Like, it's what we like to play. It's what we are good at. We're really good at like making chaos in the map. So I wouldn't be afraid of playing this against them.
All right, great to hear. Congratulations on the win, Enzo. We'll let you go so you can watch the remainder of the games and keep grinding that magic, bro. I expect to see a bit more.
Thank you, guys. Hope to see you soon.
That was Enzo, Roller God from Citadel. I mean, can you believe we've got 2 controller vanguards in our pool here for EMEA and DRP and Enzo. We're both so good. Let's have a quick look at how the bracket stands now, Mox, after that first match is completed.
Yeah, now we get to see Citadel going on for continuing in the upper bracket, waiting to see who exactly they're going to be going head-to-head with, as we get to find that out after our second game of the day, Na'Vi or Insomnia, as Vice are going to be waiting to hear who they're going to be headed off against too. I feel like Na'Vi is definitely the favorite headed into this one, but given the fact that they did get dealt a loss by Vertus Pro in the group stages, there was weakness, and potentially Insomnia have been scouting and looking to replicate that.
All right, let's drop on in and see what's available in the store very shortly. I believe a Hellfire Protocol is good to go. Or maybe not. Which one is our marketing asset today? It's the Grim Lady. My bad. The Grim Lady is available in the store right now if you happen to be... Actually, we just saw Pokey playing it on Central Park. Thank you, Pokey. That's our corpo Pokey. The Grim Lady is good to go. If you want to look as good as Pokey does on the Hella and have potentially as good an aim as Pokey does on the Hella, then roll on in to the store and pick up the Grim Lady, now available for Hella.
I feel like we should add a disclaimer, though, that equipping the Grim Lady on the Hella is not going to guarantee you the same level of accuracy as Pokey, nor is it going to guarantee you the same win rate with Hella as Pokey. But we'll get to see who is going to be winning this next matchup in just a little bit. Is it going to be Na'Vi? Is it going to be Insomnia? We'll find out after this short break.
we've seen full dive, we've seen double hit scan, but now we're going to see a reigning world champion. Na'Vi, this roster, the majority of it won over in Guangzhou at our mid-season finals, and the unlucky draw of going up against them in the first round of playoffs goes to Insomnia.gg.
Yeah, I'm sure Insomnia aren't too happy about the fact that they had to go head-to-head against Na'Vi, given that Na'Vi lost against Vertus on the last day of group stages. And I'm sure Na'Vi aren't too happy that they took a loss on the last day of group stages either. So coming into today, they're definitely going to be looking to lay a statement down and show that they're not just going to roll over in these playoff methods.
Yeah, when it comes to those internal power rankings, it definitely seemed like Cinder were unhappy that Na'Vi lost. Like, what do you mean we got Na'Vi on our side of a bracket? What? That's not right. But VP, they did pull out an absolute surprise victory against them with some great drafting and a really good understanding of the meta. On Insomnia's side, like, I think they definitely have a good understanding as well. But let's zoom in on Na'Vi's roster to show just why these guys are as strong as they are. And really, you've got to look in, for me, towards this backline. Fate and Level 1 Crook are incredibly flexible and can really bring out anything at any time. It feels like Fate is the premier Jeff player in the entire world, necessitating a ban slot be used against Jeff when you're playing against Na'Vi.
Yeah, Level 1 Crook, and trust me as well, like the synergy of those two players in terms of the calls that Na'Vi is able to make for rotations, fight planning, ult tracking. We always get to see Na'Vi really innovating the meta, coming on through with new compositions or potentially new ways of playing compositions that everybody else has plays. I'm sure everyone remembers Loki Dive coming on through. Yeah, that was Level 1 Crook, and he's always been that Mantis player too. So there's even more of a reason when you're going up against Na'Vi to try and ban out the Mantis. But if you ban out the Mantis, you leave the Jeff up for grabs too. So whichever way you turn, rock, hard place, Na'Vi directly in the middle.
Yeah, there's no correct bans against Na'Vi, but let's look at who's going to be trying to figure them out on the other side. Insomnia is ready to go. And this is a team where I like to focus in on the Vanguards. Forever and Pasuo have so much synergy, and these guys have been pulling out very different looks across multiple metas, and I think always being one of the top duos that we've seen. It really does harken back to other hero shooter eras where we had like iconic tank duos previously who were able to work off each other so well. Pasuo and Forever definitely up there as a two-piece.
Yeah, Pasu were more known for the Captain America back in Stage 1, like Polly has since moved over to the Venom. Someone that I want to highlight as well is Twitzy, who used to play for Q-Mystery back in their MRC team days coming on through, because they were predominantly a Psylocke and a Torch player, though as of recent, we've actually seen Insomnia starting to put him more on Star-Lord, in case things like the Ultron or flyers like Human Torch are able to make it through the ban draft. So I feel like Insomnia will be able to dodge one of the problems that Vertus Pro had when they first went up against Na'Vi, which was trying to put fire on the Human Torch when things like Star-Lord and Jeff were still in play.
Yeah, the Human Torch has been encountering some issues with the combination of Jeff and Human Torch, like, or Star-Lord rather. Like the Aqua Burst from the Jeff, players have been getting very good with that, and it has a grounding effect on it, which is underrated when you're going up against flyers. If you could just pull them down to the earth and give a lot of their evasive capacity away, like the follow-up is super easy from both your Vanguards and from an on-demand hit scan like the Star-Lord.
Yeah, I think Insomnia are definitely worried about the dive comp, though. We've seen them really struggle. A lot of teams, actually, on their days of group stages, struggled against the incredibly aggressive dive compositions. And when we're talking dive compositions, in the past, like in Stage 1, we would see fragments of dive coming on through, right? Where you would have like a Venom or a Captain America and you would send them with a Psylocke, and you'd have a Luna as one of your strategists so that they could have that heal trickle coming through. But it wasn't full dive. It wasn't 6 players all pick one specific target. In your comms you hear 3, 2, 1, whereupon everyone proceeds to jump on that poor soul and they're literally detonated off of the face of the earth within the space of about 2 seconds. Now we're actually getting the full aggressive dive compositions where instead of sustainability, you prioritize having mobility, the opportunity to jump onto one person wherever you rotate around the map. And even though you lack a little bit of damage, you still have more than enough focus fire to be able to take them down. So it's the true test for a lot of teams to survive that unparalleled aggression.
Yeah, these 3-2-1s have been going crazy. There's been like some pivoting towards like the Gamma Namor to try and shut it down, because not only do the squids do a lot of damage, and the Monstro spawn have to be dealt with somehow, even though it's quite easy for a Starlord to do that. They also offer unlimited free scouting. Like, they lock on someone the second that they gain LOS onto one of these Monstro spawns. So it does mean that you do have that information trickling in, and maybe you can make some counter rotations from the 3-2-1 that you know is going to be coming your way, or at least waylay potentially one member of that dive to have them arrive a little bit later, and maybe that's enough damage that's missing for your divee to survive.
Yeah, and we've actually seen Jeff sometimes picked up for that reason, so that you can counter-rotate a dive even if you don't have dive components. For that, you have to better enable on your team itself, because there's going to be Burn and T'Challa coming on through, and yeah, there goes the jab from either side. Insomniac do get the opportunity of saving before Na'Vi, so if they want to go for a Mantis, they potentially could go for it here. And indeed, it is going to be the Mantis, which now means that Na'Vi has to worry about things like the Venom getting that damage amp unparalleled on their side.
Likely going to force Na'Vi to match when it comes to the Mantis here. But given how much Na'Vi do actually value the Mantis team up, we might see a ban on the Loki as well from both of these rosters.
Ultron is also going to be removed from the side of Insomnia. So as we've talked about, Twitzy, known to play things like that Human Torch, they don't want to have an Ultron pocketing it, but we still get the opportunity to see a Star-Lord. It's not going to be Ultron from either of these teams though, as we've still got Venom in the mix, and we've still got Adam in the mix as well. I say that, we don't have it for Na'Vi anymore. So Na'Vi don't get the opportunity of utilizing that Soulbind within the first fight, but they do remove the Invisible Woman, which now means that Insomnia, if they try and go for something like a dive angle, have to worry about the Force Physics grabbing their Venom back through.
Okay, that Force Physics really is something that needs to be considered in every single dive for the Venom. The Star-Lord taken away. Okay, trying to remove the teeth of Na'Vi, although allowing them a lot of free reign for the backline here to play either the Loki or potentially bring out the Luna as well.
I mean, if you have one-sided invis, having that Guardian Shield dagger as well as damage boost to apply on your Star-Lord just gives too much control and confidence for that Star-Lord to continuously go in and keep pressuring your team with very little you can actually do to be able to punish him. As Insomnia are going to be able to guarantee that they get one-sided Adam, however, Na'Vi are going to be able to remove the EMEA away, so Na'Vi getting really good dive components. They don't have to worry about Force Physics CC, they don't have to worry about EMEA CC. Also, if Insomnia gets swept off of the point, they don't have Sonic Seduction to make an immediate play to grab all of that space and situate themselves on the objective, forcing Na'Vi to have to react.
Hold up, trust me, hovering before to start with. Someone's been watching my ranked VODs. I knew that I'd inspire them. But we'll see if it's real when they actually roll out here. But it wouldn't surprise me to see, with the amount of healing that's available from both an Invisible Woman and a Luna, for there to be a pivot here from the side of Na'Vi towards a 2-2-2.
Yeah, I mean, we might actually even get to see the Strange and the Magic as well, so that you can send your Magic with that dive and lock the two strategists together with the new team-up coming on through. And then that's going to mean that if you combine that with the Venom's Corrosive Tether, so that he can keep everybody on top of each other, and if they try and run away, they get even further slowed, you're in with a real rough time of having to peel your backline.
Yeah, that is that is a monumental task, peeling that backline against such aggression. In T'Challa, ready to open up the doors. We are going to be beginning on the Warrior Force of the Thor is real, baby. Oh, trust me. I always believed. And the magic as well. Wait, Na'Vi are bringing out an entirely new look.
Yeah, Naga's going to be on that Phoenix trying to play these off angles. Has Fade on the Invis woman too, but at the moment it's not an off angle. It's just straight up spam into main. Everyone from Insomnia stacked on top of each other so they can all receive the benefit of that Soulbind, which means that Naga is already 30% to his ult.
Oh, melee DPS coming out there from the Duelist. Up close and personal, the Phoenix certainly is difficult. Look at this, just the continuous displacement of the Magneto from the Thor. Very difficult to try and deal with up close. It's going to be dealing a lot of damage, but it seems like for now, the evasiveness of the Star-Lord has won out the day. Twitzy managed to get in behind Rajaro's shield, found the kink in the armor, and managed to just dig in the crowbar there and just grab it open.
Yeah, Relaxing Sky was able to do so much on that Luna as well with how stacked everyone was playing. Is already 90% to the first fate of both wards, plus getting to play the Luna means that Idle Aura is on Twitzy, on the Star-Lord, so he can scout out Navi's rotations, call out where the magic is going to be, and everyone from Insomnia can react before the dive's on top of them.
Nocta's almost already got the Karmic Revival as well, so there's going to be 2 phases to this fight. Nocta has to play in a safer position though, and Naga's trying to shut it down already. A quick sedation coming over from the Mantis shuts down the tirade of terror that Naga is willing to unleash upon that back line. The God of Thunder rolls out once more as the Galactic Legend is written in the stars of the intergalactic empire of Wakanda. Nocta with 1 res, 2 res, and a flip on their own side as well, taking out Naga in the back line. Trust me, tries to get rid of the Atom themselves, but already the Karmic Revival is over, and so too is the fight. A big investment in the form of the Feast of the Abyss takes out the level 1 Crook, and Fate has fallen too.
Forever's got the Meteor Am as well to use the CC immunity against the Eye of Agamotto coming on through from Navi's side. And Insomnia are still able to retain that point. The Karmic Revival getting to catch as well with the Solar Resurgence on the objective, so they didn't even need to give it up. As Navi are changing things around. Fate moves over to the Loki for the damage boost alongside that Mantis, plus having the regeneration domain to survive the one-shot capabilities of the Mag Ultimate in this next fight.
That Meteor Ram is going to be the one to watch, potentially. The constant rising of the shield of the Seraphim could be everything, as already you can see the usage of a Dark Child is doing so much to the backline. Spreading out the damage from the Soul Bond has worked well to give a little bit of additional survivability over to that backline. Pasiwo, though, found themselves about healing while everyone was focused in on themselves. The strategists had to continue thinking about number 1, and, well, that's going to be number 1% for Na'Vi as they cap.
That was damage boosted Dark Child as well for Jerky, able to force out the Soul Bind too from Insomnia, so it's not going to be up for this next Karmic Revival coming on through as a cast. Trust Me too is going to be able to figure out where Insomnia are rotating. If it's a play for the high ground to have a better position for that res, they have to bully the 4 out of his position first.
Damage boosted Thor, going to be a heck of a duelist to try and deal with. Nocta instantly healed back up to full, but Forever and Twitzy have already fallen through the cracks despite the healing offered by the Luna. Relaxing Sky going to try and chase down Naga here, and a quick resurrection from Nocta brings Forever and Twitzy back into the fray. Waited as long as possible to make sure that anyone else who fell would be grabbed off the back of this. Galactic Legend takes to the skies, and Eye of Agamotto stuns up 3, and the Dark Maelstrom just destroys, tears through the approach of Insomnia.
Insomnia were looking to the Galactic Legend to open up the space for them to walk after that Karmic Revival, and Na'Vi understood that they won't be able to hit the Star-Lord, but they can hit the entire rest of the team, and Insomnia go down in one fell swoop. Na'Vi still holding on to that space, going to be able to figure out that Insomnia are rotating back up to that high ground, which means more spam pressure for Naga on that Phoenix. He's getting so many stuns onto these players.
Up close and personal with the Blaster Barrage. That forces out the bubble from the Magneto to try and survive it, but now it's time for Na'Vi to clap one back. They roll forward into the Soul Bond, already having been used, but the Resurgence is coming through as well. As a quick damage boost onto themselves here from Line Pro. Easy spores generated off the back of those Loki clones, by the way. Each headshot gives yet another to try and work with for the Mantis. Naga wraps around the back. Sky and Pro are down, but now it's down to Twitzy to try and turn this one around once more, and Nocta doesn't have a resurrection to bring anyone back, so it's just the healing of the live stream to try and sustain them. Na'Vi move towards Twitzy. A 3, 2, 1, a smash and a grab here, and they've grabbed away the Warrior. Falls. Dark Child reigns over it all, perhaps unnecessary, but it's going to be offered some value here, as there's going to be a portal opened up, and straight away the victimhood is noted. Jerky sacrifices themselves to stop a recontest. A salute and 07 in the chat, as we'll remember the sacrifice made by the Dark Child.
Melee damage goes for Strange Shield. Insomnia managed to find the timing for the portal, but the Strange falls too quickly for anybody else to chain into the contest in overtime. And that was big, actually, because Password had Freedom Charge. If the Captain America had come back in, Insomnia would actually have been able to cushion themselves with all of that health and stall out the fight long enough to go into the chain cycle of Res, into Lunar Ultimate, into Mantis Ultimate, and out-sustain Na'Vi's team.
Top 3 backlines your ranked teammates will flame you for. Loki Mantis. Seems to be working out here well, though, for the side of Na'Vi.
I mean, look at the assists. Level 1 Crook's already on 20, and that was the first round!
Quite the number of assists. Level 1 Crook, I believe, also started off on the Invis Woman. rather than the Mantis, and we actually had a fully fledged backline swap from both Fate and Level 1 Croak. Going to be a portal play to open up.
Insomnia do have ultimates though as they carry through into this next round, which is big for them. Noctua is going to be so close to that Karmic Revival, and that's why Na'Vi are going to instantly take themselves onto the high ground to prevent any sort of space collected for that Adam to res plays close to the objective and keep that out of Na'Vi's hands.
Opening frag coming through from the Thor, as we'd expect from the God of Thunder himself. Oh, the chains of Cyterac have been used here, and Pasuo can't bring up the shield to help themselves against the Eye of Agamotto. Easily burst through body and soul, racked by dark magic. Line Pro descends to the ground and is put 6 feet more so under.
Yeah, and it's all finished so quickly that Noctua doesn't get the opportunity to build up that Karmic, which means that when he goes down, he's not going to use the self-cocoon, and Na'Vi don't have to fight their way through all of that sustain from Insomnia's side. Res fight into Lunar Ultimate. They now control all of that spacing, which means that they can tax the approach before the fight even moves on to the objective.
Twitzy, Galactic Legend, could be everything here, but Level 1 Crook already has the ingredients to try and deal with it. Trust me, knocked around in midair. Great Mag Cannon coming through from Forever. Twitzy's looking for that backline. Forces out the first. Regeneration domain has been used, but it's been buoyed as well by the Soul Resurgence. That's an overuse here from Na'Vi, potentially. The second phase of a fight could be difficult to deal with, but taking down Relaxing Sky is a good opening. Karmic Revival going to be used. Insomnia bring out their own master stroke of tools to try and turn this one around. Forever looks towards the back. Instead of going for a squishy target, goes for the more brawny ones. And, well, the brawn is going to be turned upon them as Level 1 Crook rolls forward behind, trust me. And a terrible twosome tears through Insomnia.
Oh my goodness, that Eye of Agamotto just entirely shut down any of the reses coming on through from Nocta's side. Now we're going to see a comp swap come through too. Forever's onto the Groot to try and find these isolations, given the fact that Na'Vi are playing incredibly aggressively forward. It's also going to put more pressure onto Fate's LOS on that Loki. As Twitzy moves over to the Torch to try and use the spam pressure, pushing Na'Vi back so Insomnia can at least walk up a little bit more for free.
Darkchild, unleashed by Jerky, in towards the back. Oh, the freeze is beautiful for Relaxing Sky. Why don't you chill out, Darkchild? Starting to turn down the temperature a touch inside of the regeneration domain. So a safety here for Na'Vi, even down on Jerky, but no resurrection options are going to be available for this. This is a turnaround here from Twitzy. Wants for 1v1 with the Phoenix, but has to direct their attention elsewhere. 2 stuns come through, both on Strategist. Rajaro easily able to convert onto Nocta. Relaxing Sky gets away with it for now, but it's going to be a surround onto Pasuo and a quick turnaround. There's no touch that's available. Na'Vi with the Magic Thor duo get it done on being into T'Challa.
Yeah, Twitzy on that Human Torch is above the Eye of Agamotto, but unfortunately it catches too many crucial players. And those Eye of Agamottos were just absolutely lethal. Rajaro walks away with the MVP, deservedly so, because a lot of those ultimates and plays were set up by the Doctor Strange and that magic. Jerky getting to come on through. 5 final hits, 13,000 damage, but crucially only going down 4 total times as a magic player into things like a Mantis and an Adam. Goes to show how good Na'Vi's rotations were, making sure that they didn't get scouted before they were ready for those commitments, and when they did commit, they had enough attention elsewhere that their magic only got picked one proper time when Jerky fully committed with the Darkchild on that second map.
Dude, that was unreal. The quick pop-up with the Eye of Agamotto, then the shield pivot to block the Meteor M as well. Oh, like you said, Rajaro had such a map. Relaxing Tide couldn't quite commit. Oh, and blocks for Cetacean as well. Bro's crazy. Rajaro is so on it right now. Homie's in the Matrix and sees all the cooldowns.
I mean, Doctor Strange is still incredibly strong. He sort of got pushed a little bit out of meta because of EMEA coming on through, where he literally just got bullied. EMEA basically said, hey, give me your lunch money and your ultimate charge, and just made away like an absolute bandit every single time. But EMEA wasn't in play that round, so there's nothing punishing the Doctor Strange wanting to look for things like the shield to stop the ultimates and looking for those Eye of Agamottos incredibly aggressively, because either it finds the stun or it forces the cooldown, which is great news for Na'Vi, because they have to really just chain themselves in for a long fight if we get to see all of those resources coming on through from the side of Insomnia.
Yeah, speaking of chains, it enables the chains of Cyterac for the magic as well, which is a super valuable team up, but we'll see if it comes through more on our next map right after this break.
remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Ooh, the smell of innovation on the air as a brand new composition gets shown off by Na'Vi with both the Thor, the Magic, and the Doctor Strange. The chains of Cyttorak have thoroughly bound Insomnia on being in T'Challa, but they have a chance to break free with their own map pick for number 2.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit before. The first map, the fact that Insomnia have struggled historically against the dive components. So I think Na'Vi went into this understanding that they wanted to play the tempo of dive, but they didn't want to go for something that they'd previously shown, because obviously if they showed it in the group stages, Insomnia knew that they were going to be going head-to-head against Na'Vi because the bracket had already been published. It's not like you're waiting to see who your opponent is off of another fight and match needing to be finished. So likely went and counter-stratted, looked at the ban phases, looked at the timings, looked at the very specific compositions and weaknesses that it has, and then didn't really expect the Thor and Doctor Strange and Magic timings, as we got to see a couple of different hero swaps coming on through in that second map where you could kind of tell. They were like, okay, this normally deals with dive. Let's try this. Maybe if, you know, they're overextending, we can use the Groot to be able to find some of those isolations and keep lengthening out those fights so that we can separate and split the dive, that together combined they don't have the damage to instantly find an elimination onto us, and we can try and build with a triple strategist in more sustained fight, which would be for an advantage. And that unfortunately just doesn't really work out into things like the Doctor Strange and the Magic, because that's actually a lot of sustainability. It's dive tempo when you're taking your engagements, but you have so much to sustain with your Vanguard line that you can still play Brawl.
One of the things that's really good about playing the Magic, Doctor Strange, and Thor together is that they're all countered by EMEA. So you get a lot of value off of that one EMEA Frostban, because Doctor Strange, like we saw him fall out of vogue, because Carbon Crush going through shields means that, like, Bro could just be standing there, not, like, he's nonplussed, he's defending himself, a shield of a Seraphim is up, and suddenly he's over in Nani. He's been kicked into half HP, and the remainder of the team have been able to just burst him down while he's been CC'd as well. And Magic also feels the same fear of the Carbon Crush. And when you show off this composition, and you know that it's available, it might force something like a EMEA Protect from a team that we saw like Citadel use earlier. But for Insomnia, are you comfortable doing that in your draft?
I feel like you would rather get kicked into Narnia than where you actually go up against the EMEA. You're getting kicked into the back of the wardrobe and taking amplified damage
Mr. Thomas
from
says hello.
that collision.
Sends his regards.
Insomnia, though, decided to take us over to Hall of Djalia, a convergence map. We will still have to play Convoy regardless of how these maps go, as they're going to be banning out that Mantis so that Na'Vi don't get those damage boosts to be able to come on through, which does mean that if Na'Vi want to go for a hit, yeah, indeed, Fader's going to be able to have his hero, the Jeff, coming on through. And this is what we talked about, right? Rock and a hard place. When you let Na'Vi get the first save, if you ban the Mantis, they save the Jeff. If you ban the Jeff, they save the Mantis.
All right, coming up, going to be the Protect here for Insomnia. It's going to be the one-sided Ultron once more on Hall of Djalia, so this may force out a ban on either Star-Lord or the Human Torch from Na'Vi, just to make sure that that pocket doesn't get quite as much value.
It weakens dive as well, so that Na'Vi can't just play the Jeff and the Ultron and go for hyper-aggressive run at Insomnia's defense. When it comes to that dive component, as we can see, the Mantis is getting banned as Insomnia went for the priority of the Ultron save rather than the Mantis. So no one's going to be getting that neutral damage boost. If we do see a damage boost come through, it's going to be off of something like a Luna's ultimate being synced with a Venom's Feast or potential Phoenix's End Song, as it's now going to be the synced bans. Venom gets taken away from Na'Vi, and Invis gets taken away from Insomnia. So Na'Vi are definitely looking the dive, as well as to weaken anything that this Ultron is going to be wanting to pocket. Something like, say, that Star-Lord that Twitzy has started leaning into. But it does come at the cost of Na'Vi losing access to the Venom symbiotic shenanigans with their Jeff.
Yeah, and access to that backline as well. Venom's dive, like soft dives here. I think that someone pointed out to me that Passio has some of the greatest soft dives here on Hall of Jalia when it comes to being able to go in, force resources, and get out essentially scot-free without really taxing their strategists either. It's going to be a fully strategist-coded ban line here coming through from Na'Vi as they get their last protect in.
So Adam's save comes through from Na'Vi, so they're going to have a lot of long-term sustainability if it is a dive angle, plus against the Ultron, Adam being able to have hit scan in his kit to keep a check on any flying component up in the sky, whether or not Insomnia do decide to use the Ultron to pocket a Phoenix, or potentially a Torch or Star-Lord, as neither have been banned. And I like this, actually, because I was going to say, this is the problem when you ban the Venom. Yes, the Venom is not going to be able to have the team up with the Jeff. And yes, you lose the opportunity to go for those Venom in and out soft dives with the mobility that comes with this Vanguard. But Captain America can still be just as much a problem for your backline to have to deal with, and worse, because Cap can be disruption rather than soft. He can stay in for longer alone. So it does come at the cost of having to burn 2 ban slots on a Vanguard, which means that Na'Vi's duelist lineup and strategist lineup is looking a little bit stronger in terms of options to choose from, but it does mean that Insomnia don't have to worry as much about those dives and having to live both the soft, the destruction, and the hard dive that comes out from the Vanguards.
Yeah, a lot more safety, a bit more room to breathe for this backline as we stay in the intergalactic empire of Wakanda. From Burning T'Challa to the Hall of Jalia, we're going all the way around the intergalactic empire.
Oh, what compositions is it going to be? We can already start to see that these teams, like on the defense, they know how strong having one-sided any resource within the first fight without having to need to build up to it can be incredibly valuable. So the fact that Na'Vi were able to get an Adam Warlock through the ban and have Soulbind is going to be a problem for Insomnia to have to deal with. As we can see Twitzy start to just break down some of these bridges so that Na'Vi have a little bit of a harder time rotating. But with Trust Me already on that Doctor Strange, they've rotated and immediately jumped onto the back line. Insomnia have to drop and give space.
I mean, this makes a lot of sense. You think that Insomnia are playing to be weak against the amount of fast damage coming through. That's why they banned both the Venom and the Captain America. So why not just skip the dishes and go straight to the main course by TPing on top of them? And Insomnia seem to have been caught with their pants down here by this dive. They've disengaged back towards the attacker spawn and still accruing point percentage here as Nocta prepares for TP.
So the problem for Insomnia was they lost Emma first, which meant that there was nothing stopping Na'Vi from just rushing upon them with one-sided Soulbind, as Jerky just manages to find all of the follow-up onto any grab that Rajara has been able to grab with that Carbon Crush, and Na'Vi, record timing, have been able to pick up first objective, already moving into second. And because it was so one-sided, Insomnia have to make sure that they don't lose Nocta to a late stagger, because that Ultron going up against the Star-Lord, Star's always going to have the advantage in the 1v1.
Especially knowing the Star-Lord probably has the Flake from the Luna as well. Level 1 Crook's going to be pumping out that healing, especially when Trust Me is going to be up here just doing a lot of tanking use of a Cloak of Levitation to force Twitzy off of this high ground, putting him in a corner as well, but this engagement has to be called by Na'Vi as the damage taken is too great.
Still, the players have been stacked enough, which means that Endsong Inferno is going to be up. The problem for Insomnia is that Feast of the Abyss isn't actually available just yet either. Password's going to go in and try and build it. Lion Pro utilizing the Eternal Bond, so Insomnia can play aggressively towards Na'Vi's backline, but Fate is going to try and track down Lion Pro and grab him out of Eternal Bond with the It's Jeff afterwards.
Terror Cave, Feast of the Abyss, and the Endsong is enough to break through level 1 Crook. Fate's still waiting, I believe, to bring out the ultimate. Gets taken down, resurrected straight away. Naga disengaging away, but still mind-controlled by the Sonic Seduction that's channeled by the Emma. Rajara gets a couple in their own right here as well. 2 players dragged on him. Trust Me looking for an opening here with the Eye of Agamotto, looking towards the back line. 2 squishies taken on down. Twitzy and Lion Pro can't stand up to the Dark Maelstrom as it courses through their veins, and Dark Magic corrupts corrupts flesh and blood alike.
That was damage and picked through Rage of Ultron as well. Nocta doesn't get CC'd by the Strange ultimate, but the rest of the team do. And even the heal per second of Rage for Ultron isn't enough. Na'Vi aren't slowing down anytime soon. Soulborn so they can aggressively chase into Insomnia's own spawns to prevent any sort of regroup around the corner. So Insomnia can push onto the objective with something like an ultimate of the Feast of the Abyss. 6 players strong. They're gonna get second as well.
Not go too far out though. This might be a little bit too close. They can't really convert on the damage. Rajaro, though, just scares them all away. 100 charge on the Sonic Beam is more than enough to try and get through this as Nocta gets caught out on the other side. Bro's just maintaining 100 charge, walking him down, mag dumping.
I mean, Na'Vi are just not allowing Insomnia to create any buffer between the front line and the back line at the moment. If they try and take a fight, their vanguards are going to get ran past, and we're just going to see the pressure come through onto things like the Luna and the Cloak and Dagger. As Na'Vi have been able to establish full control of third as well, Insomnia are going to have to tax an ultimate out from their side to be able to open up any sort of space.
All right, going to be the Eternal Bonds trying to open up that space by force and sustainability as well. Good destination. Look at Jerky over on this angle. Doesn't really have the ability to try and get away. Can the Terror K be there? No. A quick damage boost from level 1 Crook. Heads up to make sure they can burst through that 400 HP summon in record time. Jeff, good to go. Looking towards the back inside of the fog. They think that they're safe from the shark. They could not be more wrong. It's just going to be Twitzy dragged inside of the maw of the shark itself. A quick grab comes through onto level 1 Crook, but the healing's more than enough, and Forever is punished for such an audacious maneuver onto the Queen Luna herself.
Cherokee going to have Karmic Revival too. Na'Vi are just going to continue looking to put pressure onto Insomnia, control these angles, put pressure onto Nocta as well. And they're just, again, not letting up any. Out comes Galactic Legend, forcing Parcelo to back away, which means that the Venom's not going to be able to find the slam onto the objective and stall Na'Vi's approach. And we go into final fight. The Adam is getting pressured, but he's getting peeled with the Eye of Agamotto.
Okay, good Carbon Crush there to try and shut down. Trust me, should be a quick resurrection though if they do all fall over. Seems the healing's going to be enough for Terror Cape too far out. The resurrection's good though. Jerky brings them back and Passimo's already gone, so the meat isn't really here to try and contest. But the Vanguards are gone. Nocta 2. No one can make it to the point. And 3 minutes and 16 seconds remain on the clock for Na'Vi. An absolute steamroll.
So for Insomnia, yes, they're running the Phoenix. They've got the Luna. They even got the Venom too. We never really get to see the synchronization of the ultimates because Na'Vi just continue pushing. So when one player has built an ultimate, the rest of their team hasn't. And they've got to burn that ultimate just to gain any sort of footing in the fight within the space that Na'Vi controls. They have mobility, they have frontline presence, they've got poke pressure coming through from the Atom. Insomnia were never able to fully store the momentum of the attack, so never got the benefit of having the pre-angles already established for the defense.
Man, that first punch in the face just put Insomnia off kilter so hard as well. Like, they banned out the Cap and the Venom, thinking, okay, we can take a slower fight here. We can allow Twitzy to build up those sparks on the Phoenix. And suddenly, you're getting run on by the Soul Bond, as you said, just having that resource gradient of the Soul Bond and the burst mobility of the portal just was unsustainable for Insomnia to try and fight against.
Yeah, it punishes as well the absence of Loki in this matter, because previously, like, Strange Portals didn't have 100% win rate as a strategy, because you would get portaled on and you would all just have regeneration domain. Oh, hold on a minute. I see, yeah, I was gonna say, I see a Wolverine silhouette. It's likely going to be to stop a portal play if Insomnia tried to go for a portal themselves.
It's still there. I guess it's going to be return. No, can't return on the Venom.
It's because, like, Trust Me is known for the Spider-Man strategy to try and pull people off and interrupt a portal play. I guess he went for the Wolverine this time around so that if they scouted him, he had the passive, and he's just going to be able to come back into the fight almost immediately again because he's on Angela now. And she gets so quickly back. Look, he's already there.
All right, she's already back. Looking towards the Star-Lord, wants an uneven door for their own Star-Lord as they roll on forward, take a bunch of damage, and allow Jerky to heal up using the life stream to get close to that Cocoon Revival. Twitzy taken out in midair. The Spear of Icals pierces through the Child of Stars as Forever's going to now face the Axes of Justice laying down by Trust Me.
So this is the thing about the Angela. You can play her as counter dive against the Venom, or you can play her to go aerial dogfight mode against both the Star-Lord and that Ultron, which means, again, Insomnia are going to be desynchronized. Their win condition is not going to be fully allowed through, as Twitzy has to now rely on the Ultron drone and try and go all the way around the point, put pressure on the backline, and force a head pivot so the rest of his team get more space.
Trust me, going just out of range of the 5'11" Emma, as Twitzy does have a little bit of help when it comes to this door, but no, knocks us down. Ultron drone is gone. God, the hunting right here is crazy. This is where we thought Angela would be at her best, when you have these coordinated dives. And what's more coordinated than, trust me, is Na'Vi. Yeah,
and the thing is, you can also force the diamond form from the Emma earlier off of just the threat of the Assassin's Lunge coming on through from Trust Me. If the Emma gets displaced into Na'Vi's team, Forever goes down, which means that Diamond Form gets forced and Rajara gets advantage in the Emma 1v1.
Okay, Rage of Ultron forces out the Soul Bond here, sharing out the damage as Forever's nowhere near the Eternal Bond, isolated by Rajaro in midair. They're trying to chase down the Galactic Legend. Twitzy finally turns the element guns in the right direction. One swallow gained out here by the Jeff. Might be off the side. No, Naga has decided that Line Pro goes down to the Galactic Legend. Passo noted on the other side. Insomnia still haven't been able to grab their first tick here, despite the massive investment given on over. The tracking's good, but the sacrifice is real as Twitzy takes out Naga for the audacity of such a push.
The problem for Insomnia is going to be this next fight, because Na'Vi have Karmic Revival, and Insomnia, other than Feast of the Abyss, don't have an ultimate to be able to force it early, which means that Na'Vi are going to be able to hold on to ultimate advantage after Karmic is finished. We're going to have to see Insomnia try and build up an ultimate bank, but by doing that, they're going to open themselves up to damage in their rotations, and they're down their Star-Lord, and the Star-Lord is the damage for this team.
Yeah, the Star-Lord, the main distributor of that damage. Passuo needs to pop their symbiotic resilience here, and Nox has already been forced away. The amount of hit scan pressure going the way of this Ultron is just undeniable. Forever and Rajaro exchange this primary fire, but it's all gravy for Rajaro, who has so much healing behind them. Gonna already open up with the Sonic Seduction. Can't get away right now. Noctis dragged on him. The follow-up's not going to be there. Perfectly timed Carbon Crush at the end of the ultimate. Standing ready for the incoming damage is level 1. Crook Heaven ready to fall as multiple players are dragged on into this position. It means they're going to have a lot more trouble dealing with the res.
Unfortunately for Insomnia, they had Rage of Ultron, but they all get zoned out of being able to walk off of the Angela's ultimate. So now Jerky got Karmic Revival off and stabilized the team without anyone being able to punish him. They've got Soulbite to be able to survive and go head-to-head with the sustain coming on through from Eternal Bond, and Linepro's already been forced into burning the Dark Teleportation, which means that they can come on through.
Galactic Legends at the same time. There's plenty of healing here for Naga, even while mind controlled. Oh, Fate got 2! The sacrifice has been made, and it's been well rewarded. The cost of flesh and blood, as an Eldritch God will feast upon the sacrifices made. Na'Vi lift aloft Insomnia to the sky, and they are rewarded for such Eldritch macabre horrors. Insomnia slain on first.
Line Pro had to immediately use Dark Teleportation after Eternal Bond dashes had finished because they were going so low, which meant that they didn't have the iframe to dodge the Jeff E the way that they had been able to do previously. Really good patience coming on through from Fate as well to wait for the last possible moment to use it, so that just before we head into overtime, everyone from the side of Insomnia, their hand is going to be forced in terms of objective control. Someone has to still be on the point. They have to be within line of sight of their backline too, so that they can continue surviving on said objective and overtime continues to run, which means that Fate, literally, sardines in a can.
Aura farming there. The MVP at the Warlock, 60% accuracy, by the way. Jerky's kind of crazy on this one. Is this another priority ban that needs to happen against Na'Vi? I don't know. It seems like Fate so happy to just stick around on the Jeff that makes it through. This was, this was Insomnia's map choice to go to Hall of Jalia. And now we've got to go to Convoy. I guess it might be Araco where we go next, but Insomnia have a lot of soul searching to do going up against the world champions.
I don't think you go Araco when Trust Me was playing Angela like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's...
You don't want to go Araco if you're going up against things like the Angela and the Jeff. There's just too many things. Look at this as well. This happens Retribution here. Yes, you don't manage to really get the eliminations off of the back of it, but you're not looking for the eliminations. You're looking to give yourself a window to stabilize your Karmic Revival so that they don't get to chase onwards with the Rage of Ultron. And it forces then Eternal Bomb to have to be used because everyone's taking so much damage inside that Angela ultimate to get off of the point onto the point. Cloak and Dagger ultimate is going to be the cost, which makes it so easy to predict how Insomnia are going to have to play the next stage of that fight. That's the thing about Na'Vi. It's not just the ban draft that they're smart about, it's the actual fight that they're smart about too. They have such good predictions on how their opponent is going to position around them.
Yeah, just making sure that those ribbons bound everyone so that there was no real follow-up against the Rares, allowing everyone to get healed up on those cooldown-based heals. Great play from Na'Vi, and they are looking hot to trot here in the first match of the bracket for them. We'll find out if they can get it turned around on them on third map after this break.
Crush! Priceless! Kneel, peasants!
One map left of give here for Insomnia, and it's got to be Convoy Mox. They don't have amazing options against the world champions, but when you're going up against Na'Vi, what is a good choice?
Yeah, Spider Island's environmental hazards with Jeff eats plenty. Yggdrasil Path, Prospective, Triple Strategist, Triple Vanguard Spawn Hold, and Araco, one of the maps where we've seen the strongest amount of Angela being played. It's going to be a rough one, as to I think is the ban draft, because like we saw Insomnia, they went hard after Trust Me. They tried to shut down the dive, they tried to make sure that their backline would sustain so that they could play for the angle control of their duelists in those longer term fights, and then the Doctor Strange portal came on through. So we're definitely going to have to see Insomnia really decide whether or not they're going to try and ban out the dive, or if they're going to let it out and just keep a hold of resources which give them a better opportunity to live it.
All right, diving in quickly to our ban phase here. Idrisil Path is for choice mocks, and this means 3-3, I imagine.
Yeah. Now, do we see a priority of the EMEA? We've seen a lot of teams actually go for EMEA ban immediately or EMEA save the second that they possibly can because of how much value she has in being able to shut down those dive components and hold the line long enough for your front line to stabilize and your back line to not have to give up all of that space. Jeff is going to be the first ban. Does that mean that Na'Vi sees the opportunity the way they did previously and guarantee a one-sided Mantis? No, they save the Invis woman. So we're going to be seeing really quick builds of the Invis boundary off of how stacked everybody is going to be, plus having that slow effect as well when you're playing the attack and you manage to drop the ultimate on the defenders, you might be able to grab someone in and find an elimination.
Yeah, offensive use of the invisible boundary, very much underrated. IMO, yet another ban going to be going the way of Mantis. Very important to get rid of both for Jeff and the Mantis when Fate and level 1 Crook are sitting on the other side. The first protection here will give us some insight into what Insomnia want to run.
What do they want to go? They could go for Invis women here. They could go for Ultron so that they can have faster generated ultimates as well as pocket potential for Twitzy onto something like the Human Torch Star-Lord that we've seen previously. Plus, if you try and go for like your attack and you want to go for a wraparound rotation so that you're not all just playing Bruiser 6 versus 6 style on main road, the Invis isn't going to be finding all of that level of value with the Pierce abilities if she has to turn her head to deal with an off-angle fight coming on through instead. There's Na'Vi guarantee, there's no opportunity for Insomnia to get one-sided Mantis and damage boost.
Yep, one-sided Mantis certainly would be... It's been troublesome to play against no matter who has found themselves on the bad end of that throughout our run here for Ignite in EMEA. The one-sided Ultron once again going to be prioritized here by Insomnia, as Invisible Woman is going to be only available for Na'Vi.
There's going to be a lot of Guardian shielding coming on through from Navi's side, because like we talked about, Invis has one of the strongest kits in neutral in the entire game. The thing that held her back from being meta before was just how bad the ultimate was, and that was the thing that got buffed. So she's had a real good glow up coming on through, viable in triple strategist lines and 2-2-2 compositions. We're going to see Insomnia get banned out of the Luna, even though they were able to secure the Atom, so their defense is going to have access to the res, as well as Soulbind within that first fight, but we're not going to have the Luna being able to sustain the dive off of aggressively hitting her shots with the Light and Shadow Karma, and that Atom isn't going to be one-sided either.
All right. Resurrections for everybody, second chances. Maybe we see a strange ban here from Insomnia to try and stop a portal recontest from Na'Vi. As there may be a world... Oh, okay, EMEA ban. This is good for something like a Groot, something like a Wolverine.
All the difference.
It's good news as well for Passover if he wants to play something like the Cap or the Venom. Although Na'Vi didn't have Trust Me target focus the way that we saw in Holo Dejalia, he has his absolute picks when it comes to any Vanguard that he so chooses. Insomnia going to be on the docket for defense first of all, and we're going to be seeing a full stall composition. Rocket, Loki, Adam. Get ready for the Karmic Revival Echo Chamber. If they're able to stall the fight long enough and not lose the first, to have Karmic Revival not just cast once, but twice.
Prepare for the most uncastable fight in history. Idrisil Path awaits, and Oblivion faces Insomnia here. The winner's bracket run could end prematurely, going up against the world champions and against Match Point.
Yeah, Insomnia already going to be putting that BRB as well very far away from any flank rotations that Na'Vi could take. Now we have to see whether or not Line Pro is going to get picked, as getting the rocket elimination means that the BRB crumbles alongside him too. And it is going to all be about the stall. They can't immediately fold before the ultimates are up in play.
All right, Crisis opening up here on the Storm to give damage boost over to all and sundry, as they're all going to be feeling that little bit of additional damage coming through. A Carbon Crush made early. Easy usage of the E there to break through the regeneration domains and forever. That means there's not enough cushion behind them to try and deal with all this pushing that's coming on through. But the first phase of the BRB relay has started as the Groot is returned. and Nocted elects not to resurrect themselves.
Forever gets picked. I mean, Rajaro's actually been doing an amazing job in this Doctor Strange, going past one Vanguard and then shield blocking them, so that the Loki and the Atom can't actually find the heal off of the back of it because it interferes within the LOS. As we can hear the portal come through from Twitzy, and Somnia will be able to put themselves onto the high ground. Forever now going to be over towards that Emma, looking to put the pressure onto Na'Vi if they hold a little bit too close. But we've got the Wombo ready, Harry. That's going to be Hand of Conchu into Strangling Prison if Insomnia don't block it.
Greens have already been used as well. You can notice Loki on the other side. Conchu sends his regards, and they are not gladly received here by Insomnia. Line Pro sent out the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but don't know if that one's going to be entirely too valuable. Relaxing Sky, the last have fallen. Line Pro's actually a hostage in the back right now. This is, did win the 1v1. You show them, Line Pro. You show them.
Unfortunately for Insomnia, though, they're off of the composition that they wanted to be able to stall because they didn't manage to stall long enough for the ult cycle. We didn't get the Loki, we didn't get the Atom having their ultimates online in time. And over to the Psylocke we go. And just immediately gets picked by the counter. Crisis is on the Storm, but finds the pick onto Twitzy, which means that the Storm is entirely uncontested currently.
Yeah, instantly matching them, Psylocke versus Psylocke, so Twitzy is going to find these angles a little bit harder to control, given that there might be a damage boost on the opposing Psylocke that they thought they got rid of with these Mantis.
It's going to have Eternal Bond here to be able to dodge the Emma ultimate if they need it, or they're just going to use the Storm to be able to stop Insomnia from walking forward off of the back of it.
Oh, they're slowed inside of the invisible boundary, so escaping the Omega Hurricane is not really on the cards, but sustaining through it could be worthwhile. Rajaro up to the skies, Eternal Bond, CC immunity given over there. Heads up play coming through from the side of Relaxing Sky. Rajaro isolated inside of the dance for Butterflies, can't stand up to the damage of thousand-folded Shinobi Steel, and Na'Vi are scuppered.
Okay, Insomnia stole the momentum, but look at what Crisis has done. He's swapped over to the Winter Soldier. He's seen that Lion Pro is on the Loki. He knows he's going to be able to get resets off of the doppelgangers. Insomnia do have dive potential. They've got both the Venom, the Star-Lord, and that Psylocke, but they don't have a mag, they don't have a Luna, and they don't have an Invis to be able to stagger the shield, which means that their dive is going to be very vulnerable when it comes to the brawl, and that's immediately going to be Jerky getting the better of Twitzy.
Dropping down into the Eternal Bond, sustained through the damage that was offered out by the Galactic Legend. Forever finds himself caught out right here and diving into the midst of the enemy team as Pasuo pops the Symbiotic Resilience, yes, but going up against Rod to Stone. Was that an interrupt there? No, Pasuo just getting grabbed out of midair and gunned down.
Note as well, they're letting Crisis get all of the damage onto Pasuo so that he can both crack and impact and have it up and available to play with the Strangling Prison when Insomnia have no choice but to go to the objective.
Has to be an Eternal Bond through the gap. It's already been sealed behind, though, by the Ironwood Wall. The remainder of the team, they decide not to break on through. Instead, they just flick around elsewhere. Jerky's fallen down to Twitzy, maybe 2v1, thanks to some incoming healing. Great follow-through onto Rajaro, but now it's time for Crisis to feast. Reset after reset is ready to go. The Loki's bring up for regeneration domains, but once again, and again, Crisis's roar echoes throughout the hallowed halls of Asgard as Yggdrasil path is walked readily by the Winter Soldier, and Tooth Gnasher and Tooth Grinder find their goal of completing B.
Does Lime Pro survive? He lived long enough with Tivis Exchange to get another regen domain, but unfortunately, I think he just staggered himself now. As Insomnia are going to be down a Vanguard, down a Loki, which means no doppelgangers to soak the dashes. Oh my goodness, Na'Vi sends blood in the water and immediately gather like piranhas. They're still picking them apart. Lime Pro had to go onto the rocket to try and bring Pasuo back with the BOB in time because he had feasted the Abyss.
Maybe not working out here. Trust me, Rita, seal up this doorway as well. Oh, the portal trap. It's going to be nasty. I don't think there's any way for Noctis to escape. He's just over on the other side. Jerky's there to catch. And, well, this is going to make recontesting quite the pain.
Well, Noctra at least is back off of the Rocket BRB, but that means that you used it now instead of in the fight when we get to the 6 versus 6. Insomnia, the second those portals do fall, do have that Sonic Seduction of Forever to open up that space, which means that the first they have to break the Doctor Strange shield before they can move in.
Well, the damage has been done as it's releasing Sky towards the back, bringing up the shield of the Seraphim to try and block off multiple players. That's 4 mines controlled here by Forever. However, inside of the invisible boundary, the healing's good. Noct has been fallen down. Ensong and Fender can't even hit the ground as Fate has already been well prepared for this one. That's a quick use of a Terror Cape to make sure the Lokis run scared and roughshod elsewhere. Forever overwhelmed. Jerky, yes, this is quite ambitious. Into the spawn, Rajaro knew the tendrils of the Eye of Agamotto would just burrow into Insomnia. A quick copy coming through from Lion Prem means that there's an eternal bomb to try and sustain through all of this. And up above it all, inside of a Dagger Storm, Nocta can't get there in time to keep this one contested. Has to make a mad dash for health pack instead. Forever's turned up on the Wolverine, trying to shut down this group. If they go out too far, can't quite connect when it comes to the damage. But the damage is just pouring from Na'Vi. Born to win once again and born to dominate. Insomnia can't even get close to the cart. As it's a completion for Na'Vi.
Insomnia lost the Eternal Bond so quickly too. There's no other target for Na'Vi to try and turn at. There's a Galactic Legend sounding off on the outside, but they know that if they get the Cloak and Dagger, all of that sustainability on the objective itself goes out of the window. Plus, they don't have to worry about the blind managing to push up those breakpoints and allow the Galactic Legend to actually find the pick. Insomnia tried to draft for a better defense and got absolutely steamrolled within the first opening engagement, so they didn't get to use any of their ultimates and were on the back foot ever since. Every single time Na'Vi was able to open the fight up with a pick, they just kept pressing and pressing and pressing, and Insomnia were never able to stall them out with just giving up too much space.
Just never able to stabilize. Stability is such a commodity, and sometimes you have to spend big to get it. But Na'Vi, they were never really feeling that pressure. Feeling that they could use that Pentagram of Feral of a Strange Portal to block off the spawns, deploying the ranked strats. Unreal.
Well, they're going to be deploying a fastball special, it looks like, as we can see that it is going to be Wolverine and the Thing coming on through from Na'Vi's side of this defense. Does mean that things like that Groot is going to find value against the Thing, but get absolutely shredded by the Wolverine. So, silver linings, and potentially some tin ones too, as Forever's been able to find the pickup onto Jerky.
Oh, nice mid. I think that was a Mad Cannon coming through from Rajaro to peel that one out. Any displacement onto the Wolverine will interrupt the Feral Leap, so great right click.
Wait, there's no Storm. Insomnia don't have the Storm for the damage boost. Nocta's on the Moon Knight, but he's not really gaining all that much ultimate charge the way that you would expect to see. He's only 72% to that first ultimate, and Na'Vi are going to be able to position themselves around it.
Rajaro just happily plinking away with Iron Volley after Iron Volley. 3 Vanguards in close proximity. 5 feet apart so that Khonshu doesn't accuse him of heinous. Khonshu can't get too much off the back of the hand right here. Big damage in the corner. The emergency triage has to be deployed in the form of the Rage of Ultron, and it will save one but not save another.
That's all of the space that Hand of Khonshu bought. Trying to split the Vanguards from the backline has now been eroded by the invisible boundary. It does mean that Strangling Prison can come on through. Oh my goodness! Na'Vi still managed to sustain the amount of healing coming on through from Triple Strategist, as well as that Guardian Shield AoE that level 1 Crook was able to put in front of the team, was absolutely insane.
Unreal. Trust me, ready to go with a clobbering time. Question is, have Insomnia check their watches here. A Cosmic Yarn Amplifier could mean a lot of damage coming through from an Ensong Inferno as Passo isolated here. I don't know if he's even going to be able to escape. He's going to have to go deeper. Nocta on the Black Panther, of all things. Here comes the Ensong Inferno. Piloted down. However, the right click from a Cloak and Dagger deals with it readily. One player grabbed inside of the Strangling Prison. I think it was just Relaxing Sky. Lime Pro brings out the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to give some overshields, but the damage is just too much to bear. Insomnia, they can't break through the line.
And Insomnia using the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to deal with the Strangling Prison damage means that it's not going to be that to damage boost the Venom's ultimate. So Insomnia are going to have to actually commit to over the top of it if they want to be able to find the eliminations off of the back of it. Level 1 Crook has gone down though with that Invis boundary up, and now Nocta unchecks in the backline, gets to start finding those spinning kick dash resets.
Crisis Res could go crazy here for the Black Panther, but no, Crisis is down again. Nocta making sure there's no chances. What a dodge from Twitzy. Knowing the clobbering time was coming with a stun, just goes up into the Phoenix form itself, and Insomnia finally have the cart rolling.
Best descent is going to be up. Can Na'Vi manage to find that strange portal? No, they're not even going to go for it. It's just going to be out now onto that Venom. Trust me, looking to swing back onto the objective and force Insomnia to have to burn the Emma ultimate.
Twitzy just taxing the approach here of level 1. Crook, an opening coming through from the side of Forever. They've already got, trust me, he can't pop the E while mind controlled. And that means one less Venom to play with. Rajaro takes to the skies. Audible screams of Nocta as the Black Panther is crushed underneath the spicy meatballs of Magneto. A quick resurrection courtesy of the BRB, and the cat's back in the bag, dragging in multiple players here with the Strangling Prism, but the healing's already been released from Relaxing Sky, who used the Eternal Bond.
Ooh, Na'Vi, I was gonna say, there's no way they're gonna be able to make that strange portal in time. Crisis has to go off of that Doctor Strange over towards the Phoenix. Trust me, he's gonna actually go over to the Captain America too, because we're gonna see a full comp swap. So trust me, wanted to maybe go for that Cap with a Psylocke and go for a dive to put pressure onto the backline of Insomnia, or play counter when Password tries to drop one through, but instead it's going to be the Winter Soldier with the new Earthbound against things like the Venom and that Panther's Jerky. Oh my goodness, the animation cancels coming on through from that Phoenix, and Nocta, one of his 9 lives burnt immediately.
Forces Paso to have to use their ultimate just to try and survive that one. Very little HP remains, but getting out with just a little bit of additional HP up close and personal between Twitzy and Jerky. A quick bank Tokyo Drift perhaps, but no impact is made. Relaxing Skies dragged on forth by level 1 Crook, and Na'Vi have repurchased their stability.
So Twitzy was able to use the Endsong Inferno for both the full heal, but also forcing Fate into having to use that Eternal Bond, which now means that the Cloak and Dagger doesn't have the CC immunity against Forever's ultimate. So Insomnia, if they can get on top of Na'Vi with that ultimate, are going to have a good opportunity, given the fact that Nocta as well has moved over to the Punisher to be able to melt through these Groot walls. What they need, though, is a Strategist ultimate, because we've got Strangling Prison and Kraken Impact coming up, and Insomnia so far have nothing to deal with it.
Nocta hanging out around the edge, ready to lay on into players with the assault rifle. Trust me, doesn't seem aware just yet. A quick jump up into the sky. Great angles here for the Emma Frost, but it seems like the Guardian Shield was more than enough. They escape with their minds. The pretty lady, they're immune to the charms. And it seems like it's going to be a big focus in here onto Forever. Just getting a quick reset towards the back. There was an attempt at some marauding on that back line, but Forever's not rewarded for it.
Yeah, so Insomnia tried to go aggressive with the rocket pack so that Emma could get to that back line, and Nocta would be able to put pressure onto both the Invis and the Cloak and Dagger, allowing Insomnia to walk up forward, because Crisis on the Winter Soldier would have to peel for his backline rather than looking for the Strangling Prison combo. Doesn't work out, and now that they don't have that Emma ultimate to open things up, Na'Vi are outside that doorstep, taxing every single bit of approach. Nocta swapped over to the Winter Soldier to try and get as much tainted voltage connections onto the stacked bodies as he possibly can. Will have Kraken Impact, but Relaxing Sky is the one that has to open up these fights, and Na'Vi just equalize the heal sustain with Invis Boundary.
Eternal Bonds drawn on out, and Rashara doesn't even seem bothered. Nonplussed about the approach of the Cloak and Dagger, looking towards Nocta. A direct hit onto the Winter Soldier. Winter has come, and Winter's ended real quick, getting through the seal in record time. Crisis just carves through the legacy that Rocket Raccoon thought they could leave behind. 11 seconds remain on the clock here for Insomnia, but they don't have the manpower, they don't have the health.
Also, at least is able to get out, which means that he might be able to come back through and tap the objective, but no! Jaro picks him mid-swing, and Na'Vi sweep 3-0 the series. Oh my goodness. The problem for Insomnia, especially in the second to last fight where they had that Eternal Bond, and like everyone's trying to play off of the back of it, Eternal Bond used to scupper Invis Boundary, right? Because you would have an Invis Boundary, your Cloak would use their ultimate, they'd use it to invade into the Invis Boundary, they'd turn it around, they'd hit everyone Terrorcape. The problem now for the teams with the Cloak and Dagger is that since that slow effect has been amped up on the Invis Boundary, when Eternal Bond comes through, no one wants to go inside the Invis Boundary because the slow is so huge that there's very little guarantee that you can actually make it to your Cloak and Dagger to play off of the back of that blind.
Yeah, if you get pushed out of the area of effect as well of the Eternal Bond inside the invisible boundary, your odds of getting back into it are quite low with the eternal slow that is inflicted on everyone on the enemy team who is inside of this. It was nice seeing the Psylocke versus for Psylocke, but in the end, Na'Vi just seemed like they had better fight planning when it came to these engagements. I was particularly noting how like Rajaro saw the Cloak and Dagger ultimate come on through, didn't bother to pop the meteor. I was like, nah, that ain't my game, bro.
Like, that's the thing. Na'Vi, their fight planning, trust me, in level 1 Crook, are so good at being able to keep the team in terms of what they need resource allocation wise, that we very rarely actually see Na'Vi overcommit with resources. So they're very, very strong at punishing the mistakes and pressure situations that their opponent is forced into when it comes to overcommitting. Like we saw with Insomnia, right? Rocket Pack, Emma ultimate to try and get Nocta into the back line and put pressure onto the strategists, in turn forcing a full peel pivot of attention so that Insomnia could walk through unchecked from main onto the objective and start putting pressure for that situation. But immediately, because of the positioning that those players had to have, with the Emma being in the backline instead, everyone from Na'Vi just understands, well, we can have our Winter Soldier peel, but we can send our Venom into the backline and stop you from even walking where you want to either. So it really was like 1 step forward, 2 steps back constantly on the attack coming on through from Insomnia.
Now, speaking of Winter Soldiers, also worth noting that Crisis did get brought in for this game in place of Naga. Playing with Jerky and Crisis really showing off the roster depth that they have gained after losing Melio to Citadel. And a lot of our top teams here in EMEA now are running these 7-person rosters with the 3 duelists to give a lot of additional depth to the overall hero pools. We've got an interview ready to go. I believe Jerky's on the other end of the line.
Yeah, hello.
Hey, Bo, what you got on your nose?
It's a breathing strip. Makes me breathe better.
Oh, nice. High oxygen flow for my gamer.
Exactly.
So we see a lot of the time these teams with triple duelist compositions having to rotate around. Do you find it easier to play with Naga, or do you find it easier to play with Crisis, given the fact that you played previously on Low 9?
I think both of them are top tier players, right? Obviously, that's obvious. But I think, it just has to be Crisis, right? I have more experience with Crisis. I think that's the sole reason. I think they're both great players, and me and Naga understand each other very well. But I think Crisis and I just click. Yeah.
Oh, what happened today with you guys that made it so much cleaner than what happened against VP? We didn't really get to have a debrief with you guys from the match against Vertus Pro at the end of our group stage. What went wrong against VP and how did you guys improve?
Honestly, we were just testing out comps against VP. We just wanted to see how it compares against a really good team, and I don't think it worked that well, and I think that's the only reason we lost. I'm not scared to face them again when we are playing for real this time.
So today, actually, with you playing the Magic on Burn into Shell was the second time that we got to see Magic. How viable do you think she is in the current meta, especially with the new team up with Doctor Strange?
I think Magic is that pick that you just pull out of nowhere and everyone is like surprised, whoa, what is that hero? Why is the Magic coming at me? And I think that's the surprise factor. That's what makes her a bit stronger as well. But I think she's really good into triple supports. That's our niche little take, maybe. Who knows? We have been trying it out, and it's working decently well, I would say.
How many hours do you think you have on Magic? Because after Araco, the first time you guys beat VP, we interviewed you, we asked about the Magic, you said I was like one of the first times I've played her. Have you been grinding it out? You're like, okay, she's kind of got hands.
I have like 60 games on her. I don't think it's that much. I have, trust me, it was like, Jerky, I think you need to practice a little bit of Magic. I want to try her in scrims. And I was like, okay, say less. I went into ranked on my main account. Maybe ruined some players' games because I was first timing a hero, but yeah, that's what it takes. I think I have like 10, 12 hours on her, yeah.
I'll remind you of that if you flame me in ranked.
Yeah, and the Thor, I know. I already know.
Speaking about ruining, let's talk about that spawn hole breaking, because Insomnia were coming in with Adam, Rocket, and Loki. And you guys were able to sweep them before we even got to see the first Karmic Revival cast. Obviously, you don't have to give away all of the secret sauce, but why did you think it was actually so quick that you were able to break the spawn hole before those ultimate cycles kicked in?
I mean, we kind of have the general spawn break comp, Moon Knight, Storm, Groot, Emma, right? Everyone knows that. And I think we just target prioritized very well. I think this was more of a team skill issue, not really a comp issue for them. I don't want to sound mean, but I don't think we should have been able to break it that fast against that comp. So they probably have to work a little bit on that. I don't think we did anything special. We just focused the targets as we always do, and there it just worked. They let Vanguards down, and yeah, that's basically all. I don't think it's a strat that we did necessarily.
Okay, thank you so much for your insight, Jerky. We look forward to seeing your next matchup. It is probably going to be a toughie up against Citadel. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you for that one.
No problem. Bye-bye.
All right, Magic Maker Jerky from Na'Vi coming in saying, hey, do you want to see Insomnia disappear? It's just this simple, Mox.
Well, we'll have to see whether or not they're going to fare better, as like you said, they're going to be disappearing from that stage and reappearing against Citadel, which is going to be, oh, that's going to be a fire match. Now that we've moved into the best of 5 format as well, that one could very easily go the distance.
Yeah, that one is going to be an absolute gigabanger, but we've got to figure out our other winners semi as well. You can see that Chopped versus FaZe and VP versus OG Seed are still on the docket for today, and hopefully the 3-0 Marvel Rivals is going to cease now, and we're going to get some close gigabanger games.
Yeah, Chopped versus FaZe, I think when we sort of looked at the schedule for today, that was the one that had the question mark hanging over it the most, especially because we've seen Chopped be incredibly dominant. They were able to defeat Citadel, but likewise, we've seen FaZe go toe-to-toe with Vertus Pro and very nearly sweep them in a 3-0 series. So it does promise, like you said, to be the closest series so far.
All right. Ryan and Tetra are going to be here to take you through the next 2 games. Thank you so much for hanging out with Mox and I. We will see you after this break.
Well, hello once again, Rivals. My name is Diatonic, and I've got your after-action report for the second week of the Marvel Rivals Ignite Asia Group Stage. Zero Tenacity were back in action to kick things off for week 2, taking on Down Payment in the opening match. Z10 looked clean on map 1, but Down Payment would claw their way to a reverse sweep, defeating Z10 2-1. Incipients were still on the hunt for their first group stage win as they took on U-Inks next, and they'd get themselves on the board with a big 2-0 win here. Rounding out this first day of week 2 was yet another marquee matchup, the fated rematch between Stage 1 champs Reject and the newly rebuilt Gen G. Though the players have changed, the story was yet again one of triumph for Reject as they take the series in a close 2-1 showdown. The second day of week 2 started off with a match between veteran team Assemble Fire, who are still in search of their first group stage win, against Incipients. But Incipients had picked up some steam here in week 2 as they won their second game of the week in a close 2-1 bout. Down Payment also continued their winning streak, taking their third win in a row over Rocket University in a big 2-0 sweep. Onside Gaming looked to keep their dominance alive in the next match as well, taking on U-Inks and walking away with a clean 2-0. And in the final day 2 matchup, Zero Tenacity went head-to-head with the Vietnamese squad OEG. It was a tough draw for OEG, and they'd fall victim to Z10 2-0. Day 3 kicked off with a showdown between frontrunner team Crazy Raccoon and Onside Gaming, with CR continuing their flawless group stage campaign with yet another 2-0 win. We had a heavy hitter matchup between Gen G and Zero Tenacity next, one that Gen G would walk away the victors from with a complete 2-0 shutout. XOXO01 and Incipients stepped onto the field next, and XO would lock in their playoff position here with a big win over Incipients. We ended the day on a very interesting matchup between Reject and Rocket University, with Rocket actually managing to take a map off Reject. But the only 3-map series of the day would go Reject's way in the end. The final day of the Asia Group Stage began with 2 Legacy Ignite competitors, XOXO01 and Assemble Fire, a matchup that XO would win handily 2-0. Reject were back up against Down Payment, and the Stage 1 champs would emerge victorious here, also 2-0. Crazy Raccoon had their last match against U-Inks and would complete a perfect run through the group stage with yet another 2-0 win. And finally, the group stage would close with Gen G taking on OEG, with Gen G picking up the last win of the week. And after 2 weeks of group stage action, the Asia playoff picture was locked in. From Group A, Crazy Raccoon, XOXO01, Onside Gaming, and Incipients advanced to the playoffs. And from Group B, Reject, Gen G, Down Payment, and Zero Tenacity all make it through. The competition in the Asia region is looking hotter than ever, with only the top 2 teams qualifying for the Grand Finals LAN tournament later this year. Well, that's all for now, Rivals. I hope you caught your breath because we're about to dive right back in. Get ready to ignite the battle.
keeping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and
And welcome back. It is Ryan and I taking you the rest of the way today as we have two more spectacular series. Will we continue to see the 3-0s all the way, or will we start to see a little bit more competition? This is what we're about to find out.
Yeah, I hope not. And I think we sort of share the same sentiment that Moxie and Leg Day had, that this series that we're going into now of Chopped versus FaZe is probably the most exciting of today. And my bullish statement at the end of last week, I'm standing by. Whoever wins this series, whether it's through the upper bracket or in the elimination bracket later on, whoever wins this series is going to Atlanta. That's my genuine feeling, because these are the two dark horses, the two unsigned teams, when it's realistically those org-signed Vertus Pro, Na'Vi, and Citadel that you expect. I think these are the ones that are going to throw the wrench in.
And speaking of like trying to work out who's going to that LAN, you've actually been doing a little bit of research with this. You've actually been talking to the teams, haven't you?
Yeah, so I asked them a simple question. There's 3 spots that EMEA teams have to go to Atlanta, which is the grand finals. Assuming that their team qualifies, who are the other 2 that are coming with? And so the answers are I took out all of the self answers and stuff, and looking at what the genuine answers were. And it seems to be that Na'Vi versus and VP are the favorites to be qualifying. We're seeing Na'Vi in that upper bracket game to qualify tomorrow. And Vertus Pro, if they win up against OG Seed later, they'll be on to the same tomorrow as well. But it really is that Citadel and Chopped position. But credit to the teams, there was a lot of people going, genuinely, the likes of FaZe and Insomnia really could make a good go of it. OG Seed and Vice certainly don't look bad. It's just there's only so many spots, and you expect the top dogs of Na'Vi and Vertus Pro to be the first names on that list. But for everybody else, it really is how they do on the day. The amount of times that people said it's how they play in those actual matches, not the form that they were in, not the meta, not the way that these teams have played so far in stage 2. It's just how they play tomorrow and tomorrow and Saturday, those qualifying days, is going to make the difference.
Exactly. Those will be the days we'll be finding our representatives. Then it's all about order. And of course, finding our second ever EMEA champions, who will not only be representing us, but will be waving the flag for this region. Will it be the current world champions Na'Vi, who are continuing their run, as we just saw, in pretty solid fashion? Or will it be maybe one of these teams that are a little bit newer on the scene? Our teams that we're going into for our first match is going to be FaZe versus Chopped, both of which have taken maps off of some of these best teams, one of which has taken a series off of the current EMEA champions.
Yeah, and it's honestly 2 teams that we have some experience with the majority of the roster in Ignite previously, and even in MRC. We'll start with Chopped because they're probably the best example, I think, of the main core that we saw from Team Peps, who have not only been involved in since stage 1, but they were playing in the Invitational, the first team to ever take a map off of VP. You have the sort of main backbone of this squad, certainly the 2 vanguards of Beetle and DRP, but you're adding in Tuzi that was on All Business, Crazy Kitty who was on that Blood Cariudo roster, and then Vertigo that was on 0% too. All of which players that, outside of Tuzi, never got to touch a playoffs before. So this is like a big step for them to be moving up to this stage, but to then have maybe potential favorites in this series attached to it, that could be a lot.
Yeah, the fact is, this team has come out of nowhere, and out of all the new rosters, the teams that aren't just a couple new players onto old rosters, even though this technically is with a couple of the Peps players, but overall, at least half of this team is new, they have impressed the most. They've come in, and even going into the tournament, a lot of people were looking at that roster as one of the most impressive and one of the scariest. But on the other side, we have FaZe, made up of, again, another very big mix of players. players who have also all had mostly Ignite experience, with the exception, I believe, of Rosa, who qualified for Ignite with Blood Cariudo, but was unable to get a game.
Yeah, it was for L9 as well, so it's like similar. Like there was a lot of teams, like, to be fair, I like Blood Cariudo, L9, Fire Strays, all those like red organizations and those teams that were in stage 1, they also blurred together because they pretty much went out 0-2. Like we saw them a brief amount, but that talent has started to spread out, including of which we saw there as well. It would have been Leolus that was on Blood Cariudo with Crazy Kitty, so that matchup is probably the head-to-head to watch because they were the duelist line together for that team. Now they're on separate squads, and I really do feel that both these squads are so good because they have that unsigned aura about them. If they're beating teams that they're expected to not beat, the vibes are great, they're immaculate, and it's scary for teams to play up against them. However, if those vibes go bad, whilst I think that the winner of this series is going to go to Atlanta, I think the loser of this series is going to bomb out 0-2 because it's going to be hard to try to recorrect yourself after you have this series loss when both teams want to be the golden child, I suppose, of Ignite.
But we should also look at these teams. You mentioned that they have taken series that they have performed quite well, including FaZe, who also took 2 maps versus Vertus Pro, and a lot of that is due to Winnie and a certain little criminal fish that has caused a humongous impact on the side of FaZe. FaZe have been playing Jeff fairly often. They are 6-0 with Jeff when they have had it. It has been banned against them 7 times, and when they've had it banned against them, they only have a 2-5 win rate. Is this the key to FaZe success, or have they taken the time between that loss to Vertus Pro and today's games to work on some backup strategies?
Yeah, that key loss thing for Vertus Pro is the main one because FaZe were 2-0 up in that series because they got control of the Jeff. And then that's when Vertus Pro went, let's make sure that this pesky nuisance isn't involved in the draft. And they started first banning him. And that's where Vertus Pro were able to reverse sweep that series, which I think, frankly, they should have lost. It didn't really come down to just that draft element of the Jeff in itself, but it was the case with teams like FaZe and Chopped where they haven't been together as long as the likes of Vertus Pro or Citadel or Na'Vi, despite the fact that they were rad before. You have to have those adjustments in the back pocket, and this is a big series for both. They still have a lifeline with going down to losers bracket if they lose, but if they win, they can go up against Vertus Pro, who I think are going to be a little bit nervous about playing either of them.
Yeah, FaZe have already shown that they have what it takes. Chopped have shown that they have improved since that Marvel Rivals Championship matchup that they had versus Vertus Pro a little bit earlier. So Chopped are continuously getting better. FaZe are continuously getting better. Either one of these is going to be a bit of a tough opponent for Vertus Pro, but they are sitting there confident they are, or at least they need to win their match first in order to get their OG seed. Will be their first opponent, which will be our last series of the day.
Scary thing about it for FaZe is that you're going up against the Chops that haven't lost on domination yet in Ignite. And Celestial Husk, they've played 3 times. It's a random map domination to begin with. They've played it 3 times and they've won it 3 times. It is their most popular and most winningest map, I suppose, for them. And the main focus for the draft, I think, is going to be that both teams want to prioritize getting the Jeff early. So that has to be a first ban. So it means that you kind of have to pivot over towards Mantis and maybe see if you can get the likes of a Luna or an Adam or an Ultron later on in the draft too.
Chopped have up till this point banned Jeff 6 times. They are 3-3 when they have banned it, so it seems to be a safe, solid choice for them. But then, of course, we looked at those FaZe stats we were talking about early. They actually banned Jeff pretty consistently. It's their 3rd most banned hero, being banned 7 times and now 8. With their most banned heroes being Mantis and Ultron, which we are in fact seeing reflected in this draft, although the Mantis currently has slipped through thanks to the protection of Chop.
Yeah, it's just that first phase, the Venom being taken out, even though they don't need to worry about the Jeff. I mean, it's a very divey map, and you also know that you're going up against like Rosa and Binary. The problem is that's probably the most eclectic, versatile tank lineup that we've seen outside of the likes of VP and stuff. So I think certainly you need to watch out for Binary potentially meeting on the Angel a little bit, but making sure that you get a one-sided Venom on the side for DRP mostly, I think, but Beetle can play it too. Probably a good showing. Torch is also taking out quite a lot from both these teams, but Celestial Husk, it is an awkward map in regards to the points being very different. If you're on Krakoa, sure, you could just probably torch it the whole time. But here, the Invisible Woman's been taken out, so that is one-sided in favor of FaZe as well.
Pick your hero or villain.
Trying to get
I'm
themselves
not
a
judging.
little bit of aerial control. With the Ultrons taken out, there is still space if someone did want to go for a torch. It also allows Star-Lords to move around freely, which neither team so far appear to be touching. As for most of the games we cast last week, Ryan, actually had Hulk bands being stuck in there, but this time we're not seeing any of that. So we're seeing Hulk Namor start to slip back in for the side of FaZe, as opposed to their normal Star-Lord lead that they've been going for fairly recently. Whereas Chopped, they're going to be leaning back towards the Groot.
We'll see how it all plays out. Both these teams familiar with each other. I'm pretty sure they haven't scrimmed each other for a while as well. It's almost like they had that gut feeling that they would run into each other and it would be a big game. I think it's fair to say, Tetcher, in this one, Chopped to the favorites, but not by much. If there's anything that teams have been getting wrong about FaZe, it's underestimating them. And if you do that now, you not only lose your golden chance to qualify for Atlanta as a top 3 EMEA team, but you could come out completely empty-handed. Chopped need to focus up. This isn't just a phase for FaZe. This isn't just a honeymoon. They're the real deal. And I think that's the thing that you need to keep in mind for them going into the series.
Who's going to come out on top? Who will move on to play against Vertus Pro or OG Seed? As All Black looks on, we head into the first round of Celestial Husk. We are going for that Star-Lord. We saw it being hovered around the Phoenix, but going for that aerial control for both teams seems to be the priority here. Not going so far as the Na'Vi side and bringing out the rockets to give them that extra teleport with it, but still being able to give them a little bit of dueling potential.
Got the Hulk Gamma team up. We're not going to see much of it after this event with changes in the future, but so far Namor and Hulk do have that BFF friendship, and so far the point is a bit more of a scramble. FaZe wanted to try to sort of cement their backline and just throw in this poke damage. You've got the invisible shield that's going to help just to make sure that Leyless can build up that ultimate, and he's not too far away from having it either, but it's Smash This that's actually putting out a good portion of damage. He's 75% on the way to having a Horn of Proteus before the points even be taken.
Building it up so quickly. We're of course going to be seeing this Gamma Monstro taken away in the next patch in Season 4.5, but it's still doing so much work at the moment. DRP into the backline, trying to put some harassment onto the strategist. Horn of Proteus does come out, but does not find a target, but Rosa is able to finish off Tuzi. This is going to be FaZe, slow but steady. They are taking control, but Chopped, they're trying to commit to a counterfight. They take out Leolaz with the help of that Soul Resurgence from Crazy Kitty.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty's been so good with just ultimates, whether it's the Ultron or now the Mantis, just to make sure that they gain some tempo back into their favor despite being a player down. They're even going to use the Feast of the Abyss themselves. And Vertigo isn't that far away from having a Karmic Revival. You've got the Loki kit that can even copy it across if they want to as well, and I think that's what they've picked up. It might actually be a Soul Resurgence I think the Mash has grabbed.
They're trying to push in, at least they're trying to force this fight to keep control. Leo in the sky is just going to melt through the Emma, prevent any of that extra crowd control. Tuzi and Leo both going to be dueling through this, and Tuzi comes out on top. Rosa will get revenge though, getting the counter pickup, and Vertigo is completely flipping this back on its head. We've not seen a lot of Adam from the side of Chopped, but already it's showing its value. They played it 3 times, won twice with it. Sorry, lost twice with it. It does not matter. The portal, if you can't revive, you might as well just get back faster.
The point hasn't been taken yet. We've seen pretty much all of the ultimates being used. It's been, what, 2, maybe 3 minutes? And Chopped have managed to turn it around, despite the fact that they've been on the back foot for the majority of these fights. Just the sustain of having that Soul Resurgence twice with the copy from Loki, and then that Karmic Revival from the Adam. The fight is still going on. It's not as if they've taken it at this rate, but it is forcing a lot more out. FaZe are not too far away from having an invisible boundary, but they've lost 2 of their players already. They might need to regroup and let Chopped, after 3 to 5 business days, finally take that first point.
Finally going to be going over. Chopped to take the first control. They're already built back up to a Soul Resurgence and a God of Mischief. Vertigo 50% of the way towards the Karmic Revival. And Leo, looking for a Loki counter here, has decided that even on a non-Convoy map, it's time to bring out the Moon Knight.
Going for something a little bit different. It is more of a static line. It's not feeling as divey as some of the comps that we saw earlier today in the 2 best-of-5 series that we saw previous to this one. But already Leyless has built up a fist of Khonshu ready to slam down, 70% on the way. And there's a lot to bank up for FaZe, but it feels like Chopped now are just able to contest the point, not really fight too much. Despite the fact that they have some ultimates to work with, they don't need to play as neutrally, and it's mostly just to focus down that with the Galactic Legend. Layla's building up the ultimate, doesn't get a chance to use it.
2Z keeping control of the battlefield here. Horde of Proteus gonna be coming out, does get a 4-man stun, but there's no follow-up, and Leo only just returning from spawn, meaning that they did not have the DPS to actually land any finishing blows. DRP getting locked in, held in Silent Seduction, but Symbiotic Resilience keeps them topped up. Soul Resurgence from Mash will expire as Leo does come in. Hand of Conchu takes out one. Smashness getting onto Beetle, but guess what? Who's back? Everyone's back. Crazy Kitty's gone. Crazy Kitty's back. The Karmic Revival from Vertigo is keeping Chopped in this fight as they're pushing back in, but Leo making the most of how much everyone's grouped up, and the Loki clones to just deflect and stack up damage with this Moon Knight.
The DRP's not really been CC'd out that much, though. It's really up to the Hulk to try to get the stun across, or maybe the Invisible Woman for Winnie to just keep him pulled back, but it's not really working. DRP's getting sort of free reign now. He's under a little bit more stress, and yeah, he gets actually pulled into the fight. Oasis gets the clear. A big pick in the end, but it's 99% on the board for Chop. FaZe haven't really been able to do that much damage in the end. Now's a good chance because there's no counter revival, but 2Z wants to try to get ahead of the action. The invisible boundary is going to be shelter and a chance to stay on the point to keep that overtime wick burning for FaZe. But still, again, it's just allowing a chance for Chop to get back, and now with the portal, it really feels that reinforcements never left.
Chopped keep control, they keep it fighting, they're almost built up to another Karmic Revival. They have a God of Mischief, so they already have one technically. Leo falls, there's no portal for them, they have to run back in, or I guess glide back in via Moon Knight. No, they're going to swap over to Phoenix and just try and get back quicker, just so they have any chance to contest this. Beetle has the Silent Seduction, Mash going in for the copy, Smashness with the double though, maybe enough to try and turn this round. The fate of both worlds copied by Mash to keep their team topped up, at least the people who are left of it. Vertigo revives themselves because they're on 99%, meaning Karmic Revival is here, but FaZe aren't finding the pickups either way. I have Agamotto from behind onto Oasis, and Winnie, the backline is decimated.
That was a hell of a dive from the Strange. He gets both of the strategists in that backline, and now it's a mad scramble for FaZe. They've got Rosa moving over towards the Strange, but the portal's been used now. And for 2Z, he's sort of sitting back, just chipping away at the backline. There's now nobody really left alive for FaZe to keep this contested, and if they are, they're not going to be too long for this world. You see Smashness trying to run away to get some security. Endsong Inferno's going to be used. Might have been better to sort of bank that for the second point, but FaZe are not giving this up Tetra at all.
They're giving everything. Binaries over to the Angela for the fast rotation. Smashness is on their way back on Psylocke. Here comes the Soul Resurgence from Crazy Kitty, but Beetle has fallen. Vertigo has another Karmic Revival. They come back again, keeping this as a 6v6. I have Agamotto from Rosa for the turnaround. Mash goes down, Kitty goes down, but they're back again. The revival is up. They didn't wait for it to expire as they continue the 6v6. Finally, 2Z and Winnie go down. Leo able to get the snipe. Rosa gets DRP. They have control. Dance to the butterfly to take out the backline is available, but it's not needed as Smashness is cleaning up in the backline with that mobility, and they get the flip.
They take the point. Of course they take the point. Well, nobody had any plans after this, right? You got Americas later on. They pushed that back because I think we're going to be here quite some time. FaZe were not happy to just kind of keep the ultimates and play for a good second point. And I think one of the things about Celestial Husk with these kind of fights is taking that point initially is more easier than trying to take it later on. So now FaZe, they don't really have too much of a backline to worry about. Like, they have no safety net, and it looks like DRP is going to just take the point for free. Actually requires Layla, sorry, to actually swing back in to get the pick. And that's good, at least, because Chop's now trying to sort of be a little bit coy with their approach. Now buying more time for FaZe to build this up.
They have hyper dive potential. This has served FaZe quite well in the past. The Angela Psylocke, usually with a Venom, but they have not been able to get Rosa over to that because they had to port back in the last second here. But they do now have Endsong Inferno. No real follow-up to it outside of just overall damage. Binary doing a great charge, trying to prevent Venom from getting any mobility with the knockups, but Rosa and Smashness both fall down here. Sonic Seduction for the setup. Leo's on the flank, but cannot do the damage, and suddenly Chop, slow but steady, have just walked in and are trying to take control, forcing out the fate of both worlds.
Don't know if Rosa's going to have portal yet, because he used it fairly recently, all things considered. And even with all of these picks going the way of Chopped, you've got the Soul Resurgence, you've got the Loki that can copy the Soul Resurgence again, or go for Camp Revival. It just keeps that aggression, those picks. It means a lot more for Chopped, and it's harder for FaZe to actually really get too much done. This time isn't going to be a, 6-minute hold in overtime for FaZe. They're going to lose it, and kind of like you said, Tetcher, Chopped took it relatively easy considering how hard it is to retake those points on Celestial Husk full stop.
They stepped on and they were just able to take control. And a big part of that, I feel, is the one-sided Venom. That last ban coming in from Chopped was such a difference maker. Normally, you would see FaZe move over to that Venom once the Strange goes down, sacrifice the ultimate to get back to the point quickly. But they were just unable to do so because they had no portal, they just used it, and no Venom. It was banned. They just did not have the tools for this contest. But now, looks like they decided it's time to make the most of what we got. We have an Eye of Agamotto. We can either swap off it and try and maximize something else, take the 50% ult charge and build up to something already on the way, or make the most of the fact we have the Strange, we have the Eye of Agamotto, and it's time to bring in the magic.
Going for the Strange straight away. Are they going for a portal play? Because we have seen a lot of portal... Yeah, they are. We've seen a lot of portal plays on this point in the map, but it's the fact that you have the magic and the Angela that I'm curious if this is going to be just like a straight-up kidnap.
A lot of shots coming in. They're going to see if they can get someone. They found the entire group downstairs except for Tuzi, who will be behind them on that Star-Lord, picking away. But Smash is the first to fall. Crazy Kitty countering the dive. Mash going to be going in for the copy so they can make sure they sustain through the rest of this fight. But already a disaster for FaZe. They're the ones who engage, but Chopped are able to sustain it, hold it, and take control of the first point.
So that means that timing-wise, it might work out for Rosa if they want to stay on the Strange to go for a portal play a little bit later on. But outside of that, the timing could be rough. You want to try and stall things out as much as possible. And Chop now having to give up the high ground and bunker back onto the point. So FaZe might be able to put some pressure onto the objective itself. We have got this dive, Angela's diving, and the Eye of Agamotto does connect onto Crazy Kitty, but you have got the rejuvenation fields from Mash that are keeping most people up, but the burst is still good enough to take down 2 players. The problem is the camera revival has just brought them straight back.
Oh, but there's them sending right back to the afterlife again as the Endsong Inferno comes in. Vertigo will be able to bring themselves back, so Crazy Kitty's the only one that the elimination sticks to. Winnie taken down on the side, though, as Tuzi was able to hold everything. They saw that FaZe had burned basically all of their big abilities and was able to find a flank on the pickup. Heaven's Retribution from above, but it finds nothing. Immediately Versus Smashness cannot win a 1v6.
It's just too much. You also have to say that Tuzi's doing a great job considering there's no Ultron, there's no Luna, there's no Invisible Woman to give him shields or any just sort of like, you can go on your own, we could just put an Idol Aura on you to keep you alive. It means that Crazy Kitty sort of has to do a lot of the healing over time stuff instead of damage boosting. But Tuzi's been so good to just be in and out of these fights that he's not taking too much damage and he's not taking too many resources away from Crazy Kitty other than a damage boost when the likes of Galactic Legend comes around. Speaking of which, Soul Resurgence is good to go. It might be a great chance as Beetle does have that Strangled Prison as we see the group versus group for 2 of the best players on them.
Counter wall coming out. Rosa using it to protect their own team here. Double, triple on the Psionic Seduction, pulling everyone in. But the healing output, Oasis, keeping their team topped up. But that's their only remaining ultimate as they build up towards Rosa's. But they are heading back to spawn, so they won't get the chance. Crazy Kitty pulls the trigger to push on in, and Chopped take another solid control point. No one's even close to be able to hold this for a portal to come in. They'll get taken out far too quick. And that is just going to be a clean second round and first map for Chopped.
Yeah, it felt the FaZe threw everything that they had into that first point to try and contest it, and Chopped just had the resources to go in and take this one fairly handedly. But this is a team that hasn't lost on domination. 6 for 6 at Chopped. And maybe if there's a chance later on for FaZe, you need to not lose these next 2 map types because you are just letting domination come back into this best of 5. And I would imagine that's where Chopped would want to take this one to the likes of Hell's Heaven and stuff. But yeah, Tuzi, 35-3. Does a great job considering there wasn't too many resources funneled into him in comparison to having a Luna and stuff and an Invisible Woman or an Ultron. It just felt that he had free reign. And every ultimate that we saw from those Galactic Legends, well timed, well played, well executed, and a well won map 1 for Chopped.
Yeah, you can see Leo actually took some pretty solid duels versus them, but it just came down to the fights on the ground, really. The fact that Tuzi was only really being targeted by, for example, the Leo or the Smashlers for the short time they were Star-Lord. It was the ground fight that seemed to make the difference, drawing so much attention away. And while Chopped did struggle a little bit on that first round, that's more just a really big boost to how we look at FaZe, of just how resilient they are and how willing they are to swap some of this fast rotation out heroes and hyper dive when they need it. But on the second point, this was just Chopped. Exactly what they needed. They swapped over to the group because they knew it's the best way to hold these tight enclosed areas on the interior bits. They countered the initial portal and just never lost momentum from there.
Pretty much, yeah. And it's tough for FaZe, I suppose, to be able to sort of bounce back from that one in the end. But this is just the kind of area where FaZe did go for some adjustments, picking up the Moon Knight and stuff, trying to go for a completely different style of Celestial Husk that we've even seen in difference from today, which has been a lot more Captain America Venom divey. When the Venom's banned out, it does require teams to sort of play out a little bit differently, and that was less dive, more just this kind of like neutral pokey kind of composition. I wonder if we're going to see that keep coming up in this best of 5. But before we go to the map choice of FaZe, which is either going to be Convoy or Convergence, we're going to go for a quick break, so we'll see you in a few.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
It feels like a bit of a measured twice, cut once approach for Chopped so far, but it is also measure twice, cut and miss, and then just have Adam cam at revival so you can just keep swinging. That seems to be the goal plan, and it does translate well to these other game modes outside of the King of the Hill texture. I don't want to sort of ask, like, does it need to be addressed a little bit more with the Adam Warlock? Like, do we need to see more bans and stuff going in? Because it was open for both sides, yet we never really saw FaZe want to move over to it.
Yeah, it very much seems to come down to preference and obviously composition. In this case, having the Adam Warlock plus the Loki Mantis just was so overwhelming in terms of damage boost, in terms of having that Loki increased area on the regeneration domain, means they were protected from a lot of the initial dive, and then just having the revive to keep it going. It was just a little bit too much for FaZe to deal with at this stage. But the fact is, Adam is being addressed pretty consistently in these bans, as is Jeff, continuously getting banned away.
The interesting thing about this series not only is the fact that for FaZe, the majority of this squad comes from Zero Tenacity previously in Stage 1. You've got Chopped that also was mostly Team Peps from Stage 1 and beyond. These guys, Team Peps versus Z10 was the first matchup of playoffs back in Stage 1 as well, where Z10 got a 2-0 win. So those Peps players that are on Chopped currently might be looking for a bit more revenge, but also for Ariko and Convoy total on the side, we're seeing FaZe only play Convoy once. They had the choice to go here or Convergence, but they've actually come to Ariko, which is the one map that we've seen really played from Chopped that also like to pick this map themselves.
Yeah, Chopped are 3 games in. They are 2-1 when it comes to Arako, where we've only seen it once from FaZe, which I believe was against VP, which they did win. So it's a little bit of a rarer pick when it comes to this side of the board. But FaZe, seeing that it has been a map where they've been able to take games off the best teams and a map where Chopped have lost on, they're going to take their chances.
I feel like here we saw the Adam ban that came in for Chopped onto FaZe. Sorry, so they didn't have access to the Adam at all. It was one-sided, and the same things happened here. FaZe wanted to try and take out the Luna, which again takes away some of the support that you typically give towards 2Z, and it's looking like the same draft almost so far. So FaZe are not too thrown off at the fact of like the Adam worked really well for Chopped. It gives the Loki over. The one change that has come in is that Groot as a final ban instead of, I think it was Venom beforehand.
So Venom is not going to be banned away this time. Another map where it's a little harder for him to roll out, but if you know the rollouts, you can still make it to a point extremely fast. It's just those small doorways can be proved to be a little bit more difficult. Invis, final protection, guaranteeing them one of the strongest strategists, preventing them from having to lean onto stuff like the Loki Mantis and then with an Adam. So now they have at least some more options. Inside of FaZe, they are going to ban out the Adam this time. So Invis and Mantis, though, is still an incredibly good lineup, especially for if you want to play a flyer.
So far, so good, I think, with the draft. You still have those elements. So what was different? So it was the order for FaZe was Jeff, Luna, Ultron, and now it's Jeff, Ultron, Luna. So they were really worried, I guess, that that second Protect could potentially come in and go over towards the Ultron this time. I wanted to get that out before the Luna was in play. But so far, the Protects are pretty much exactly the same. It is the Invisible Woman Protect instead of the Venom before. And not really that much focus going on to like Emma Frost, which seems to be another thing that's happening in these pure Convoy modes. But maybe that's because they know that FaZe do like to bring out the newest Vanguard to add to our roster, that being Angela. And the win over Vertus Pro, considering this was Vertus Pro's pretty much home ground, I think, in Stage 1, feels like it was a statement and an eyebrow raiser.
I also want to bring up a really interesting point there. You brought up the not banning Emma Frost from Chopped, but I'm curious that we're not seeing it from FaZe as well. We do know that Chopped do like to run the Emma from time to time. It's not their most picked, but it's up there. It's 7-2 in the times they've picked it. But in the 4 times it's been banned against them, they've lost 3 of them. So I'm kind of curious why we're not seeing a little bit of a focus onto the front line, where it's just that these strategists are so strong right now.
Especially when you typically see the likes of Triple Vanguard. And that's pretty much what's in play. Already lost 1. Rose has been knocked off the map by Crazy Kitty, just pulled apart from one of the common Wolverine players. And the dive is a good one. I guess the most interesting thing is we're seeing the Thing just thrown in alongside 2Z on the Bucky to start off. And so far it has forced FaZe back a little bit. And Binary needs to be careful he doesn't get hooked or caught by this anti-air Vanguard that now is the Thing.
The thing coming in gives them 1, the anti-air against the Angela. 2, can't be displaced by the Angela, so is a safe character to lead the front line. 3, cosmic fastball. If you're going to bring out Crazy Kitty, you might as well launch them into the stratosphere and try and get people picked off early. So they're hyper committing to this aggressive push out and not being countered by Binary, who they do finish off with the force physics, with that psychic vortex there, in order to stop them from flying and dropping them into the terrain. Very cool play there.
Oh, and it's a really good invisible boundary to just sort of place Crazy Kitty right in the action, able to cleave people. So if FaZe want to stay, they really have to give up some point progression. The invisible boundary is going to be used, and Chopped actually giving this a lot of respect. Reset as Beetle was taken down. And you can sort of see these defenders of FaZe wanted to try and reclaim some of this space in the end, going for the charge to try to connect over onto Crazy Kitty that's just narrowly alive, able to teleport up to the high ground and look to potentially go for a counter-attack. But this is a backwards and forwards. FaZe are not really sure if they're in or out at this point, as Chopped waiting for reinforcements are going to get them. And another invisible boundary. It was copied from MASH.
Binary once again was caught out of position. There is that invisible boundary, like you say. 2Z gets Oasis as Chopped continued this push forward, but FaZe, they're delaying a lot of time here. Binary moving over to Emma to follow in through the portal, but they've been spending a lot of time on this Angela, not actually on the point, fighting before it, because they are the one who can get there faster. This allows them to delay a little bit more in terms of the amount of duration they actually have to fight on the point, and it is working. They've actually locked Chopped down for quite a long time here. The problem is Chopped have been overwhelming them in most of the team fights. Smashnez is going to get another pickup though onto MASH, which is buying even more time, and it's slow and it's steady, but FaZe are very gently pushing Chopped back with 1:37 to go.
We've had closer holds, I think, on the defense so far, so it's not a bad line in the sand for FaZe to draw, but it's whether they can keep the payload there for the rest of this defensive half. 90 seconds for Chopped. You do have that scary combo of the Strangled Prison and then the Kraken's Impact all lined up. There's an invisible boundary ready to go for Winnie that might keep people alive, and it's there just in time. The knockback is also good. You've got the onslaught of damage that's starting to come through from Chopped, but it's more just a hack and a slash. The FaZe are not going down quietly or at all in any rate, so that play from Chopped going around those ultimates hasn't led to much. It might rely on Crazy Kitty trying to get a good last stand. The Feast of the Abyss combo could have gone with it, but catching Oasis in this neutral is a big move.
And there was no BRB, so Oasis does not come back. Rosa will come back though. It comes up just in time for the revive, but not enough time for Smashnez or Winnie, meaning even with these slow revives, the point is taken, and it's just going to be more bodies on the pile. Rosa and Leoles go down right at the end, and point 1 is taken by Chopped.
It's also worth adding that we saw both these teams first banning Jeff, first protecting Mantis. Neither team having Mantis in their teams thus far.
Yeah.
Just like a in a back pocket kind of thing. And it's also like for FaZe, one of the reasons why we might not have seen them on Convoy much is because they're typically a 2-2-2 team when they try to play these comps. Like seeing Leolis playing on the Rocket Raccoon was odd, and Smashnez on a Vanguard, because they typically want to be on those duelists as much as possible. You got Crazy Kitty trying to go in for the dive. The bulwark from Rosa is a good one to make sure that nobody goes down whilst FaZe try to regroup and fight for this. Meteor M is going to be thrown in to try to go for Crazy Kitty as that last stand does come through. And Kraken's Impact from 2Z, it's a little bit misaligned with these combinations from Chopped, but it is forcing FaZe to really respect this space and start pressing the S key to sort of back up a little bit more. But no picks have actually gone through. You've got the Endsong Inferno that's going to be used more as a defensive to just make sure that you don't go down in a fight. Now he needs to be careful that there's not going to be a follow-up from Chopped.
Most of the ultimates are being burnt here to hold this in place. Chopped used all theirs, weren't able to find as many pickups. FaZe used all theirs, but did still potentially get disjointed. So they're still having to burn ultimates to sort of make up and catch up for the initial start of this engage. Here comes the silent introduction to try and lock down at least a couple people here. Is able to get DRP and 2s even again. Where's the follow-up? Leo has that Kraken Impact, but no one's even close to weak enough to capitalize on it.
No, not at all. It's just, again, what we saw on the domination map is just these kind of long rolled out fights, but then you start to see the elimination feed glow up in this orangey red. The trades are back, and you have got the Kraken's Impact used from Leolis. Can he get a reset? It doesn't look like it. There's just too many people surviving on the side of Chopped, and the actual connections are working grand for 2Z. Able to move on to the second point, and FaZe haven't really had a good chance to hold off on this payload. It's more delaying this constant moving forward from Chopped.
but this is something that could work in their favor. This last point is so hard to actually finish. So this is where FaZe, who have spent a lot of effort and a lot of ultimates, simply just burning down the clock. If they can hold this on the last point, that still sets them up to a position where they can try and take this with the lower chance of a draw. So there is reason here behind the madness. While they do seem to be struggling, while Chopped are pushing through, they are still setting themselves up as best as they can in that situation. That was a lovely block on the straggling prison.
It was perfect, and I was a little bit worried for FaZe because they have all of their players down on the low ground, which means that players like DRP can just hop up on the high ground and sort of flank in behind. This feels like it's almost like a checkpoint in of itself, trying to get underneath where this payload is starting to move through and onto the other side. So FaZe have a great place to try and take this fight, and you're getting a lot of big ultimates out with 90 seconds on the clock yet again. For FaZe, they managed to hold on, but up until then, Laylis gets caught up from DRP, who is just being so good at getting the fight back into Chopped's favor.
Leo's had this cracking impact for a while, just hasn't been able to find the opening. They're not setting up for it. They're about to have, though, the Psionic Seduction. If Binary stays up, getting dropped extremely low there, but they can use that for the setup. They're trying to lock down DRP, which they will get. Smash this with the pickup here. Once again, Spawn is way closer for FaZe now, meaning that they do have the advantage, but Chopped's momentum is just looking so good, but never mind. Look at that. What a setup by Binary.
It was crazy clean. Able to sort of move on to some of the more meta options for the Vanguard line and looking good doing it. He actually got interrupted out of it, so Chopped have to sort of just use their little toesies, get their stepometers ready to try to walk back onto the point. But a hell of an interrupt from FaZe to make sure that a portal play can't happen. More time being bought.
Smash Des with the interrupt there. Like we said, this is all about burning down the clock for FaZe, and they are putting everything on the line for it. 30 seconds remain. No portal for Chopped, meaning it's basically this fight or nothing. They try to make their way in. Wolverine is interrupted by the barrier, but Rosa still falls. Invisible Boundary now sets them up into a 5 versus 6. Crack and impact for 2.
What a time. That is a real, like, tune in next time cutaway. I can almost hear, like, Roundabout from Yes playing in the background to set it up. Yeah, what a moment. At least
the soldier will return this summer.
Pretty much. So for FaZe, it's a chance. I guess it's probably similar to other games of, like, when there's a tech pause, people have to be quiet until it's solved. Obviously, if there's somebody that's DC'd, they need to talk to League Ops and be like, somebody's DC'd, pause, please. But right in the center of the action, FaZe, it's so close whether they're able to hold before this third checkpoint or whether it's going to hit the end for Chopped. But also, nowadays, it feels like it's pretty much a hold on first or have the map finish out the way that this meta has been playing for the most part.
It really does, but again, this last point is so hard to take. That spawn door is literally underneath Ultron's throne, so being able to just get in there when you have such a long walk means you have to win a convincing fight, basically. That's the only way you do it. Spawn timers are the only friend you have when you're on attack at this final point, so this is all about whether Chops can either get enough pickups in one go or enough of a stagger close enough together that the spawn timers will be able to carry them through it. Whereas on FaZe, it's time to start swapping. We saw them do it on map 1. When you go down, it is time to swap to whatever the fastest character to get out that door is.
It's a brave move, I think, from FaZe to choose this map because it's the only map that we have seen them play on Convoy. I think full stop, maybe outside of like MRC, but I remember like MRC because there wasn't this rule of like you could play domination and then you had to play another game mode. You could play like 3 dominations in a row if you really wanted to. I don't remember seeing that much like Convoy game mode from FaZe at all. I remember stuff like Central Park and stuff, but
yeah, I'm actually having a look. So this is just for Ignite, not for MRC. So,
yeah. They haven't played it at all in
Islands
Ignite.
1, Spider Islands and Daraco, and that's it. Amarin, Bracket Impact comes on out to the triple, quadruple. Yeah, that'll do it. That's gonna wipe the board, and they got it.
That was a bit anticlimactic as a tune-in next time. Tuesday just cleans up house. But 7 seconds on the clock isn't too bad. It's not as if you can play for a draw in this game mode at all. So FaZe have to finish out the map, do it with a bit more time, and see if they can do much at all once we get into these OT situations. like I said, FaZe, yeah, we haven't really seen all that much from them playing this. It is just more of a case of like Araco, the one map that you have got gameplay on for FaZe, it means that Chopped's prep is going to be somewhat decent because you're going to pull out all the stops when you play up against Vertus Pro. So I imagine Chopped saw that FaZe game and sort of went, okay, we know what they're going to do. This is how we anti-strat it.
Well, let's see if they have prepared enough. Chopped, have they put enough attention into FaZe? But obviously, we keep talking like a lot of teams have been, a lot of people in the audience have been, about Citadel, about Na'Vi, about Vertus Pro. FaZe have been continuously proving how much of a mistake it is to underestimate them.
So,
FaZe were knocked down to the losers bracket in Group B. Their first opponent was Na'Vi, so, you know, fair enough. But then having to beat Peps, Alcancia, Vice, and then almost beating Vertus Pro in a full best of 5. They haven't lost many of those, but they haven't lost many series full stop. So you have to be a little bit more careful. It does mean that if FaZe do lose this map, and we go into series point, that they do have a choice of convergence. But if you have any ideas on different maps and certain strategies that you've not shown, you want to save them for the qualifying games, but you don't want to waste them in best of 5s like this one.
But at this point, like you say, it's kind of do or die. While you can still tank through as best you can, you really want to get every win on the board as possible, because if you win this, then you're close to qualifying. You only need to win 1 game instead of 2 or 3, or depending on how many you are away if you go down to those lower brackets. And right now, classic Moonlight Storm. Nothing new, nothing crazy, but they're slowly creeping forward. But that first right angle is where we start to see the holds.
I guess the concerning thing is the area that worked well for FaZe was their defense against Vertus Pro. They were able to hold first point a good portion of the time. So FaZe now having to finish the map, it's a tall order. We don't see it that much nowadays, but they have it in them. You've got the Fisticon shoe that is ready to be thrown in, but it might be there to line up. You've lost Oasis, unfortunately, but Leolus, there it is. The combination getting to 2 of the 3 strategists. It's just 2Z that's alive on the Mantis now that we see it in play for both teams. And Leolus cleaning up house. A very dominant sort of win in this fight. Chopped probably have to switch over to the Strange to go for a pole play and recontest this.
Khonshu is smiling down on FaZe today. The phase of the moon is full, which of course does affect Moon Knight's powers, depending on what phase of the moon we're in. But they start to move forward. Rosa, that's in comics, not in game. I'm not.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Secret strats here. Rosa pushes forward. Zarnik's seduction from Crazy Kitty. From above, trying to catch onto the backline. Is able to grab Leo, but Leo is tanking through. Is able to escape onto the backline. Ayamagamoto interrupted.
A big one. Rosa was trying to come in, but it does mean that he's the one that goes down first in that fight, so might be able to sort of portal in if they want to keep these numbers up on the attacking side. For Chopped, you got the Soul Resurgence being in use that's allowing DRP another big pick in these big fights. So now him and Beetle have been able to team up to clear up house for FaZe, who have to reset this one just right at the end. Binary's going to jump into the Abyss to try to reset themselves a little bit faster. You have under 2 minutes on the clock, but the payload is in the hands of Chopped, and they've pushed up past it to make this very uncomfortable for FaZe to attack.
There's only a few meters to go, but FaZe can break this once, like they've already done twice at this point, that they're setting themselves up beautifully. Omega Hurricane, ready. Hand of Khonshu, almost ready. Ayamagamoto, almost built back up. But if they get caught by this straggling prison, it could be all over for them. Here comes the Omega Hurricane, into the backline, looking for Loki. Take out the strategist first. The Lantern gets deleted, but has to retreat to make their way back to the rest of their team, because Crazy Kitty just absolutely popped off.
He's just continuing to be one of the best, most versatile flex plays that we're seeing in the region, able to get 2 without even needing to use a Psionic Seduction. So now that 2 minutes has dropped down to 1. FaZe have some stuff to work with, but it's whether it's going to be another overtime brawl for both sides. There is no Strangling Prison available, but Meteor M and Psionic Seduction going to be coming out from the Vanguard from Chopped, pulling in the FaZe. But it seems that everybody's managing to keep themselves alive, and there's so many ultimates to go for FaZe now. It's going to be the Eye of Agamotto catching on to 2, but Match has got the combo in. He's actually been able to get the copy onto the invisible boundary, but that Fist of Khonshu cleans up on 3. You see Crazy Kitty switching over towards the Strange. I don't know if it's going to be fast enough to port play. Actually, it might just be in time.
They keep delaying, they keep throwing bodies at it with the Loki, but it's too late. Point 1, grabbed by FaZe, but a little bit slower than Chopped. While they did burn through a lot of Chopped's time, FaZe are still behind pace right now.
It was this fight on the second point that really allowed Chop to build up some of this momentum with the payload moving. They just have one player on it so far, and everybody else has pushed up pretty much to the second checkpoint. All this way to maintain that Chop have to use some big cooldowns or even ultimates to go for a fight even near this objective. But you are one player down as it's being moved along slowly by Winnie, I believe. The Eternal Bond is almost ready into this fight. Now they're going to go in for this engagement, but DRP gets two as the Sign of Seduction was used, including the Cloak and Dagger that had that Eternal Bond.
They tried to set up, they had a Hand of Conchu, they had Eternal Bond, they used the Silent Seduction, and they found exactly zero. Chops were able to defend that. They've moved over to a triple strategist solo duelist in the form of Tuzi on that Phoenix to try and just burst through that front line, to try and set themselves up the hit scans to try and deal with Leo, who is right now just continuing to take advantage of the fact that there are so many people grouped in the backline. A Mega Hurricane into that backline. Invisible Boundary has to be dropped and force Smashness to retreat, but it's going to be a pretty solid trade. 2 for 3 in favor of Chopped, but FaZe are able to get themselves on the board, but again they lose Leo before they can ult.
I think it was DRP again that finds a pick just as FaZe were trying to go for the offensive option there. And now they're able to at least keep that payload under this bridge, but you can see just how far Beetle's pushed up. He has got that Strangling Prison to sit back on. And Soul Resurgence, you're at the top of the hill. You could just waterfall right down onto these FaZe players. You just need to be careful about the Eye of Agamotto and certainly the Fist of Khonshu, as Laylis has been finding a lot with it.
Tuzi finds the pickup onto Binary as they push on in. Eye of Agamotto and Hand of Conchu once again at the ready. DRP pulls the trigger. Hand of Conchu comes on down, finds very little. It almost is a spooning Conchu here. But this does give FaZe the opportunity to try and make an angle, but they lose Smashness. Tuzi on the flank from behind, and the pathway created by Cloak and Dagger is turning into a red carpet, red with the blood of FaZe as they're getting taken down. Eye of Agamotto looking for the counter with the Phoenix coming from above with the Ensom Inferno. Both teams are just reinforcing as fast as they can as Fate of Both Worlds is the only thing keeping FaZe alive as they retreat back to the corner, losing Leo on the way out.
Mash is finding so much value on the low key, like the invisible boundary swaps this time to just maintain that fight when you've got stuff like the Eye of Agamotto being used. Nobody goes down, and Tuzi's been finding so much all on his lonesome again. There is an invisible boundary in hand for Vertigo, and he goes down even through it from that Fist of Khonshu, but nobody's able to touch from FaZe.
Time ticks down. They got a pickup right as they tried to rush the point, but the timing and the zoning from Chopped was just too strong. They sit 2-0 up in this best of 5.
Ooh, Rutro, it's one cut away from an upper bracket qualifying game for Chopped. And it's really a chance for FaZe now that they've got their backs to the wall to show that they're really in for this one. Layla's having a lot of final hits, 12 and going 19 and 9, pretty positive in the right places, but it just seems to be that Chopped are not leaving anything open, and they have some great answers to the questions that FaZe are wanting to put forward.
And the question is, where do you go from here? If we have a look at Chopped statistics, the only map they've really struggled on up to this point is Yggdrasil, which they have yet to win on. They haven't won on Symbiotic Surface either, and seeing as the only map option left is Convergence, perhaps we need to be heading to Symbiotic Surface, as again, it's the only one we haven't seen Chopped perform on yet.
You got Central Park as well, which I don't think we've seen too much from Chopped, at least
at the point we have no information on there.
Yeah.
Symbiotic when they're 0 and 1.
It's just too much of a risk, I would say. But it's like they have picked Symbiotic Service and Central Park in the past, so there's a chance there. Jalia, you've done all well. It's like literally 50-50. 1 win, 1 loss on all of those Convergence maps, minus Shibuya that's not in play at the moment. And obviously we're not there for Xiaolao's Kunlun map that's coming into the game fairly soon, right? So for Chopped, it's tricky now, I suppose, to really know what you're preparing for. But here, when it's a Convoy, you sort of expected Arako. You got Arako, and you dealt with exactly what FaZe used against Vertus Pro to a T, and there wasn't really too much of a fight back, it felt.
really, like, they tried so much. They brought out the Moon Knight and it was working, but the second we saw the adjustment coming out from Chopped, it was all about just, they found Leo basically every time. And that's with Leolaz having that team up with the Cloak and Dagger, where they have even some self-protection, the ability to disappear and get self-healing without even having to be in that position, so they can flank more. It just didn't work because Tuzi is always on the hunt and is just playing so effectively right now. Will this be the beginning of the end for FaZe's upper bracket run, or will this be the start of a reverse sweep? Don't go anywhere. We'll find out after this break.
I want your soul. Hell unleashed! Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining?
Decidedly not chopped looking games right now, as so far they sit at a 2-0, playing incredibly. But FaZe, they did take them to the limit on the first round of map number 1. The second map, though, not as great looking.
I think the way to sum it up has just been that FaZe have matched what Chopped are putting down, but they just run out of steam. Chopped have the adjustments, or whether we move from a different side or to a different point on domination, it just feels that Chopped learn their lesson, make a quick pivot, and FaZe don't have enough about them to be able to sort of match that pace as and when needed. The other side of it is that now FaZe do have the choice of map here from Convergence. If we do see FaZe pick it up, if I'm Chopped, I'm just going, all right, we go back to domination, baby. We haven't lost there, so now you have to beat us, or we're taking this series 3-1. But I think the confidence would go a huge way for Chopped if they're able to take this 3-0. They're sort of expected to win, but I think a lot of people are underestimating the damage that this FaZe roster can do. It's just that Chopped have looked a cut above majority of teams in Ignite. But do they look good enough to qualify for Atlanta is the big question. And it is Central Park that we head to, a map that when we saw this almost this matchup in stage 1, the players on FaZe actually won out when they were playing on Z10 against the PEP players from Chopped.
But we have to have a look at the statistics for FaZe 2. Not played too often so far, but it's 0-1 for FaZe on Central Park so far, whereas it hasn't been seen for Chopped, something we were talking about before we headed to the last break. So it's FaZe coming in here with what they believe to be a comfort pick, but going into the unknown of Chopped.
And if anything, I guess Vertus Pro or OGC are sitting in the wings going, thank you, FaZe, for making sure that we get to see what Chopped are playing on this map, because we want to go in with as much information as possible. And so far for the drafts, there have sort of been some change-ups here, but it tends to be always that first ban on Jeff, first protect onto Mantis, and then Ultra on Luna, depending on what teams are looking for. The Adam is going to be banned out on both sides, which I think is the first time that we have actually seen FaZe take him out. Oh no, they did it right at the end of Araco.
Yes.
But here they're doing it a lot earlier.
Yep, they learned their lesson from map number 1. Here comes the Venom Protect from Chopped. They especially seem to be enjoying that. Works out very well for them. So far, the draft is mirrored, obviously, with the exception of where the Protects are placed. So where do FaZe want to go for that final ban? They take out Loki. They saw just how much power that Loki Mantis combo can actually have on holding a point. So they remove it from play. I actually really like this.
I think it's a good pivot too, because I think that MASH has been getting so much value because you either copy the Mantis or you copy stuff like we saw before, Camp Revival. That's not going to be in play this time. But it's still like Invisible Boundary. It seems that no matter what, just having an ultimate to copy an offensive tool like Soul Resurgence from Mantis or Invisible Boundary or Luna Ultimate, you know, certainly when you have got this like one-sidedness as well, where you're trying to protect the Luna potentially, making sure that they can't go Loki to just copy that Fate of Both Worlds is going to go a long way for Oasis to not have to worry about that.
Well, we're heading in. This could be the end for FaZe's upper bracket run if they cannot bring this back. Will Chopped continue their journey and potentially set themselves up for a rematch versus Vertus Pro if Vertus Pro are able to take down OG Seed? Or will we see FaZe begin the start of a reverse sweep? We'll be finding out as we head towards Dracula's castle in Central Park.
For FaZe, the majority of their Ignite Stage 2 time has been in the losers bracket, so they're not going to be too uncomfortable, but you're looking at the big show. It's not only qualifying for Atlanta, it's $250,000 prize pool in this event alone that teams are going to be trying to get a good chunk of change from. Might keep you going to see what's going to happen in 2026 in the Marvel Rivals esports scene. And I'd hope it would be bigger and better. So for Chopped and FaZe, teams that have been building up on rosters that have only got better and the players individually huge glow-ups, having that security would be nice. But you have got the Angela diving in straight away from Binary. FaZe on the attack, trying to see if they can catch anybody off, while SmashDez is on the Storm too.
Either is really enjoying this Angela. They currently sit at a 4-4 with it, trying to make that a positive ratio as they make their way in, trying to create some pressure onto the backline. But in the meantime, SmashDez, Oasis, and Leo get taken down. The air may be in control of FaZe, but not anymore as the ground falls first and the sky is soon to follow.
I wonder if it was too much of what you were expecting in the end, because you know the Binary can pull out the Angela. He's done it more so than anybody else at this rate, but he's done it in so many different areas. Now you've got Rosa going for a portal play. Maybe a hook or a catch from Laylis in the right place might be able to basically ransom one of these Chopped players away individually. They all started to dive through, and Beetle spotting him, puts the wall up, drops down to the low ground. So you have got this high ground advantage in play from FaZe. SmashDez is certainly going to enjoy that, but you need to play out where Tuzi is, because he's under a good amount of pressure himself trying to play in from this flank, but he was taking a bit of return fire from Laylis.
Good start to trade back and forth to each other, looking for the angle, but Tuzi does have that Ends of Inferno, so they're gonna be dropping it into the choke point. Group wall for the protection, but Winnie is still going to fall at the first point of this fight. SmashDez is dropped low as well. Oasis is taken down, meaning the healing output isn't there. SmashDez is stuck all alone here. Binary goes down. SmashDez will back up and retreat to the rest of the team as FaZe realize that this push is over.
It's starting to maybe unravel for FaZe. start stressing that this might be a 0-3 best of 5 lost against your main competitor, I think, for a slot, certainly. You might start to really worry about what's going to happen here. Strangling Prison is going to have both invisible boundaries thrown up from Winnie. Actually, Vertigo's still got his in the back pocket. Chopper not feeling threatened enough just yet of what FaZe are throwing in on the attack. But an Eye of Agamotto is looming for Rosa. He went for the portal play before. He's not going to have it for a bit. But that combination with the Bucky might be just enough to actually find these eliminations, which I just don't think we've seen many from FaZe at all.
Cracking impact from Smash. There's they found Vertigo on the backline, trying to look for a quick blow-up, but unable to do so. Counter Psionic Seduction met by the fate of both worlds from Oasis, keeping the team topped up, but is it enough to keep Rosa topped up as they are dropped low, healed back up to full. Eye of Agamotto for the turnaround finds nothing. Ensog Inferno will be weakening, but again, everyone's already topped up from the side of FaZe. Rosa is once again targeted down, tanking through this fate of both worlds from Mash. Leo with their own Ensog Inferno, looking for the Groot, and it's Mash who gets taken down on the side. Beetle falls in quick succession, and Chopped, they may be forced to portal back in, but can they delay long enough as FaZe take control?
Yeah, Beetle might be able to here. You have got Crazy Kitty and Mash that have started to be picked off themselves, so they might just opt away from it. There's enough people alive. Yeah, you might as well go for this fight. It is 43 seconds on the point, so you want to just waste as much of it as possible. Even if this is a fight that doesn't go well, you might be able to force out some more ultimates from FaZe, but they don't feel too threatened in the slightest. So it is going to be the hybrid part of this map, the payload starting to churn on through, with 3 minutes on the board for FaZe to push this as far as it can go.
Let's see what they can do here. They're building up towards yet another Eye of Agamotto. Chopped, making the most of these defenses. They've actually been utilizing this Mantis Groot combo pretty effectively. You can see it off on the side there, currently healing them up slowly. But Binary from above with a Psionic Seduction. Crack and impact from Smashness comes on in, was looking for anyone on the flank, won't get a reset, but is now positioned beautifully to punish everyone who steps out of that door. This is FaZe taking the momentum and running with it.
Yeah, Chopped having to reset again. They're going to have maybe, certainly one, but maybe 2 fights left on this one. And Beetle has been very good at just taking a lot of damage. He is having the absolute crap beaten out of him, but with those triple strategists and that team up with Mantis, he's got enough sustain to just be a body in all of these fights. He's not too far away from having a Strangled Prison, and Tuzi's under a lot of pressure, but he seems to be relishing in it. Now with the fate of both worlds thrown in from FaZe, he's just waiting for his opportunity to work alongside that. The Eye of Agamotto blocked, I think, by the wall from Groot. Beetle making sure that Rosa can't get much from it, but the invisible boundary's been forced away from the objective. Layla's trying to wait out the duration to see if he can follow up with that Strangled Prison that's being used as both of them slam down onto the ground, but everybody Tetcher is still alive.
They tagged on through. That got the turnaround. Binary is finally going to be the first to fall to DRP, who's been doing such a good job on this Vanguard, trying to keep the team zoned out. And finally, we will see Chops able to zone them back in. The Strangled Prison was tagged on through, but every tool was utilized, meaning that FaZe just did not have enough sustain to keep that fight going any longer.
Yeah, FaZe maybe upset that they haven't got to the second checkpoint, but they have forced out a lot of ultimates, like you said. You got a good build towards stuff, but the fate of both worlds is what you need to force out from Mash. But Tuzi going down, FaZe, this is a chance to really go into 5th gear and start upping the speed of this attack. You've got that player advantage for the time being. Tuzi's actually going to come back as Human Torch now with the open skies. Smashness looking to see if he can get a Kraken's Impact lined up, and an aggressive attempt from DRP to go with a Sign of Seduction to pull people in. You have got the Kraken's Impact used from Smashness. He hasn't quite got a reset. He's going to be CC'd for the time being, but everybody's still alive from FaZe. The strategist is able to keep everybody going, but through this Strangling Prison, it's just not enough. Whittled down with less than 30 seconds left.
Rosa is also one of the slowest to get taken out here, meaning that they're not up for the portal. Someone might have to swap and just try and dive the point just to touch for overtime, because they are going to be cutting this really, really close with how late Rosa went down. Meantime, Chops, they've built up. Tuzi is at 97% towards that supernova. Here comes the portal in 4, 3, 2, 1. They touch the point, and it's the final fight of what might be FaZe's upper bracket run. Venom, they cannot take this. Oasis with the Fatal
that's
as well.
big.
Tuzi taken down. Leo able to pop up and find the backline members. They have that Enzong Inferno for the quick turnaround. The second that Invisible Boundary gets taken down, they can drop it to burn on through here. Crazy Kitty is trying to keep the team topped up with the Soul Rejuvenation. DRP, though, getting melted down here. Enzong into the backline, and the backline is melted off the point. The point is taken, the doors are open, and the castle is sieged.
That was major from Leolus. Not only just getting the fight to get the pick onto Beetle whilst all three strategists are trying to heal him up again, but catching onto Tuzi whilst he's hovering in the air, waiting for the perfect chance to use that supernova. He's just hovering, waiting for all of these big cooldowns to go from the attackers before he really lets hell rain down from above. But Leolus just snipes him right out of the sky before he can really react to the damage that's coming in. But it does mean that FaZe only have a minute left to push this as far as it will go. It pretty much feels that when you're up against Chopped, you have to push it all the way to the end of the map. And Chopped are taking a very aggressive fight here with the dedication of these ultimates. They still have a supernova, and now they just got a Strangler Prison, but they've pretty much top-decked it. They've used it instantly, forcing FaZe to reset now.
We're down to 36 seconds. There's no portal. Rosa's going to get taken down, and we're in the exact same position as we were, just a few meters further forward. But FaZe, they're actually still moving. While Chop took the fight, they weren't on the point. Finally, Supernova's going to come out and force the frontliners to back up, so they regroup with their team, picking off Rosa in the meantime. And with 17 seconds left, we're running out of time for FaZe. Rosa, with an ultimate, may have to abandon it with no portal available to reach the point in time, as we are at 7 seconds remaining.
We've even got a Wolverine that might be able to rugby tackle somebody that tries to touch, but it is going to go into overtime thanks to the help of, I think, Oasis, that's going to use the Fade both worlds. But just as Binary goes down, he had the Silent Seduction. The timings have been exceptional for Chop to just make sure that every time that FaZe go for a fight, they're a player down because of some of that. It's a great catch again for the interrupt on Rosa, but Winnie's managed to find a pick up to Tuzi, and so is Smashness.
Smashness pops it off. Leo is able to stay up. They got kidnapped by the Wolverine, but Enzong Inferno takes them into the sky. The Phoenix Force, life energy in the Marvel Universe, keeps them going and keeps the life of FaZe going. They're reaching that final point. It's quick rollouts time. DRP literally on Penny to get a fast rollout here to the point, then onto Cap to try and touch in time. There's the torch having to delay. Here comes Cap, the quick dives. Binary's moved over to the Angela for a little bit of knockoff onto the point as the Fate of both worlds coming out from Mash to keep Chopped going, but Beetle has fallen. But Vertigo with Invisible Boundary can match Winnie once that Fate of both worlds expires. But if this Kraken Impact finds the hits, Heaven's Descent, Kraken Impact, but Supernova is melting as much as they can, but the heat is too much for Tuzi, and FaZe get the triple.
Tuzi trying to hold on for the Supernova, but because he was the last player alive, he's basically hovering just above the ground to keep a point contest on the payload, which means it's a Kraken's Impact. William Dafoe looking up lighthouse moment as he gets slammed right back down into the ground. It's nice to see FaZe have enough about them to push this all the way to the end, but it was a hell of a fight right at the depth that came in. Smashley is finding so much with this Bucky, and Chop's now feeling like they are being pushed to the limit. Are they going to start rushing this series because they're on match point? This is where teams can make a lot of mistakes, when they just want to get this series done and dusted, but you end up having it forced out longer and longer.
We were talking about the Crazy Kitty and Leolaz combo in terms of rivalry, but it seems to be coming down to the Crazy Kitty and Smashness rivalry, as both of them, with their Kraken impacts, have been game-changing throughout not just this match, but this tournament. Crazy Kitty is currently hovering a Magic with no Doctor Strange to combo with it, so we'll see if that makes it out the door. On the other side, though, FaZe, they are locking it down. It's time for triple strat.
Is it Smashness that's on the Luna as well? You don't see those kind of
Yes,
stats, like 24k damage done from a Luna. Not quite, but that's just Smashness playing in this one. It's always a bit of a risk when you have got these like triple strategist metas that you want to make sure that your strategists and your duelists are flexible enough to pull it out. And so here, when you have got the Mantis and the Loki in play, it feels a little bit more stretched out in the end. So for Chopped, 4 minutes on the clock to try and push and match what FaZe have thrown down with finishing out the map. But it was this first point that they held so well.
This is so aggressive from Chopped. Magic, Venom, Captain America, Star-Lord with teleport, and then they have Rocket for revive if anyone gets picked off, and Mantis for damage boost. FaZe have got to be getting their targeting correct. If they can take these people down one at a time as they step in, they have hope. Otherwise, they could just get completely run over.
Well, Tuzi is waiting so long to actually go in for this flank. He's waiting to get the clones out of him from the Loki in the regeneration domain. And then that's when he starts to swing in with Crazy Kitty that can add the magic to the roster of characters that he's picked up, his little Infinity Gauntlet. And that's a very swift take. I don't know if there's going to be a chance for FaZe to contest this. Rosa swapped over, but I don't really think that there's going to be that much of a clean chance to fight.
They're looking at it. They will portal. They're going to try it. Burn through time. This is always the strategy, it seems, for FaZe. Time is the best resource. They're going to use as much of it as they can. Smashness drops low, though. Crazy Kitty, that's a big old group of people who've just stepped through a portal. Smashness goes down. Winnie falls. Tuzi's picking up all the final hits. But this is going to be an absolute massacre on point number 1. Chops take it with 5 minutes to go.
I mean, that's always the risk as well. Not only do you not really have a portal play if this gets close to the second checkpoint quite quickly for Chopped, but you've allowed the attackers to farm up some pretty good ultimates to just maintain tempo, like the Yarn Amplifier for Rocket. Damage increase in these kind of moments. Even like Magic, you have to be a little bit more careful with these ultimates, and that's going to be used pretty quickly whilst FaZe is trying to regroup. The dive is coming in to just see if you can get something with it. Tuzi, I think, tries to go in with the combo as well, and it's a clean fight for FaZe to be winning. I think Crazy Kitty even's going to try and just go onto the Magic quickly so they can get back to spawn, reset fast, and go for something else.
FaZe just absolutely burned them there. They got caught in the same choke point that Chopped were caught in when they were on defense, but FaZe were able to sustain through it. They brought out the Hulk, they brought out the Namor. It's all about sustain right now. They're trying to punish the fact that this Magic's diving in. Immediately, like you say, though, Chopped back up, they reset, they bring out the Phoenix, they're going to try and make something happen. Double stun onto Beetle and Mash, though. Mash is melted, Beetle is melted, and once again, Rosa, they see the future, and it says that you're going back to spawn.
Yeah, send them all the way back. FaZe have managed to really hold a high line here. This almost feels like it could be risky, but it makes sense with everybody trying to group up. There's a lot of sustained able to take these fights, and you've taken out Tuzi. You want to just buy as many little gauntlets for this, even using the Monstro to just slam down on everybody in a sense. Like Chopped have pretty much sent all the way back to spawn, and they can't get out.
They're being sent on back, but FaZe did lose one here. They still have kept this cart from moving. Beetle is flanking as best they can, trying to get some damage onto this Hulk, now pushing forward as the front line to keep FaZe zoned back as best as they can. Invisible Boundary comes on out. Smashness at currently half HP, but will be healed up nice and quickly once they're able to get back to their team, as they were once again on the flank. Crazy Kitties just a bit away from Enso Inferno, which they now have with Straggling Prison to try and shut down FaZe, but they tank through it again. Fate of both worlds, but that's all the defensive abilities once again used by FaZe. Counter Enso Inferno. Oh no, Leo, no!
He boxed himself in. Pretty much hotboxed himself in as well, just with that, the weight of it. So Leoless not really able to get much off of the end song. And Chopped seeing if they can sort of scramble a little bit more with the pick. That goes Leoless. So now it's really up to, I think, Smashness, where you're looking at ultimates. Another Horn of Proteus would go a long, long way to just stun out Chopped as they're trying to encroach their way up this stairwell. Honestly, there it is. That's actually able to get onto Crazy Kitty. So you've taken one of the duelists down, but it's pretty much on the edge. Beetle, Strangling Prison, almost good to go. FaZe might have all of their players back, but they just lose out on Rose at the worst time. And Agamotto having to be reset and built up from the very beginning. The Invisible Boundary is going to have the main engagement with 2 minutes on the clock.
FaZe are running at, burning down the clock, though. Chops are keeping the push going bit by bit, but it's way too slow at this stage. You can see a full retreat here. They've realized this is not working. It's time to readjust again. Tuzi now moves over to the Phoenix. Crazy Kitty being sent over to the Mantis. Similar strategy, but switching out which duelist is which. In the meantime, Binary on this flank on the Hulk is causing difficulties. Getting chased down, though, extremely isolated from their team, but this is more time off the clock. We're down to a minute 20 now.
Yeah, this is more of a scramble, really, which you want to get 90 seconds extra, right, for getting to the second checkpoint. We know how really close time-wise that can make things, and Chopped are not going to have as many mistakes left to make on this map. feels again, because you have got a chance to wait for Mash, who's fairly close to having an invisible boundary. You want to be kind of cleanly resetting here, but you're still trying to go for this scrap. This neutral fight seems to really suit FaZe, and when you have got that Hulk Namor combination, your dives have to be crisp to get out those major cooldowns and find those moments where you can just cut through. But that's a great pick from Tuzi to go in onto this fight. You've got 3 ultimates to work with in 40 seconds. You still have a lot of space to take to go up ramp here with the payload.
Tuzi looking for anyone for one last pickup, finds Rosa. Binary back into Hulk, being forced to rotate out as this point moves forward. Do they have Portal in time? They definitely have enough cooldown. Looks like they may just be not going for it. Binary's creeping out, may try for a last second dive to buy every extra second. In fact, they're going to hold overtime onto the point. They're rushing it forward here. Invisible Woman gets taken down. Smash this on the flag. On a Proteus! I am Agamotto! They're tagging through Leo! And Song Inferno to hold it together. Crazy Kitty with this soul rejuvenation, keeping the team top chops. If they have anyone who can strange, Tuzi, it's time for an end game portal to keep them back in. This is DRP falls, Crazy Kitty falls. Beetle is the only thing keeping overtime going. It's ticking down. Can Portal reach in time? Last second dive with the Invisible Woman taken out immediately. And FaZe are going to be taking us to a game number 4.
Seems to be their map type that works. They take us to Central Park and they bring us a little bit more of a close series. I think that Ensong Inferno was through the Strange portal to contest right at the end as well. So it really comes in to maintain that control that FaZe have tried to set on that defense. Leolus, brave big moments from him in that duelist role. 40 and 8. But the amount of those eliminations and picks that he found were just so perfectly placed that even the likes of Tuzi and Crazy Kitty, who also had a great series on the characters they were playing, couldn't really match. Both Smashness and Leolus working together as a solid duo.
Playing that beautifully. Honestly, just an incredible game from everyone involved here. Tuzi is an absolute menace on the flank. If they start picking up the Namor again as well, I'm terrified, just due to how much value they're getting. But this was about FaZe. This was Rosa, especially, really timing and showing us the value of Doctor Strange and those Eye of Agamottos. This is Smashness with so many Kraken impacts that really were Kraken impactful, and Leolaz with the Ensong Infernos exactly when needed. The only one that seemed to not really work is one that accidentally put them in a room. And not even a white hot room.
It's just the environment. Clearly not being a fan, I suppose, of FaZe, just turning against them at the right kinds of moment. But yeah, I mean, we sort of wanted to see a lot from this series, and I have to say for Smashness, he's done a good job to sort of slot in, because bearing in mind that when we did see FaZe playing in the MRC, it was Crisis on this team alongside Leo, and that's a big player to lose. Certainly when Na'Vi come knocking, it makes sense that Crisis would go to that offer for sure. But Smashness coming onto this team hasn't had those kind of moments that we've harped about with Crazy Kitty or Leolus, but I think there especially some amazing ultimates to really keep this series afloat.
When you're in a desperate situation and you're like, oh no, we've just lost one of our main 2 duelists days before the roster lock happens, and you get Smashness as the person to bring that back up, that's not only a relief, that is a get. They absolutely were able to get away with that, and it's working. They're showing they've earned their place in this team, they've earned their place in these playoffs. The fact is, though, Chopped are still 1 game away from heading it to those upper bracket semifinals, and we will continue this series. Is this the beginning of a reverse sweep, or was this simply a last gasp? Find out after this break.
Welcome back to Ignite EMEA. We're still in the playoff stage, so we're not quite ready to see what the end of this week is going to give us in regards to who's going to be the top teams of this region, but also who's going to be heading to Atlanta. So far, up until this final map texture, it did seem that Chopped were really cutting FaZe down to size, but now we have a good series. The problem, however, is now that the game modes are open up again for choice, I'm pretty sure, almost certain, that Chopped are going to take us to domination because they're the best team in EMEA on it currently.
They really are. They're 3-0 on Celestial Husk. They're 1-0 on Krakoa. They are 1-0 on Hell's Heaven. They just don't lose when it comes to domination. So if they're just going by statistics, that would be the sensible place for Chopped to take us. Let's see where they choose to go as we are heading into map number 4 of this best of 5, and it's gonna be Hell's Heaven.
So remember what I said that like Z10 versus Peps, we saw Z10 winning on Central Park, which FaZe just did. The other map that they won was Hell's Heaven. So you are literally running it back to what the majority of these teams were playing in back in May, June for Ignite Stage 1. But here it's like a revenge story. Domination is a good game mode. Chopped are really not only pushing teams, you know, like the Navis and stuff in other tournaments like Night Shift and the like, but also actually scaring the likes of Citadel Gaming, who I think were the best, if not the best, domination team in the region. And that's saying a lot when we have the likes of Navi involved too.
It really is, as we're starting to see the Mantises protected once again on both sides. We're now going to see the Ultron ban from FaZe because this draft is getting quite predictable between these two teams. It's always these last couple slots of where it gets interesting. Will we see the Adams banned once again, which on domination can be extremely impactful? And yep, there it is.
I wonder if at this rate, do you protect the Loki? Because that final Loki ban did a lot for FaZe, I feel.
It's a good question. It actually seems to work quite well, but also there's Venom, there's Emma, there's all these characters that can be so impactful, and they're going to protect Emma, especially on this map, on the actual Super Soldier Factory section itself. You can have some dominating positioning with Emma Frost, and there is that Loki ban. You called it. FaZe could see the impact.
I think it did make that strategist backline a little bit weaker for Chops. Not by much. Like I kept saying, like every time that we saw those big ultimates and I'm looking at the amount of damage that Beetle's taking, I'm seeing him go down to like 10% HP and then just zoop back up to 100 and kept alive really in those big moments. But it is that protect coming in onto Luna, so it's pretty much been exactly the same for FaZe throughout this whole thing of just making sure that they have the Luna Snow to rely on and sit back on. They're not going to get the Jeff because that was a big thing for Winnie to play with. But everybody else has to be a little bit more adaptable. Binary did lock in the Angela, and he did play it back in that, I think it was up against like Al Qadsiya, that domination first game in that best of 3 to actually get to playoffs. So Binary is happy to sort of pick it and play it, but no, Mantis is locked in despite it being a protect from both sides.
We did see FaZe run with the hyper-aggressive composition of Star-Lord, Psylocke, Venom, Angela. And they would basically, with Mantis, sometimes for a little bit of a damage boost. And the whole strategy was, of course, run at Al Qadsiya and also Vertus Pro. They tried it against them, and it was one of the maps they won, of literally just overwhelm your opponents. And this is a map they did it on. So the question is, are they going to potentially bring that back again, or are they sticking with Rosa on this Doctor Strange that has been serving them so well so far?
This is a tough ask for FaZe to win on domination, otherwise you're in the losers bracket. But you have to do something that some of the best teams in the region have failed to do either, which is cutting down Chopped in this King of the Hell control game mode. We aren't even full on for the full best of 5, but it feels like it with just how close this has been. Both teams actually, the spawn doors slightly opening, going for the portal play off the rip.
We're going to be portaling into the side. The question is, were they portaling to the high ground? DRP not staying on the Strange, though. They portaled their team and then swapped to the Venom to go for something a little bit more aggressive. Binary starting on the Venom. Not going to be going for that Angela on the initial rollout. Rosa has seen just how much Strange has been doing for them, though.
Smashdays was able to get a good cleave on with the damage from the left clicks. Means that they're quite fond of having an end song, and with the first part of this point being on the low ground, slamming right on down whilst it's being contested is going to be a major one. Now it's opened up. FaZe not only finding the first pick, but finding a very uncontested point take, potentially. Yeah, it wasn't anything like what we saw in Celestial Husk texture. FaZe able to take it and take it quickly.
The binary goes down. There goes Tuzi punished as well. Winnie sniped on the backline, but Vertigo was finished off in kind. And it's not clean, but it is FaZe taking control of the first point. And they see this seems to just be such a momentum-based team because they were doing so well.
Oh, yeah.
They started struggling, and they seemed to lose it. Then they start doing well again, and they're in full control of this early point.
It's something that we don't really get to talk about too much with like the analytical focus on the meta is just mentality. These are players that have got some experience with playoffs, but certainly not looking at the international events as real contenders. For Chop, there's also a lot of expectation to be the favorites here. And now FaZe, with those early build-ups for the ultimates, able to force them out quite quickly. And Chopped not looking to try to keep engaging on this. They've basically gone in for the fight, lost people, tried to reset, gone in for the fight, had ults thrown at them, trying to reset. And now it's a bit of a scramble where FaZe are just banking on 5 out of their 6 ultimates, now forced to use a few more, but time is working out. Freestun's going in onto Chopped. You've got both the Soul Resurgence and the Fate Above Worlds used at the same time in a mad scramble, but there was no follow-up from Rose and the rest of FaZe after that Eye of Agamotto.
They did burn Strategist Ultimates Oasis in the meantime with Fate of both worlds of their own, allowing Binary and Leoless to take out Mash. Tuzi from above though, making the most of the fact that all of the defensive ultimates are down. Trying to track down Winnie, force physics to knock him back. Ensong Inferno does good damage. Tuzi finds them while invisible for the pickup, and it's gonna be the flip going over to Chops. They clean out FaZe.
That was a hero play from Tuzi. Again, it feels like when the Star Lord's in play, the Galactic Legends are so perfectly timed that FaZe just don't really have too much of a response to them. That ended up being scrappy. FaZe hoping to get on to 99% and just make it a clean fight to try and win it and push it back to one fight and taking the first objective, the first part of this mini best of 3 that happens within this map. And Chopped, not really able to build up too many ultimates. The dive is coming in deep from Binary. He doesn't really have too much support, but he's got a bit of a fly around as Leoless is going to come in with his own Galactic Legend. Chopped, however, bunkered underground, meaning that there's not going to be too much damage thrown in from Leoless. He's trying to see if he can flush out some of the rats in his backline for Chopped, but unable to get there during the duration of his ult.
Didn't burn in these Strategist Ultimates either, meaning it's not ideal for Leo, but they make it up by taking out DRP on that Venom. Now pushing it from above, Tuzi looking for a little bit of a revenge to see if they can get Binary Eye of Agamotto from Rosa.
Yes,
once again, they get a stun, but they can't finish it. Rosa is landing these so often, but the triple Strategist from Chops is just proving so atrocious for FaZe to burst on through. Ensong Inferno on the massive group, and again, where's the follow-up?
It just feels that you've got the double duelist that FaZe are running too, and there's just not enough to break these breakpoints, not enough slam damage to take somebody from 100 to 0 with everything going on. But the Fate of both worlds alongside this Galactic Legend means that FaZe are starting to panic a little bit more as the progression is starting to get quite even. 78% versus 88% now, and they lose Rosa. He should have the portal to go in and contest this if it does reach 99%, but the rest of FaZe are in a bit of a mad scramble to try and fight this, and no ultimates to rely on to keep themselves alive.
Binary's in position, does have that symbiotic resilience, so he can be the one to touch it. Leo's going to try and make some space with the Galactic Legend coming on in here. Rosa will be looking to try and get the rest of the team back in, but Binary's already taken down as that timer ticks back up. Smashness has to be the one to touch. Portal comes in from Rosa, which will allow Binary to rejoin the team, making this a 66, but we're fighting on the last couple seconds of the point now. Smashness, Ensong Inferno. In the meantime, the backline is being harassed by Tuzi, and they can't do much about it over the Guardian Barrier. Eye of Agamotto once again from Rosa that buys them extra time onto the point, but they are focused down because the team is so split here. Chopped have full control, melting the members of FaZe, and they will once again continue their streak on domination by taking point 1.
Tuzi worth his weight in gold with how that point played out. And both times that Leoless wanted to try and go for his own Galactic Legend, Chopped are just able to bunker into the low ground, and there's nothing really there to flush them out. It's just so hard for Binary to go in for the dive on the Venom, and the one-sided Emma Frost that Beetle has available to them just makes it even harder for Binary to go for something like an Angela, which he switched to now.
Get ready.
DRP has that Feast from the Abyss for a little bit of extra burst early on, though. So while Binary could be harassing the backline with that Angela, the backline of FaZe could be at risk, and this has been what Chopped have been doing so well. They have been forcing FaZe to split, so even if Rosa is landing these big crowd controls, these big motors, these massive setups, the team is so split that they can't capitalize on it in the majority of these fights.
All you need to do is capture the
FaZe,
area.
one potential loss here. It's down to the losers bracket, and then Chopped, one best of 5 away from an international event. Like you mentioned, DRP having a Feast of the Abyss might be the thing that wants to try to jump in and start off this engagement once the dive is set up and ready. Tuzi's going to try to go through and see if he can follow off the back of it. The bite up is good, but there's just not enough about it. The main point, I guess, is forcing out the invisible boundary whilst Chopped are able to take this point uncontested is a big move for them.
That's a good trade. They will take that any day. But DRP will still fall to Smash. There's Galactic Legend will come out, and that is a much more worth trade. They lost DRP, but they get the double, make it a triple, and now chasing down onto the Luna to try and get rid of Oasis, who's looking to see if they can get a freeze or a pickup, but would instead just flee back to the rest of the team.
Also, the Galactic Legend, first point taken. Emotes are going to come out, which has pretty much been what the top teams have been doing, but it hasn't felt like that kind of one-sidedness, really, for Chopped. It's now just all up to FaZe to regain that composure. You do have a Fate of Both Worlds that is going to allow this fight to happen in the neutral, and if you take too much damage, you might be good. Sign of Seduction for Beetle is now available. I'd imagine they'd want to pull it out early, just before FaZe could sit up and pull out these ultimates to try and re-engage onto the point. Fate of Both Worlds being the thing that starts off the fight for Oasis is going to force it out on the other side, and that's concerning because Chopped might be set up to go aggressive here.
Binary with the knock, just catching. Beetle is barely able to stay up with the side of Seduction now to capitalize on the new positioning to dive the backline, but all it really does is zone the strategists who are able to move back in. But Crazy Kitty and Vertigo, they do overlap at least a little bit for Chopped, whereas Winnie is keeping theirs up after Oasis ends that Fate of Both Worlds. Winnie takes out Crazy Kitty, meaning that FaZe are starting to get a little bit of numbers going in their favor, but they have no more defensive ultimates. Neither do Chopped as they push on in. Leo mounting through DRP. Tuzi dropping the Galactic Legend extremely late in this fight, but is able to take out Winnie. Getting chased by Angela. Will get taken down though, but gets a double.
He's able to just get in like the eye of a needle from that distance, able to take out 2 of the strategists. His target focus is unbelievable. And Chopped, they don't have control of the point. They've just lost it to FaZe, but that turnaround, the ball play, an instant pick onto Rosa, means that this is a quick turnaround in the other direction.
20% is all that is grabbed by FaZe. Chopped flipping it back on 73%. They are in full control. Now there's no portal for FaZe. They have to make their way back in on foot, but they have Aya Bogamoto. This could be their turnaround opportunity. Ensong Inferno and the Fate of Both Worlds also close. Heaven's Retribution also nearly there for Binary as well. Chopped, they almost have a visible boundary, and that's about it.
Instantly, we do see the Galactic Legend used on the other side, but it's feast or famine when it comes to what style of that we've been watching. At least the end of the pick, as Smashbiz is able to get that final hit onto Beetle. The invisible boundary forced up just afterwards means that Chopped are allowed to contest this point, as it's pretty much on the edge of FaZe taking it back 99%. And it could be a little bit more for FaZe if they take it back. It's 20% like we said before. It wasn't much progression. Chopped wanted to reset. One good fight, one good win, and they progressed further on into this upper bracket.
When he sent DRP into the Abyss there, knocking them off with the Force Physics, meaning that Chopped once again have allowed DRP to swap over to the Venom. Beetle off of the Doctor Strange here, back onto the Emma of their own. Here comes the Heaven's Retribution, grabbing 3, but not wanting to capitalize on it. They're buying time with it. They're just forced down to Soul Rejuvenation and then leave. That is pretty solid here, but in exchange, FaZe are forced to use the invisible boundary as the rest of Chopped push on in.
And they went for the Eye of Agamotto as well, but it didn't connect at all. It was like a surprise bang, and it doesn't stun anybody. Tuzi, though, every single Galactic Legend has written his name into the stars. This player from Chopped is world class. And for FaZe, there's going to be some dashes, some touches, some attempts to keep this going. But it's down to the losers bracket again for them. Chopped, 1 BO5 away from Atlanta.
Chopped have been a revelation coming in here through Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2. Like you say, they are now one series away from qualifying, and not only that, make it to the grand finals for EMEA to potentially come our second ever EMEA Rivals Ignite champion. FaZe, though, what a performance, showing versatility, showing performance. They will make their way down to the lower bracket to continue their fight, where they've already shown that they have that lower bracket buff in their hands. But Chops have yet to need a lower bracket buff.
And that domination stat line looks even better for them. King of the Hill, it's really them just pulling everybody else down into the muck and the mud with these kinds of fights. But when you have players like Crazy Kitty that could just flex onto whatever role is needed, whether it's a triple strategist, a duelist, or even a vanguard in some of these cases, or some pseudo role like Wolverine, he's good for it. But it just allows that freedom for Tuzi to come in and look like one of the best duelists, not only in the region, but in the world. He found so much of this pick that he's going to get onto Oasis. The focus of like, okay, there's too much going on here. I'm able to go and catch that before Smash does trades. It's perfect.
The hyper-awareness, I'm being targeted by Angela, I'm being targeted by everyone, I'm not going to get these people, they're too grouped up. Who's alone? Who is the biggest threat right now? Luna. Targeting them down, massive pickup. Like you say, Tuzi, we've known this in stage 1. They are world class. If there is like, if we go into next year and there's probably going to be a bidding war for Tuzi.
Yeah, he's the kind of duelist that you want to be building around, and because he was sort of like untested or unknown, like I think that the majority of that all business team that he was on was from a previous game, and then they sort of found a player like Too Easy. It was like, what kind of player is he? Is he media trained? Is he somebody that like feels that you can sort of build up around the brand and stuff? It feels that in the server, yes, and he still has room to grow as just a player, as an individual. He's the kind of person, like you mentioned, that Orgs would want to pick him up because he is potentially the face of this game with how he plays sometimes.
Legitimately just continues to impress, but they've also just built such an incredible team around him. Just everyone on this team continues to impress. We've seen so much performance from the strategists in particular, especially bringing out stuff like that Loki to keep the team topped up. The flexibility as well. They've played almost every strategist. And speaking of the strategists, we have Vertigo coming in to join us, fresh off of the win that puts you one win away from getting it to 1, qualify for Atlanta, and 2, into those grand finals. How are you feeling, Vertigo?
Feeling good, but we were kind of ready to advance in the uppers, and real game begins now, kind of, for our team.
Because we haven't really had too much of a chance to talk to many of you guys from Chopped, like, how did this team sort of come together? Because you have got the call from Peps there, and then you were obviously on like 0% and stuff. At what point did you guys like start playing together? Because you played together in MRC. But what point did you realize that like, oh, this team is actually the real thing, right? Because you guys had a really good like third-party event win against Na'Vi when they came back from China. At what point were you like, okay, no, this team is potential for an international event?
I mean, in last MRI, I was with Young Kinda. I wasn't with Peps, nor 0%. And I put up an LFT, and out of all the teams, this was like the highest potential skill team I had. And like other teams tried to sway me with like potential offers and stuff, like we will get an org here, we will get an org there. But like last time I guided myself with greed in my last team choice, so this time I decided to go with pure skill only.
So you are going to be up against either Vertus Pro or OG Seed. You guys have already played against Vertus Pro in the MRC. What has changed between then and now?
A lot has changed, and primarily the ban system, which benefits a lot of teams. PP doesn't like it, and I think Na'Vi, Citadel, we like it.
I think the other thing as well is just because like it seems that you're like a very vibes-based team, that when things are going well, you guys play amazingly, and I feel like there's an element of like you're expected to play up against Vertus Pro tomorrow for qualifying, that you're up for the challenge, that you're not scared of them and that they should be scared of you, right? So how do you like manage that, I suppose, to like keep you guys feeling positive and just almost keeping this honeymoon phase potentially going to go on and actually be more than a honeymoon phase, right? Like how do you sort of control like the mood of the team to keep them fighting in games like that? Because it feels like you're always up for it.
I feel like everyone just has strong trust in themselves, and we trust each other, and we all know we can be capable players and we can beat the best, so we just stick to that. We have a coach that always raises voice on voice chat when we are feeling down or there are no vibes, and we just go from there.
Well, we'll let you go from here to your team so you can rest up and prepare for tomorrow, where you'll be continuing your journey. Thank you very much for joining us, Vertigo, and best of luck.
Thank you for having me.
Very locked in, very focused. That was a solid performance by them. They just felt they said they expected to be here, and well, people of their word, they are now in that upper bracket semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising for a lot of people. We spoke to the teams beforehand of like, what squads do you sort of expect to be qualifying for Atlanta alongside your own? And Chopped had just as many votes as Citadel Gaming did. And so, at least for those, Vertus Pro, if they win against OG Seed in this upcoming best of 5, those teams that are in that upper bracket, to get to that upper bracket finals that would qualify them for Atlanta, are the favorites to be qualifying, but only 3 out of 4 of them would be able to actually get there. It does feel to me just like if Chopped have that momentum and that confidence still in their favor, they can beat every single team in this region. But if we see them on the back foot and start losing and they start panicking or getting tilted, I think teams might be able to catch a surprise win against them. So it's making sure that they keep their head above water, eyes on the prize, and whether it's for the upper bracket or lower, Chopped have a really, really good chance of qualifying for Atlanta.
They really do. They are now one of 4 teams in that semi-finals that will have a chance to qualify as of the games that are coming up in the next couple of days. But speaking of 4, PlayStation 4, the game is now available. You can jump on in for Season 4 right now. Heart of the Dragon available. All releases coming to PlayStation 4 so you can play with your friends and enjoy this incredible game, even if you're not up to date on the console generations.
And we know a little bit more information about cross progression and stuff from a recent dev article for the future. That's more coming season 4.5 for majority of places, but for season 5 for everybody else. So for PlayStation 4, you'd assume that would be involved in that notion. So whilst it's going to be the PS4 era for cross progression in season 5, it's still a thing to look forward to in the future, as is this series with Vertus Pro playing up against OGC, Tetcher.
OGC, this is the furthest they have got so far. They are on the redemption run after last stage, but Vertus Pro is no easy opponent. But who will come out on top to play against Chopped? We'll be finding out after this break. Many months ago, a team entered into the Marvel Rivals scene with the Marvel Rivals Invitational and performed exceptionally well. While that tree was felled, a seed was planted, and while it began to sprout in Stage 1, it has reached full fruition in Stage 2. However, there are some very angry bears that don't like the tree.
Not that much. Maybe scratching their backs against it, because it's Virtus Pro are expected in this series, I think, to be taking this best of 5, just because against most teams it's been pretty easy work for them. But we're starting to see a lot more people highlight the fact that Virtus Pro don't like the draft system that Ignite has. And this OG seed have been developing this squad for quite some time, and they want to fight for these opportunities to play up against big teams like this, and they're certainly not afraid of what these bears can offer.
Very, very true. But we are heading into this matchup very shortly. We have, of course, Virtus Pro versus OG Seed. We have a lot to talk about when it comes to just how strong these teams are. Virtus Pro, they were one series off of qualifying for the mid-season finals. OG Seed, they didn't make it to playoffs. This is a redemption run for Seed and for Virtus Pro.
I think for Virtus Pro, the last time we did see Krakoa play in domination was a pretty swift loss against Na'Vi in the upper bracket final of groups. But they don't want to run into the same issue here. And whilst Mantis has been one of the main first bans that have come out for both sides, Jeff is starting to climb the ranks, and now it's pretty much all of the drafts that we've seen so far. And Ultron Protect on the side of OG Seed means that they can dedicate to that triple strategist if they want to. Virtus Pro making sure that Dreedro has access to that Lunar Snow.
Very interesting, prioritizing the Ultron over the Mantis. It's something that we're not seeing as much from a lot of these teams, and one-sided, even so, with the Ultron taken away. This does now mean that OG Seed can still ban out that Mantis and still keep some control of the board here in terms of triple strategist, but Adam could in that case slip through the cracks.
Oh, I understand as well why the Ultra might be in play, because you have got the likes of Frost Mountain that is a Storm. I don't even know, like a fan. It doesn't really cut the mustard. Yeah. Like this, I think this guy is Storm.
8 out of 9 games.
Yeah, it's played a lot. So having the Ultron to support it, we saw Moxie said it earlier of just like pairing it with the Torch and stuff is good. Also works very well with the Storm, which is what I imagine would work. But then would KQ be on another strategist, or are they trying to run just 2 of them?
I'd love to be able to tell you, but this is their first Ultron game. They have had it banned against them 9 out of 9 games so far. They have not been able to play Ultron at all. This is OG Seed's debut when it comes to the Android.
Oh, and there was a chance, I think, for Adam to be potentially through and available for Virtus Pro in the draft, but they wanted to go for the Invisible Woman instead. And they can make it one-sided if that protection isn't there. That has to be, I think, because, yeah, it seems that when you protect the Ultron and the Invisible Woman, you're funneling that support into something.
Yeah.
And is that going to be KQ, or is that going to be Frost Mountain is the question.
We will have to see as we are heading on in. KQ
hero.
is currently hovering as a Mr. Fantastic, but I am pressing X to doubt when it comes to that. Virtus Pro, though, they're continuing what they've been doing for a lot of this stage, starting us off quite aggressive. While I doubt we'll be seeing that Spider-Man making that a spawn, the Captain America and the Venom is something that Virtus Pro have been leaning quite heavily on. Out of the games they've played so far, which is 15 total, they have only had 1 Captain America game, but they've had 14 Venom games, playing it in all but 1 map.
Ooh, maybe. I don't know if OG Seed have been basically not sandbagging their games for playing the Storm so much because they wanted to hide like the Ultron for Frost Mountain.
Curious.
And then it sort of puts a little bit more like, because KQ, I think, out of the duelist has been the one that's made a really discernible difference to OG Seed's chances. And he was on that like original team back in stage 1 that ended up losing to like Shmungus and stuff like that. That had such a terrible like debut. It was literally the first game of Ignite stage 1 that we saw Shmungus going for the win. So you're welcome, Boga, for me mentioning that if you're watch partying. But it's like OG Seed from there of just 3 out of their 6 players were on that roster, and they've grown tremendously well, adding in some other great players in and around the scene. Right now, it does feel like, yeah, KQ has to do his best Uzi impression over on the Star-Lord, and Frost Mountain's going to be on the Ultron instead of the Storm.
Triple strategist here, and once again another cloak and dagger, something else that we do see OGC leading a little bit towards. They have played 9 out of 9 games on cloak and dagger as well. It is one of the few characters they have played in literally every game.
Actually, the 4 games that they played, Ultron has been banned out against them, so yeah, it's just more of a priority and a focus. But now into the weeds of this fight, into the Gala of Krakoa. Right now, it is OGC that sort of made the most progression, but it's still neutral in who's got control of it thus far. It really feels like Vertus Pro in this 2-2-2 setup are more happy to just go for these like neutral engagements, form of ultimates, and seeing who can get that Galactic Legend first, and if they can get there before the strategists get their support ults.
Positioning advantage right now for Vertus Pro. They hold the stairs, when getting reinforcements could get zoned off, and also there's less of an area to retreat as you can be grab Vincent in from the side. Sparker gets dropped a little bit low though. Sparker does fall, but as does Gainer, who's been attempting to harass on this Venom, but just eats a little bit too much damage. And now a huge choke point is allowing Fire to get so much value. But Frost Mountain on the flank is just getting targeted down. Is there enough healing for them? No, Dridro snipes them out the air.
And whilst that was going on, at least the rest of OGC were able to get a couple of picks, so it has worked out better into their favor, and they also gained control of the point. Despite the fact that Vertus Pro had it for 6%, it has switched over just off the back of Frost Mountain's Rage of Ultron.
Boo able to pull on in with the Psychic Spear, but Venom will swing away. Nevic's not going to get taken down as of yet, but bought a little bit of time for the rest of Vertus Pro to come back in and regroup. No compositional swaps yet, everything just sticking pretty much the same. Keeping the pressure on KQ, playing far forward, close to that wall, so it's harder to flank them. Pick up the Galactic Legend from Sparker into the sidelines, trying to keep the heating up, but Name with the Eternal Bond is making sure that they have a pathway to try and dive into Vertus Pro, taking the fight to them, but with Silent Seduction from Mabuhu, they are able to take out Cypher.
OGC, they're making a really good go of this. You've got Vertus Pro dedicating big ultimates, not having control of the point, so OGC, they're in control, and they've also managed to wipe out Vertus Pro off the back of the likes of Silent Seduction being used, Fate of Both Worlds, even the Galactic Legend from Sparker, and Vertus Pro found no value from it.
They can't seem to find an opening. OGC still hold this. We're at 60%. They have the Feast from the Abyss. While Cypher does have the Invisible Boundary, Nevix will soon have their own Feast from the Abyss. But the fact is, a lot of this percentage is now being picked up, and we're seeing why Ultron is being played so often. Even though OGC haven't shown it yet because it's been banned against them, we're starting to see why.
I mean, it was a common like second ban, I think, against the likes of OG Seed, so I guess it's more of them just putting priority to protect it first. So yeah, Frostmountain's made this work so far. He had the Rage of Ultron, but just gets picked off from Spark. It's not done and dusted yet, but the Invisible Boundary is going to allow this to pretty much reach 99% against Vertus Pro. They're able to sort of take the point on 95, but still, it feels like OG Seed one good fight win and you take the first point.
They keep the hold on the point here. Spark are able to force them back. Vertus Pro, they have banned Ultron in almost every game so far, but they've also yet to lose against it. And OGC are starting to maybe put a blemish on that perfect record. Vertus Pro keeping the pressure on, sieging it from down range on the point, but it's going to be a portal engage coming in from OGC as they move through as one.
Galactic Legend in the back pocket for Sparker. No need to use it out yet. I'm waiting for the Rage of Ultron. It might be a good response to that. Yeah, it's pretty much as soon as it was pulled out, there's going to be the response. And whilst OGC wanted to be a little bit more forward thinking with taking the point and fighting off that Rage of Ultron, they're going to be separated and forced back. Gainer went in for the dive, but gets caught out, tried to jump back to where he thought his team was, but that's exactly where he runs right into Spark. This is a good fight for Vertus Pro, and even though OGC, they're 95% on the objective, they might start to stress out a little bit more if they don't get this reset in cleanly.
In hovered on Strange, but decided against it, so they're not going in for a portal re-engage. They're just going to regroup and decide to take this and one more go. At 70%, Vertus Pro are more than prepared. Hang on, KQ waiting in spawn. In fact, they might be looking for a portal, as they are all waiting to group up together. But the question is, if they are, who's doing it? Or were they just making sure that no one on Vertus Pro could roam all the way from the point and try and take it out early?
I think they were just a little bit worried, especially now you're looking at the ult charge. You probably have an expectation that Vertus Pro has sat on quite a lot of ultimates to go into this potential final fight. 5 from just distance is able to actually make this a very scary engagement. Abuhu has to basically scramble out to survive with the Eternal Bond, but Frost Mountain gets caught out in the backline from the Feast of the Abyss. This was before the fight felt like it started, Tetcher. Virtus Pro find the picks needed.
Some Inferno coming on, out takes out KQ on the backline, and Sparker is untouched here, just melting through. Frost Mountain's going to try and portal back in, but it's all up to Gainer right now to try and buy as much time as they can. Feast from the Abyss for every extra second on the board. Portal comes out, but the team is incredibly staggered. OG will try and contest this though. Invisible Boundary as they start to creep through one by one. Galactic Legend, if they can take some people out of the backline, they may be able to turn this, but completely countered by Invisible Boundary and Sparker to melt on through, and they just keep coming through the portal one by one, but reinforcements are cut off, and Vertus Pro take round 1.
A little bit of a sloppy start from Vertus Pro, I think, with how they've approached the cradle part of Krakoa. But those final fights, very clean. I just felt that that was OG Seeds to lose. I think that they set themselves up really nicely, but when you have them constantly resetting, Vertus Pro kept pushing into them. OG Seed weren't able to completely disengage, so it just kept wasting more time and allowing Vertus Pro to farm up 5 out of 6 of their ultimates in that final fight. And then you lose like 2 players before you're even ready to go in off the back of your own ultimates. Feels like that's just one that you might be looking back at if you do go to the losers bracket tomorrow for OG Seed. You're looking back at the VOD and thinking, we shouldn't be making mistakes like this.
100%. You need to be playing a little bit stronger than that. Obviously, there's only so much you can do. Sometimes you do just get diffed. But the fact is, that was OGC in control of a map, and they lost people when they maybe shouldn't have. Now, can they redeem themselves as they head into the gala itself? Let's see if Emma Frost's party decorations are more to OGC's liking.
And Mise en scène might work a little bit more. Is Emma Frost available on both sides? As a reminder, it's a one-sided Ultron in favor of OG Seed, and then a one-sided Luna in favor of Vertus Pro. Pretty much is going to be the main different factors for how these teams have approached the draft, and the Silent Seduction is going to be the way that Vertus Pro want to start this off. It's a pick, at least for Sparker, that's been able to be a hunting dog off the back of where Vertus Pro wants him. It means that it's going to be a very clean first point take, unlike Cradle.
Gainer once again going down early. Nevix following it in quick succession. The Venoms, they're trying to make this happen, but again to the Emma Frosts, it's a little bit more difficult. You can get stunned out quite easily. Here comes the Rage of Ultron, burn it early. It's a very quick cooldown to really charge up. Trying to focus down onto Dridro, who uses the map heal and the routine heal, forcing out the Fate of Both Worlds. That's a super worthy trade.
It was, and you had to worry about the health pack there and stuff too. But OG Seed, it's like, okay, now that you've forced out a big ultimate, are you able to have the follow-up? Well, you're going to use the Silent Seduction, and you've got Frost Mountain being able to actually get the pick in the end eventually onto Dridro. But you have to look at Sparker. He's 90% away of having another Galactic Legend. We've seen a lot of Saviors come through, but it's not even going to be needed, actually, as Nevix, it would have been Finzi, was able to find 2 picks to keep OG Seed reset, and they have to back out.
Finzi dominated that fight. Absolute control. OGC, they went in after burning that Fate of Both Worlds from Dridro, and while they were able to get Dridro in the end, they lost everyone because Lapsus, the only person close to a strategist ultimate, was taken out so early, meaning they just did not have the healing output. And look at this, OG Seed, Ultron has been sent to the scrap heap. They're going for a 2-2-2.
Just want to find a little bit more to actually break through the healing per second that Vertus Pro have been able to throw down. And it is just a 2-2-2 matchup. It's not as if it's triple strategists that have been out healed. It's just the position and the way that Vertus Pro are playing this one. Sparker is just going for the flank, waiting for a good opportunity to pull out the ultimate. There is going to be the invisible boundaries from Saipei first to allow them to set up and stand up. It's actually a complete free take of the point for OG Seed though, which is kind of odd, but Vertus Pro are happy to back off.
They lost Finzi, they're going to back away. They're actually committed to this without Finzi. Galactic Legend trying to get onto Lapsus, who will use the terrain as an escape, but it opens up for Fi to take down Frost Mountain. Zyper takes out Abu, and down a person. Vertus Pro once again choose when to take a fight, and they are coming out extremely on top here. Sparker is dropped low, will retreat, plays it safe, and Vertus Pro flip it back over, 90%, and OG Seed are forced to portal.
Ooh, it's tricky, actually. OGC did a good job there. Certainly Anami on the Cloak and Dagger being able to dodge the Endsong Inferno, baiting it out, had the Eternal Bond, but just gets focused down too much. The Portal play is the last chance being able to fight this. And some of these fights have been good for OGC, but it's just been too long. It's allowed Vertus Pro to come back into these fights as reinforcements out of the seduction, try to pull people away from the point, all into a line to allow the rest of Vertus Pro to get their teeth into this backline. Certainly with Nevix of the Feast of the Abyss able to find two.
And this was more like what we expected from Vertus Pro as they clean out the remaining members of OG Seed and they take map number 1, taking Krakoa. Very nicely done. This puts Vertus Pro at 4-1 on Krakoa. They got very happy with that map draw.
Yeah, the domination game mode has not been their best, to say the very least. Some teams really like to take them here to try and punish them. But against the likes of OG Seed, you said they're sort of like as expected. That to me insinuates that we sort of expect Vertus Pro to win these kind of maps, but also have some moments that leave you scratching your head that you're like, huh? You're going to do this now? The Vertus Pro at the moment don't look as clean as they probably should do, considering they are the favorites to qualify for Atlanta behind Na'Vi. That's the thing, that's the dissonance for me, right, with this team of like, if people expect a lot from Vertus Pro, but I'm not seeing it in the server. There's too many moments that look a little bit dicey, but here it's just that OG Seed aren't good enough of a team, or experienced enough as a team, should I say, to really punish the likes of VP.
And VP, they do something that so few teams actually have the guts to do, and that is take fights a person down. It is so rare that you see that, but Vertus Pro, they are one of the few teams that know how to juggle numbers versus ultimates, and knowing what your opponent has and when it's the time to pull the trigger. You can be down in EMEA, but EMEA is going to have a pretty solid impact on a fight, but if you can take the enemy team out first with an early pull in with a Galactic Legend, then you're immediately going to even up those numbers, and you're taking a 5v5. It is a play that Vertus Pro are one of the few teams who are brave enough to do.
Yeah, and certainly like beforehand when we saw this team play in previous tournaments, they were dominantly ahead for the majority of the rest of the, EMEA teams, right? So in that instance, now that disparity is just not there. The top 6, top 8 teams of the region can still scare Vertus Pro in these instances, as we're seeing there with like OG Seed, but it's like, I want to see a little bit more from them, like to go into these other game modes, which we expect a lot more from VP because they are just so good at playing around objectives and payloads outside of King of the Hill. I want to see them sort of really take the bull by the reins here, because if they go and win this series, they've got Chopped. And Chopped are going to punish games like that, certainly on domination. I think it needs to look a little bit better there from VP because it was a bit scrappy.
It's an excellent point. Scrappy is the word for it, and that is the opening not just for Chopped potentially later, but for OG Seed now. They might be able to start to bring it back. There are some maps statistically where Vertus Pro have performed a little bit worse on, and I'll tell you about them after this break.
Crush! Priceless! Feel presence! Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon stars burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tide.
Domination game mode goes towards Vertus Pro, at least for the time being, as we might see it resurface a little bit more in this best of 5. And they're sort of leading the line so far, 1-0 up Tetra. But I think one of the main things here that you sort of looked into a little bit more is how do you solve a problem like Vertus Pro? Certainly with the Ignite draft system, what kind of characters are you looking to take out?
We have seen so many people talk about how Vertus Pro seems to have a little bit more trouble in this draft system. We're not seeing that as much because they're here, but if you have a look at the most common, the heroes banned against them that have the best win rate, only one is even close to 50%, and that's Doctor Strange. These are the heroes that when they're banned against Vertus Pro, how often they win. Everything's below 50% except for Strange. EMEA is banned against them a couple times, 42%, same with Invis, 33% win rate for Adam and Ultron when they're taken away from Vertus Pro. But the fact is, OG Seed, they don't ban these heroes very often, with the exception of Adam and Ultron. So the big characters who have shown to be maybe at least a weakness of Vertus Pro just due to how strong they are as a team, they're not really touched in the ban phase often by OG Seed.
So is that the win rate of Vertus Pro? So their win rate is...
That is the amount of times people have banned those characters and then won. So, for example, if they banned EMEA and won, that would have counted in the percentage. So only teams that have banned EMEA and then won is 43% of the win rate, basically. So...
Right, so...
yeah.
It sort of feels like going for those characters that OGC tend to ban for isn't going to provide much dividends against Vertus Pro, mostly because they don't really want to play triple strategist. I think that's always the vibe I get from this team. They will try and play 2-2-2 as much as possible. They can, and certainly if we go to a convoy game mode, which isn't this one, I was hoping it would be because I'd look really good swinging into this one smoothly, they can play the triple strategist, triple vanguard that you'd see on convoy.
So far in Stage 2, Vertus Pro have not played this map yet, but obviously it is a familiar one for them as it's been in here since the game's start. This is, however, a map that OG Seed have played on. It is their only, one of their only 1 and 0 maps, along with Yggdrasil Path.
The draft is looking at least a little bit different in the Mantis first ban. It's the first game that we've casted today so far. Tetra that has had a different first ban. Outside of that first one, it's usually been just Jeff all the way through. Now, Mantis is back in stock, but Mantis isn't going to be available for both sides. It does potentially allow a one-sided Jeff for Vertus Pro, but again, they don't really care about the triple strategist as much as getting a strong strategist in the likes of Luna.
In Vertus Pro, they do play Jeff. It has shown up a couple times. They have so far played it 7 of their 15 games and done pretty well with it, as they have with most heroes, because they have a positive win rate on basically every hero at this point. But yeah, they don't prioritize it. If we look at their protects, it's their tied second highest, but that's way behind characters like, for example, Ultron.
Double Adam ban means that there is still a protect for one-sided Jeff if Vertus Pro want it, but again, I don't think they'll care too much. I think they'll be quite happy to actually have the Jeff ban be used up at the end here from OG Seed so that they can potentially get a one-sided Luna at the same time.
Let's have a look. Final OG Seed ban. With Ultron on the board, like you said, they could take out the Jeff to try and remove any chance of a triple strategist from Vertus Pro if that's the direction they want to go. Or again, they could go into one of those higher win rate options. They're going to take out the EMEA Frost. This statistically is more successful against Vertus Pro, and they're going to force a one-sided one.
They saw like 3-minute delay between us and saw it, and was like, yeah, go for it. Actually, that's pretty good. We'll use that against them. But I guess it's like, the one thing about this as well is like the sample size of just all of the data, even for like general picks of the region, is still quite small because there's only like 16 teams playing. I think, how many games so far we've seen in EMEA Ignite? I can actually tell you that. 80.
Wow.
On our like 85th, I think, something like that. So, 160 picks available for each of the characters in a draft. Seeing it a little bit more focused, it's pretty much the same standard stuff from Vertus Pro. But they don't. Is a one-sided Jeff actually available on the side for OG Seed if they want it?
If they want to go that route. No, I think it's one-sided for Vertus Pro.
For Vertus Pro, sorry. Yeah.
And again, they have played it. They're 6-1 with it. They've been pretty happy to bring that out from time to time. Vertus Pro's most played hero, as we've already mentioned, has been Venom, but a little bit behind that is going to be heroes like Luna Snow, the classic healing lineup as well, Invisible Woman, but then you start to see Jean Grey and Jeff start to creep in there.
This is a map that OG Seed have brought us to for the first time, I think. It's the only few times that we've seen them actually play on this Convergence game mode. They've played Symbiotic Service once
and won once. Vertus Pro, on the other hand, haven't played this season yet, but obviously previously they have played it a lot.
3, 2, 1.
And they're undefeated as well on Convergence game modes, but like you said, on Jalia, on Central Park, not on this map. So Chopped are going to be happy watching this back, potentially, being like, if Vertus Pro do make it up into losers bracket, get to see a little bit more about how these teams want to play on the maps that we've not seen so far.
OG Seed industry plant from Chopped to just show as many maps that Vertus Pro haven't played as possible. What was that, Sparker?
Clean combination is going to require OG Seed to completely reset, but now they're in no man's land. It means that they're feast for the crows. As Vertus Pro are pretty succinctly farming up these ultimates. It wasn't even really a fight there. You can't even count that as an engagement because OG Seed got picked off just beforehand.
About as much of a fight as a fisherman and a fish, but in this case, an incredible setup. Vertus Pro holding the defense, sticking with their classic 2-2-2, no Jeff needed or anything like that. OG Seed trying to match them, but they are back on that storm.
Sparker looking to see if he can make it 2 for 2. Can't stop winning with the bandit arm, I suppose, to try and see what he can grab onto. OG Seed are starting to try and scale their way up towards the actual objective. The problem is that Vertus Pro, we saw a lot of this map in MRC. The positioning on this point is very hard to break when you have these strategies set up to spot each other. And again, it's just that one ultimate dedicated into this fight that allows OG Seed to be sent scarpering.
Another hold, Vertus Pro continuing to chase them all the way back this time, catching Frost Mountain with the Groot Wall to prevent them from descending to enter in that doorway. Beautiful pickup.
Now, a reset again. Half the time's pretty much gone, Tetcher, and it feels like we've not really seen OG Seed be able to do much because Vertus Pro have frankly not allowed them to.
This is already OG Seed starting to burn through over half their time here as it starts to tick on down. Straggling Prison gonna come out. Invisible Boundary drops next to it. So I don't really know if that was needed from Vertus Pro, but hey, the result is effective.
Star power.
It's still like efficient money-wise as well. Just 2 ultimates, combo them together. Hunky dory. Sparker doesn't need the Kraken's impact just yet. This just feels like a completely different pace that we've seen so far. This is OG Seed choosing this map, and Vertus Pro being like, yeah, go on then, give it a try. Stop trying to hit me and hit me is what it feels like.
Right now, OG Seed, they have all the tools. They have Straggling Prison and Mega Hurricane and Kraken Impact, but they need to get into a point and look at Vertus Pro. They're on the point, immediately spread out. Don't set yourself up for a Straggling Prison. Kraken Impact, though. Sparker takes out Gator. No Straggling Prison to come in because there's no one to cast it. Chasing them back to spawn. Again?
And now it's just 1 minute. Again. And what, that's like off the back of one ultimate that time? Just, I think it was the pull that brought Gainer out of position and then just a Kraken's impact.
They're forced.
This feels brutal.
Portal coming on out because what's left? Abu gonna
what else can you do?
Set up here. They're gonna try and portal nice and high up. Lovely Guardian Shield to prevent any stuns from coming out and prevent anything from really trying to counter them. Making their way onto the point. Ends up Inferno though, taking out Frost Mountain right off the back before the Omega Hurricane can come on out. Media M sent into the backline. They are holding another Straggling Prison. Going to be coming out from Gainer this time though, and that is going to be KQ with the first. That will be a reset, meaning they can try and keep this going. Omega Hurricane, bringing them back to the fight, trying to damage them through that invisible boundary, going to push through this end fight. Mega Hurricane, backline damage, but Frostbound can't find anything and can't see Saipe, keeping the team topped up. Aya Nagamoto, last-ditch effort from OG Seed, but they cannot find the finishing blows. Finally, Saipe falls. Finally, Sparker falls. OG Seed, have they created an opening?
It's still just enough plays from Vertus Pro to keep this one stalling, and the wick is starting to burn a little bit in OT. This isn't OGC playing for a draw, though. They managed to get 35% onto the point, and now it's encroaching up towards 50. So Vertus Pro happy to give up some of this space to go for a recontest here, even off the back of a portal, which we're just pretty much right by the point, too. So now it's a case of holding on for OGC if they can actually take this point first, but no, they forced to back out pretty much completely off the back of that Ensom Inferno.
It's going to be a reset, but Sparker goes down, so they won't get it in time. We're starting to see a lot of the bodies from Vertus Pro getting cleaned up, and OG Seed grab point number 1. They finally forced the issue. The single strategist portal, as Saipe was the one who swapped over to the Doctor Strange. Dritro was unable to sustain the team through all that DPS. They have broken the seal, and they are starting to make their way underground.
It was finally, really, but like OG Seed, I guess, because all those fights that they lost leading up to that final one were so one-sided, they didn't have a chance to use any of those ultimates, so they can bank up quite a few. But finally able to get stuff moving. They weren't playing for a draw, now they got the payload to move on. But moving it past this point, when Vertus Pro taking the fight cleanly, the Feast of the Abyss, really the only thing that was dedicated to go for this engagement, means that OG Seed are 2 players down. They've lost the third, with KQ and Gainer are going to follow shortly afterwards. And now it's only 90 seconds on the clock, Tetcher, for OGC to push this as far as it'll go.
But in order to get to the point, they have to leave spawn, and Vertus Pro aren't going to make that easy. Sieging in, sending in Sonic Vortexes, just literally delaying them at every possible angle. We're seeing a bit of a counter delay attempted as Frostbound is trying to poke from up high, but now the entire team is once again grouped up and are taking the AoE damage from Fi, who spots them on that high ground rotation.
KQ, the Kraken's impact, I mean, his impact on the Winter Soldier was a major one, but every time I sort of feel like we're leading up to the seed sprouting and leaning towards the sun a bit more to grow, OGC just plucked out of the ground, nipped in the bud from the side of Vertus Pro without too much of a dedication yet again. They're so, like, ultimate efficient. The economy of these guys, frugal as you'd expect.
Mega Hurricane from Frost Mountain. This isn't even really an engage, it's a distraction. They're going to massively disengage the second they cast this, getting caught out, trying to push on through. They find no pickup, but they've made space, and that's the main plan here. Invisible Boundary comes on out, Gainer, ultimate interrupted, put on the half cooldown, Kraken impact to try and trade out both Sparker and KQ. Neither one finds the reset. Vinci going to try and make one happen with a long range ball, finds nothing. Sparker pulling on in with as much damage as they can maintain the voltage. Gets counter-pulled! KQ looking for the opening, facing the Abyss onto the backline. It's KQ taken down with lapses from Fi.
Fi's finding so much as well because everybody from OG Seed is grouped up together, so the sort of cleave explosion damage that's happening off the left click has just been so irritating for OG Seed to deal with. But it's looking like 75 meters past that first point is where the payload is going to stop on the side of OG Seed. Vertus Pro maybe wanted to full hold it considering how the first 3.5 minutes went of that defense. But I think they're going to be happy that it's not going to travel too far after.
Now, how well can OG Seed lock down the point? Vertus Pro doing what they've actually done a couple times now, looking at the Thor. Speed and aggression. Displace, destroy, and just do as much damage as you can, the 3Ds. With Vertus Pro using the Jeff for a little bit of speed boost as well to get to the point fast. This could be a very aggressive setup. And OG Seed, they're not playing especially defensively here. They're just picking the same stuff again.
Did we see much of the Ultron at all from OG Seed? I mean, I don't remember much. I remember Frost Mountain not being on the Storm initially. Is it banned on both sides?
No, Vertus Pro have the option to play it.
No, I meant for OG Seed, like they protected it and banned it against them. Like they had the...
Oh, you're right, sorry. Yeah. So, yeah, it's available. They just didn't play it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they like the Storm.
I guess maybe they were going for that, you know, first point Storm, trying to break through any stuff, and we just never really got to see past that one. Dredger over to Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, nah. I wish.
He has got the Lord on it.
does. Also has the first step skin. I mean, he's coming out the door. Maybe it's just to shield up.
I think it is just to shield and protect the Strange whilst he goes for a portal play.
There we go. Back to Luna. Our dreams
That's
are
about as
shattered.
much Mr. Fantastic as we're going to see.
Hey, that is impact. They gave bonus health and got at least stepped out the spawn door for a moment. Portal into the backline. Vertus Pro going to try and create themselves an opening here. Not going for that hyper-aggressive rollout with the Thorn and the Jeff. Just sticking with the standard 2-2-2 here as they move slowly forward onto the point.
There it is, just Vertus Pro already finding their footing. And because of this, like, we're going to be right in your face approach from Vertus Pro, it means if I could just basically sit on a little bit of high ground and just have this suppressive fire coming in for free. Spark is just boots on the ground, fighting in style, very low accurate from what you'd expect to see from Bucky. And 5.5 minutes to move it 70 meters, 65 meters, 60 meters. You could already see just how quickly Vertus Pro are making traction.
Also, there's no portal available because Gainer swapped over to Strange and would have definitely been in the midst of casting that. Just couldn't reach the point, which is why we saw Frost Mountain rush in on that Phoenix to try and delay in time. So no portal means no reinforcements, meaning this is kind of all or nothing for OGC now. If they do not take out Vertus Pro and hold this point right here, right now, then that's it. It's done. And they are defending this extremely far back. The essence is coming, guys. Boohoo's going to make their way onto the point to try and buy as much time as possible. Gainer's dropped low, visible boundary forced onto the point. Sidebay gonna be matching it in exchange. Ensong Inferno, OG Seed, burning everything but Fi, matching to try and trade it through. Fincy into the backline, onto the last remaining defender on the point. A Boohoo is down. The card will move the second these strategists are taken down because now it's just the squishies and they're outnumbered. The sparks are spreading. The cosmic flames are burst and Vertus Pro take map number 2.
You know what I said on Domination? I wanted to see a little bit more from Vertus Pro. That was kind of what I had in mind. Yeah, that will certainly do it. OG Seed just not finding fertile ground at all on Clintar means that Vertus Pro go 2-0 up in this best of 5. One more, and it's a qualifying game for Atlanta against Shocked.
OG Seed, they saw FaZe earlier on today, were able to take a map back and begin what could have been the beginning of a comeback. They've watched Vertus Pro against FaZe, ironically, pull off an incredible reverse sweep pretty recently. They know it's possible, but quite frankly, Vertus Pro are looking extremely strong right now. They're playing their own meta, their own classic 2-2-2, ignoring the triple strats as they're being banned out so often, and they're exactly where they enjoy being. This old style of draft that is just something that they have been playing for so long. You're not going to beat them on that.
They know where their bread is buttered. That's the main thing about this team. And I said before, like, Fi was pretty uncontested with the damage that he was putting out, which then seeing that he didn't die once at all during that map says a lot. Fi was just... The rest of Vertus Pro was so annoying and in the face of OG Seed that the Phoenix was just able to just keep throwing out just this trash damage, and it's so irritating to deal with. OGC didn't really have an answer, and their pivot to sort of play around the Ultron, we were intrigued by it, but we just never really saw it come into play, despite the fact that they chose this map of Symbiotic Surface.
Pretty much. The Ultron was available and then just not played at all. They just prioritized. Again, there are certain points at like point number 3 where it gets value, but if you're drafting for point number 3 on a map like Symbiotic Surface,
against Vertus Pro, yeah.
That is brave. Brave and brazen? Brazen, that's the word. And in this case, it did not pay off, meaning we are down to one last map pick for OG Seed. If we look at statistics, statistically, this should be Araco. That is the only option where Vertus Pro have not had a lot of success yet, but the question is, do they know that? We'll find out after we head to this quick break.
Well, hello once again, Rivals. My name is Diatonic, and I've got your after-action report for the second week of the Marvel Rivals Ignite Asia Group Stage. Zero Tenacity were back in action to kick things off for Week 2, taking on Down Payment in the opening match. Z10 looked clean on Map 1, but Down Payment would claw their way to a reverse sweep, defeating Z10 2-1. Incipients were still on the hunt for their first group stage win as they took on U-Winks next, and they'd get themselves on the board with a big 2-0 win here. Rounding out this first day of Week 2 was yet another marquee matchup, the fated rematch between Stage 1 champs Reject and the newly rebuilt Gen G. Though the players have changed, the story was yet again one of triumph for Reject as they take the series in a close 2-1 showdown. The second day of Week 2 started off with a match between veteran team Assemble Fire, who are still in search of their first group stage win, against Incipients. But Incipients had picked up some steam here in Week 2 as they won their second game of the week in a close 2-1 bout. Down Payment also continued their winning streak, taking their third win in a row over Rocket University in a big 2-0 sweep. Onside Gaming looked to keep their dominance alive in the next match as well, taking on U-Inks and walking away with a clean 2-0. And in the final Day 2 matchup, Zero Tenacity went head-to-head with the Vietnamese squad OEG. It was a tough draw for OEG, and they'd fall victim to Z10 2-0. Day 3 kicked off with a showdown between frontrunner team Crazy Raccoon and Onside Gaming, with CR continuing their flawless group stage campaign with yet another 2-0 win. We had a heavy hitter matchup between Gen G and Zero Tenacity next, one that Gen G would walk away the victors from with a complete 2-0 shutout. XOXO01 and Incipients stepped onto the field next, and EXO would lock in their playoff position here with a big win over Incipients. We ended the day on a very interesting matchup between Reject and Rocket University, with Rocket actually managing to take a map off Reject. But the only 3-map series of the day would go Reject's way in the end. The final day of the Asia Group stage began with two Legacy Ignite competitors, XOXO01 and Assemble Fire, a matchup that EXO would win handily 2-0. Reject were back up against Down Payment, and the Stage 1 champs would emerge victorious here, also 2-0. Crazy Raccoon had their last match against U-Inks and would complete a perfect run through the group stage with yet another 2-0 win. And finally, the group stage would close with Gen G taking on OEG, with Gen G picking up the last win of the week. And after 2 weeks of group stage action, the Asia playoff picture was locked in. From Group A, Crazy Raccoon, XOXO01, Onside Gaming, and Incipients advanced to the playoffs. And from Group B, Reject, Gen G, Down Payment, and Zero Tenacity all make it through. The competition in the Asia region is looking hotter than ever, with only the top 2 teams qualifying for the Grand Finals LAN tournament later this year. Well, that's all for now, Rivals. I hope you caught your breath because we're about to dive right back in. Get ready to ignite the battle.
We are back, and it's Convoy time. We have done our convergence, we have done our domination. And when we look at the statistics, this is the fact that Vertus Pro have yet to win this stage on Araco. It's just when you look at the teams they played on Araco, you start to see why. Whereas OG lead for their own, if they did want to lead something that they're more comfortable with, as opposed to what their opponents aren't comfortable with, then actually, they've been doing pretty well on Yggdrasil Path so far. They are 1-0 on that.
I haven't really played it a huge amount, but I guess it's more of a case that like Vertus Pro series tend to be very just short, full stop. It was only like, even like the Navi win. But I guess it's also a case of like the Araco 0-2 loss streak that Vertus Pro are now on. They picked it twice, so it was sort of on them. But actual choices for OG Seed for Convoy, the 3 times that they've had a chance to pick something, they've always picked Midtown, and they've won it once, lost it twice. So it's not the best results that they've had on it. It is just like they played up against Insomnia. We saw Insomnia sort of deal with that to qualify for playoffs a couple of weeks ago now at this race, quite a while ago. But now for Vertus Pro, you're sort of comfortable on whatever you get thrown on. The only one that we haven't seen him play is Spider Islands, but it feels like not a lot of people want to touch that with a barge pole.
This does mean, though, that in theory, OG Seed are actually 2-2 when it comes to the Convoy maps, with one win on Midtown, 1 win on Yggdrasil, and then 2 losses on Midtown. So they are even. The question is, will they now go positive or negative? And they are taking us to Midtown. They're about to be 1-3 or 2-2.
Oh, I thought you were just going to fly the 1-3. They're done and dusted. I was like, well, you can't just say that. You can't just be like, no, it's done.
No,
but it's
like that.
It's clearly a map that they want to sort of play around. And we have seen turbulent moments from Vertus Pro on this map in some of the bigger games, certainly the bigger best of 5s. It's just that it hasn't been an issue for them at all this stage.
Yeah, they have so far not really had much trouble, to be fair, in most situations. So we're starting to see how early protect on Invisible Woman. Again, Vertus Pro. They have been usually the ones who've been really hyper-fixated on triple strategies. This time, OG Seed and Vertus Pro will both be going for the early Invisible Woman.
I wonder if this is like a meta pivot that we're seeing from teams, but it also could be OG Seed going, look, we didn't use the Ultron there once. Can we go for something that can be used as triple strategist, but also work as double? Because we need to match what Vertus Pro are doing if they're trying to run 2-2-2.
Vertus Pro, before this series, they had played Invisible Woman 8 times, which is their tied 3rd most played character, so it's pretty unsurprising that they see it coming in. But OG Seed, they played it 6 times, but it's quite a bit lower down in their pick. No, it's actually tied 3rd as well. Cloak and Dagger and Storm actually sit ahead.
I think also for picks, Vertus Pro have been pretty happy to go and pick the likes of Ultron quite a lot, but they haven't really wanted to bother with it so far this time. They wanted to go for some, like, probably again because they want to just make sure that they can play double strategists and have that backline be as strong as possible. Because if you try to play triple strategist and you have certain stuff banned out, you're sort of relying on the stars aligning on what characters you want to play, and then having a duelist that can synergize with that. I feel like what Vertus Pro are doing with the meta is probably a good way to approach triple strategist and going, if we are forced off of it, we can still run with just 2.
OG, they ban out Jean Grey. You know what? I really like this. This is a character who can do a lot of work alongside stuff like the Moon Knight, for example, when it comes to, or the Punisher even, for breaking spawn holds, because you often play very grouped up. Also, the fact that Vertus Pro have been absolutely insane on Jean Grey. They've played it 8 times and have won 5 out of 5 games, lost 3. With a couple extras, of course, for this series where I haven't been able to update live. But Vertus Pro, they've been really leaning onto the Phoenix Force.
The VP have also been really leaning onto the one-sided Luna.
Very true.
And that always goes a long way. Like, sure, Luna was nerfed and Luna Loki just isn't really a thing anymore. It's not even remotely close to how popular it was in previous stages and previous events. But one-sided Luna is always going to provide good value here. So you have got the group protect on one side, but it's not banned out either. So it is still available in this case. It really does come down to the one-sided Luna and then the one-sided Jean Grey, pretty much on the side of OG Seed.
This is what it comes down to. Can OG Seed break the siege, as Vertus Pro will be starting on defense and make their way into the history books of being, for starters, one of very few teams that have taken a map off of Vertus Pro, but second, one of even fewer teams to take a series. But all of that starts with a single step, and the step will have to be towards the Avengers Tower.
I only just clocked that it was a Fisk Hotel, actually. You said we're going from the likes of the Fantastic Four Baxter building over towards Avengers HQ. But it might not get too far out the door with how the teams like to play on this part of the map. Just a very bunkered down forward hold with Sparker and Beer back in hand and fire with a portal play as and when needed. There's not going to be an Adam Warlock available for either team, so it's not going to be too much for the stall for KQ and Frost Mountain going for the Moon Knight and the Storm respectively to try to break this deadlock hold.
Really not breaking any new ground here for OG Seed. They love the Storm. They picked out the Moon Knight a couple of times when it comes to getting these spawn breaks, and it's worked out pretty neutrally for them, 1-1. But the fact is, it is very good at this job. They're trying to siege in. For now, though, Gator was taken down thanks to the forced out invisible boundary from Cypher.
That's crazy fast, though. An invisible boundary before a Fist of Khonshu for KQ. Yeah, Saipe is just using the fact that Vertus Pro are grouped up to farm and cleave as much healing, get the ultimate online. There's even a Yam amplifier if Vertus Pro want to go aggressive, but frankly, they're so pushed up. There's no more room to go more aggressive. Now in this fight, as OGC get onto the point with their invisible boundary, that's when it's going to be used.
Here comes the Cosmic Yard Amplifier, the CF from Sparker for the damage boost to try and fight onto the point, but Abuhu is trying to push on past it. The group walls are so good though. Nevix, what a group up into the backline, but is there enough follow-up here? No, everyone is completely zoned away. Both Gator and Nevix are doing so much work for their team. Fire gets taken out, being a bit too far forward. You can see KQ was looking for the ultimate there, but it's shut down as they get counter-caught by Fincy with their own psionic seduction.
Able to hold the line. This time, though, it isn't just your 2-2-2 setup for Vertus Pro. They do respect that this has to be pretty much triple Vanguard, triple strategist territory. And Sparker's even getting involved with just able to put out some of the damage over onto the Rocket Raccoon. Gainer, though, actually able to catch out fire that was on the Doctor Strange.
Like a hurricane from Frost Mountain, creating a little bit of space, but not able to find anything for a finishing blow. The boundary was once again forced out, meaning that that will be a defensive tool traded, and that could create the opening for KQ, who still held on to this hand of Khonshu, which could be enough to burst on through. There comes the damage boost from Name. We see so much belief from OGC onto this Cloak and Dagger, and that Terracate still does the job. Invisible boundary from Lapsis, Frost Mountain will fall, but Vertus Pro, they're losing ground. They have to put another Psionic Seduction. There's a straggling prison with the follow-up. Beautifully done from Nevix and Fincy.
Just feels that any picks that OGC get, like the amount of resources that went into taking down Nevix, like pulling him out of position with Force Physics, putting a wall behind him from Gainer, and then even going for the grab from Abuhu on the Emma Frost. It was just so much to take down one player, and then nothing really followed at all. And that was when an Omega Hurricane was dedicated. It still felt that Vertus Pro are not going to go down silently into the night. And with less than a minute on the clock, OGC, they have plenty of tools to work with, but the priority and focus is going to be key. Gainer is actually the one that uses up the Strangled Prison and then the Fist of Country on top, but an invisible boundary from Saipe keeps everybody going.
They find nothing. That was their break tool. That was the key. And now they're being forced to just brawl. Fire on the backline does get caught out of position while they were trying to flank, meaning that they will be forced to potentially even portal back in if they want to use that Eye of Akamoto, as the point is creeping forward. Fincy on a beautiful flank with the Emma, but it's time to get locked in. Group walls extremely effective. Frost Mountain takes it out, but there it is! The Eye of Akamoto from Fi comes on in, sets them up beautifully, and now they're going to try and portal them in the base.
Even just going to block off the doorway, so it means that no portal play, nobody's even going to be able to come out of the spawn. Abuhu was the last one to be able to potentially touch. Omega Hurricane might have to be the thing, but you can see it just slaloming through even past the group walls to just stall it out and make it a bit of a racetrack. But they've ran out of tarmac, and OGC, they've ran out of space with only 108 meters on the board.
This is huge for Vertus Pro. Rough news for OGC. They did get some distance. They have to lock in now. Every defensive tool they have at their disposal. They have Doctor Strange available. At this point, this is one of the few times that I will recommend you actually not pick Doctor Strange first. Normally, you'd pick it to build some ult charge because you know you're going to portal back anywhere, and usually the teams go down as a group. In this case, Vertus Pro is so good at picking individual people that you should just let whoever gets taken out first play Strange to portal the team back, because this is all hands on deck emergency. If you go down once, you portal back. If you go down twice, you pick whatever's fastest and rush as fast as you can, because time is of the essence.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
There's been a couple of goose eggs on the side of OGC with surviving players from Vertus Pro. 0 casualties happening against Sparker and Dreidro in this one. But also, that wasn't really a game of many eliminations. Like, final hits, it doesn't seem to be that many across the board, and I think that's just because Vertus Pro were just happy to stall and put bodies in the way. It's hard to get picks when you're just playing all of the chunky characters with all of the healing going into them.
That's a very good point. The issue with this triple Vanguard, triple strategist setup means we do see very low KD numbers sometimes. Sparker on this Moon Knight, unskinned here. but going to see if they can show up with some flashy plays instead of the flashy skins. Nevix with the damage boost, with the damage help from Sparker, able to pick up KQ, who's immediately brought back with the Battle Rebirth Beacon, trying to make some space, utilizing the team up with Cloak and Dagger to create a little bit of healing area to keep Sparker pushing forward. And OGC, they're losing ground here. There's the hand of Kochu so quickly. Abuhu falls, Gator falls, and suddenly OGC, they're being deforested.
It's always riveting gameplay watching Moon Knight just holding left click and spamming it down, but OGC, there's just not enough to keep themselves alive in these engagements. And now what? It was 110 meters on the board. The pole play's going to come out just at 85. And it feels that OGC, if they lose this engagement or even worse, get bullied off of it, they might be watching this payload move straight past them from the pole.
Try and hold this with everything they've got. They've got that invisible boundary coming out. They're gonna very soon. They burn the Sire, they burn the Seer and the Eternal Bond at the same time. If Vertus Pro survive this, then they can just counter push in one more time with no defenses left on the board. But it looks like they won't. 2 strategist ultimates. It's just a bit too much to deal with.
But then you've got to hold for 2.5 minutes, and you have got another Fist of Khonshu and a Strangling Prison in itself. Yep. That could be a winning factor here. Abuhu does have an Eye of Agamotto. He is the only one that's going to keep a minute here.
Psionic Vortex to buy a little bit of extra time to slow them down, as Vertus Pro don't even take the long way round. They come through the center building to just make sure they're on that point as quick as possible. Don't give OTC time to set up. Don't give them time to react. I have Agamotto, Strangling Prison to buy time. Both teams currently taking on through the Fist of Khonshu for the final one, but OGC have scattered. Abuhu, the first one and only one currently to go down, but the rest of OGC are giving it everything they can, but they have to fight on the point, and that's not where you're going to have a good time versus Moon Knight and Karut being taken down one by one, and the hopes of OGC to stay in this upper bracket are melted by Vertus Pro. Khonshu is on their side.
Upper bracket dreams dashed from OGC, but they do go down to the losers brackets, play again tomorrow for their lives. The Vertus Pro, they have been on the edge of qualifying for an international event. They find themselves here again. Chopped is their opponent in the best of 5 tomorrow. And this kind of performance is what you kind of want to have before a big game like that. Very swift, straightforward 3-0. A bit rough on that domination map to begin with, but everything else looking terrific from VP.
Incredible performance. Just looking at the statistics alone, Sparker and Dridro still weren't taken out at all that game. Just what an incredible push up here. Nevix, though, on that Groot was the game changer. Their Strangling Prisons were good. The walls were splitting people off so effectively, including when they were on attack. Fincy was getting some masterful flanks. This is vintage Vertus Pro doing exactly what they do best, and that usually starts with the word win.
Yeah, pretty much. For OGC, though, looking back at the actual scoreboard, there was only one player I think that had a negative KD. That they went more into eliminations and having casualties. It's just the way that this game Murder Convoy tends to play at the moment, because you can still get those picks and actually not be too much of a detriment with going down. But if Vertus Pro are able to keep stalling and fighting at disadvantage, like you highlighted earlier, Texture, it just doesn't seem to matter. And it's nice at least to go into these kind of games with a couple of question marks on the upper bracket teams, at least on who's going to be making it, who's the favorite and such. But all of them are just in blistering form today. Mostly 3-0s across the board in these best of 5s, other than FaZe taking a map away from Chopped just before this one. Everything else, though, is a clear, distinct top 3 teams, top 4 maybe, away from everybody else. And that's kind of what you want to be seeing if you're going for a qualification game for a grand finals event.
Exactly, and that's what this means. Tomorrow's games, if you make it to the upper bracket finals, the lowest position you can come is 3rd, you are qualified, meaning that 2 of the teams playing tomorrow between Citadel and Na'Vi and Vertus Pro and Chopped are qualified for Atlanta. The last spot will be decided by that lower bracket semi-final to see who makes it into that lower bracket final, which the lower bracket is where all of the teams we saw lose today are heading, and they are now on at Last Chance Saloon.
It pretty much is. From 48 hours from now, we'll know what teams that we are sending from our region, as well as probably some of the teams from not quite Americas yet because they still have a week to play, but we do get to speak to the Moon Knight Extraordinaire that didn't get eliminated once in that final map. We've got to talk to Sparker. First and foremost, like that domination, like first map for OG Seed, it looked a little bit shaky in places. Like, was that just how it looked, or is there something like with domination with you guys that seems to be a bit like not a struggle really, but a game mode that a lot of teams are trying to take you to and fight against you, right?
I think I just played too passively in the first 1 or 2 fights, and it like let them play too freely. And then after that, it was a bit easier when I just went in.
So I actually have a question a little bit off from what we've been seeing actually today. This is just something I've been wanting to ask you for a while since we've been in interviews. A lot last stage, you were being put onto the Adam Warlock when it came to triple strategist compositions. But since this stage, you've mostly moved on to the Rocket and have been playing it like a duelist. What actually came into that swap, and why did you play it so aggressively?
Well, I mean, it's just spawn camp comp really. People are confused that I play the Raccoon and like Driddle plays the Adam when we do it, but it's just because I just find it fun to play the little Raccoon in spawn camp. I get to take it easy on that map and just shoot some balls on the wall and lean back for a map or two.
Yeah, I mean, it suits you to a T, I think. But because we haven't really got to speak to you too much, I've asked Nevix and Finzi this, but like between stage 1 and now, certainly now that you're like a win away from qualifying for Atlanta, what feels different for you with your own performance, with the team's performance, with some of the issues that you ran into that stopped you from qualifying for the mid-season finals? Like, what to you, on the eve of you potentially qualifying for your first international event, feels different or better?
Well, I think it's just meta understanding, and I think this time we have an easier bracket than last time. Because back in the old meta, I feel like Citadel was our hardest opponent. Like if we got to play Na'Vi back then, we would have probably beat them. But yeah, I mean, we should have beat Citadel anyway. 2 games, 2-3. If we just played a little bit better, we would have qualified. But that's life. I think we have an easier bracket this time.
Speaking of metas, you guys are evolving yours a little bit, where you're moving from the triple strategist, which is what most teams started this stage with, into more consistently running the more traditional style of the 2 Vanguards, 2 Duelists, 2 Strategists. What really brought that change around? Is it just because everything's being banned so often?
I think it just depends on what we ban and the enemy. Sometimes it just leads to like us being more comfortable on 2-2-2 than triple support, because I think we know that we're so good on DPS and like tank and support that it's just comfortable to play 2-2-2 instead of the triple support sometimes, like even if the enemy has triple support.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Sparker, for joining us. We'll let you go rest up and prepare for tomorrow with your team, where you'll be having your second attempt at qualifying for an international event. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
A determined Sparker preparing for their opportunity to try and qualify for Atlanta. It is in the upper bracket, where they did upper bracket semis, I believe, last time as well, where they were sent down to the lower bracket, if I remember correctly. I'll have to double check that one in a bit. But here, speaking of brackets, are the brackets as they stand up. In the upper bracket, fighting tomorrow for those qualification spots, Citadel versus Na'Vi and Chopped versus Vertus Pro. In the lower bracket, fighting for survival, Vice will be taking on Insomnia, and FaZe will be against OG Seed.
And then the losers of those upper bracket games switching over into the losers bracket and going basically into different branches. It pretty much goes down to the upper bracket final and losers bracket final. They're the ones that you want to draw a circle around, because that's the qualifying top 3 positions that you're going to be in to maintain a spot for the first like grand finals event we have for Marvel Rivals in Atlanta. And for a team like Vertus Pro, it's making sure that you make a debut on an international stage. Same with Chopped, actually. So at least we're going to be seeing two different teams, two new teams making their way over the Atlantic from EMEA. But for today's games, I think, Tetra, they kind of went as expected, maybe a little bit more one-sided for the teams that were favorites than we would prefer. But it does make me feel that tomorrow we're not going to be ending at whatever time this is. 20 past 6 in the UK. I think tomorrow's going to go a little bit longer because all of those games are going to be super close.
Tomorrow is lock-in time. It's qualifications and eliminations. And you know what else is time for locking in? It's time to lock in on the Hellfire Protocol. That is right. The new Emma Frost skin. This world can still be saved. It can still be healed. It's time to step into Diamond Hard Power with Emma Frost's Hellfire Protocol costume. First appearing in Avengers vs. X-Men 2012, number 5. It is available today at 7 p.m. PDT. Rule the battlefield with icy elegance and let nothing hold back your shine.
Yeah, basically when you wake up tomorrow, it'll be available for us Europeans at the very least. But just to go over what order these games are going to be in, first we have the elimination games of Vice, Insomnia, FaZe versus OG. And it's those last two that you want to keep an eye on for. Citadel versus Na'Vi. Is it going to be the world champions getting their spot back in for the first international event for a bit with the Atlanta Grand Finals? Or is it going to be the EMEA Ignite winners of stage 1 that's going to do it? And like we said before, Chopped versus VP. Neither of them have actually been to an international event. One of them is about to.
It is going to be some incredible matches. We have so much luck being able to bring you these such exciting games. This region absolutely rules. But from us, we are done for the day. We hope you all enjoyed the show. Reminder that the Americas are finishing up their group stage today. They start their playoffs next week. And tomorrow morning, OCE begins their playoffs as well. So they'll be looking to crown their OCE champions as well. And of course, their representative for the international event. It's looking very competitive over there, so it should be enjoyable. And Asia as well is happening early in the mornings. So if you are a fan of Rivals Esports, it's a really good time to be watching because Ignite is heating up. China, we already see OUG and Iconics are waiting to see who else will be joining them in Atlanta. But from Ryan and I, thank you all very much for watching. Any final words before we sign off, Ryan?
No, if you haven't got the Twitch drops for either the Rocket or the Blade skin, you can still get both for a bit, so you've got plenty of chance to do it.
Thank you all very much for watching. We'll see you all tomorrow for more Ignite action. And remember to ignite the battle.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you